Chapter 1492. As soon as he finished speaking, golden light shot out from the sky. Rumble! The golden light streaked across the sky with a rumbling sound. Even through the three formations, everyone could hear it trembling in their ears. That kind of deafening sound made even the powerhouses cover their ears and have to activate their methods to defend against it. Just the sound alone could ignore the obstruction of the great formations. It was extremely terrifying. In just an instant, three huge creatures appeared in the sky amidst the golden light. Wherever the three behemoths passed, they truly covered the sky and covered the sun. Their terrifying auras shook the mountains and cracked the ravines, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. The dazzling golden light bloomed in the sky, making people unable to look at it directly. Rumble! Amidst the terrifying aura, just the three huge creatures crossed the sky. How terrifying was that? Inside the reincarnation, heavenly slaughter formation of the Great Wheel sect, a martial domain realm expert squinted his eyes and activated his divine ability through the formation. His eyes shone brightly as he tried to pry into the three behemoths descending from the sky. They actually had such a terrifying aura. The three huge creatures instantly appeared in the nearby sky. Each of them crossed an unknown distance. When they flapped their wings, they covered the sky and the sun, the pressure of a supreme being spread out. It was as if three dazzling golden suns had fallen to the mortal world at the same time. Around the three behemoths, the void was crushed and cracked by the pressure. What that is... Some martial domain realm experts activated their divine abilities and looked at each other with the power of their primordial spirit. Some people seemed to have seen the bodies of the three behemoths under the golden light. They could not help but cry out in surprise. Their hearts raced and their souls trembled. Oh my God, is that clan really coming into being? They are coming into being. They are enough to sweep through the world. Even if the 9 great families encounter them, they will have to avoid them. A martial domain realm expert was shocked as if he had seen a ghost. They are coming into being. Dragons and phoenixes will have to avoid them when they see them. The beast domain realm experts were even more shocked. As beast domain realm experts, they were extremely arrogant. However, when they saw the bodies under the golden light, they immediately showed reverence. The invisible power of the golden light was enough to make their beast souls tremble. They wanted to submit and worship them involuntarily. Only Jalo Jueyu, Jalo Kailing, Jalo Juekong, and Jalo Juyo were not surprised. Inside the reincarnation, heavenly slaughter formation, Jalo Kailing and the others did not show any panic, because they knew that the Great Will sect could not trap them today. The three huge creatures, heavenly slaughter sky, the golden light, the reincarnation, heavenly slaughter formation of the Great Will sect. The heavenly sky reincarnation appeared in the heavenly reincarnation, heavenly great reincarnation, heavenly reincarnation slaughter reincarnation, heavenly slaughter of the reincarnation of the three, the heavenly slaughter of the heave, heavenly slaughter of the heavenly. The two huge creatures on both sides landed on the sky slaughter formation of the spirit heaven valley and the ancient sky snake formation of the sky snake sect. Golden light shone in the sky. The golden light shone and the feathers were resplendent. They were three incomparably huge golden winged rocks. These were three real golden winged rocks. They descended from the sky and crossed the space, covering the sky and the sun. Screech! The rocks screeched, piercing through the clouds and splitting rocks. The intense sound waves had already pierced through the void. Walala! The huge golden-winged rocks that swooped down on the Spirit Heaven Valley Formation flapped their wings and soared into the sky. Under their wings, there was a destructive hurricane energy. The golden wings were like golden divine blades that crossed the space and directly landed on the Sky Slaughter Formation. The huge golden-winged rocks that swooped down on the Sky Snake Sect Formation flapped their wings and soared into the sky. The claws under their abdomen were curved and flashing with mysterious runes, as if they wanted to tear the space apart. The dazzling, mysterious runes were like golden lightning that wreaked havoc. Large swathes of space were shattered by the rock claw in a series of rustling noises. The rock's claws were like countless golden lightning snakes that swept out. With an incomparably domineering attitude, they grabbed at the 7 inches of the huge black snake's phantom. Such a terrifying claw print that could destroy the void. Just the pressure that it carried caused fear to flash across the eyes of the ancient giant black serpent formation. In front of the reincarnation heavenly slaughter formation, the largest golden-winged rocks appeared. Its might was also the most terrifying. This golden-winged rocks had a pair of golden eyes that shone with a resplendent golden light like golden stars. From its body that covered the sky, a vast and domineering aura spread out, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. A majestic might spread out, causing even the space to distort. In the surrounding space, a terrifying energy descended from the heavens and the earth. The terrifying energy emitted from it caused the surrounding space to ripple. Its aura was that of a supremacy. The golden-winged rocks directly attacked. They flapped their wings and soared into the sky, charging over with great pressure and ferocity. At this moment, everyone trapped in the reincarnation, heavenly slaughter formation could feel the terrifying supremacy's aura. This was especially so for the beast race. They immediately wanted to submit and worship it. Open! The golden-winged rocks with the strongest aura soared into the sky and directly crashed into the reincarnation, heavenly slaughter formation that covered thousands of miles of the Great Will sect. In an instant, vast and mighty energy swept across the sky, causing golden light to splatter everywhere. The golden-winged rocks flapped their wings and broke through the sky. A large area of distorted space suddenly exploded. Rumble! At this moment, the space rumbled nonstop. A shocking aura erupted and shook the sky. The entire reincarnation, heavenly slaughter formation trembled. The runes were distorted and then shattered. In the end, it actually cracked. The terrifying reincarnation, heavenly slaughter formation, the Great Will sect's sect-protecting formation, was forcefully broken apart. All the experts widened their eyes in disbelief. However, under the terrifying rock's might, they could feel their souls throbbing. The terrifying supremacy's aura pressed down on everyone, regardless of whether they were humans or beasts. They felt like they wanted to kneel down and worship it. The reincarnation, heavenly slaughter formation cracked and exploded just like that. At the same time, the Spirit Heaven Valley's sky slaughter formation was also torn apart by the golden-winged rocks that blotted out the sky. The Sky Snake sect's ancient heavenly serpent was in a stalemate within the formation. However, it only lasted for a short while. Then the golden-winged rocks that blotted out the sky also tore apart the void with their claws. The formation completely exploded. The 3 terrifying formations, the sect-protecting formations of the 3 major factions, were directly destroyed by the 3 golden-winged rocks that blotted out the sky. These 3 terrifying golden-winged rocks used the most powerful and domineering method to destroy the 3 formations. How shocking was this? How tyrannical was this divine might? Rumble, the formation exploded. Heaven and earth rumbled and emitted a Tao sound. It was as if heavenly thunder had exploded and shook the 9 heavens. The terrifying energy shot out like a hurricane that swept in all directions. The shattered runes were endless and swept out like ripples. The formation was destroyed. Within the reincarnation, heavenly slaughter formation, the people who were under the immense pressure were released. The desolate country, profound talisman sect, ancient heavenly sect, and other armies within the ancient heavenly serpent formation and sky slaughter formation were also released. Bang! 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 However, the formation was forcefully destroyed. Under the terrifying shockwaves that swept out, many armies from both sides were affected and their bodies were blown apart. Uft! Uft! Even within the reincarnation heavenly slaughter formation, There were experts who were heavily injured by the shock waves because they wanted to protect their sect's disciples. Golden-winged rocks. Those are real golden-winged rocks. The golden-winged rocks have appeared. The supremacy of the demonic beasts has appeared. On the Great Wheel sect, all the experts looked at the sky. Under the 3 golden-winged rocks that blotted out the sky, all of them had the urge to kneel down. Under the terrifying pressure, the 3 golden-winged rocks that blotted out the sky flapped their wings and circled in the air. They caused the energy of heaven and earth to become chaotic and the world to change. It was as if the space had already been affected by the 3 golden-winged rocks and was already under their control. Roar. In front of the Great Wheel sect, countless demonic beasts, including the dozens of experts from the demonic beast clans with extremely high bloodlines and the savage beasts of Tianhuang mainland, were roaring and prostrating under the 3 golden-winged rocks that blotted out the sky. Looking at the 3 golden-winged rocks, Dongli Chihuang's shocked expression froze. In the lineup of the Great Wheel sect, Spirit Sky Valley and Sky Serpent sect, everyone's faces were filled with misery. It was as if they had been shocked into idiots. On the 3 huge golden-winged rocks, a dazzling golden light spread out in the air. Following that, 3 figures walked out of the golden light. 3 majestic auras filled the air. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. It was 4th Elder Jialo Yi and 5th Elder Jialo Yuantu. There was also an old man with white eyebrows and a beard. The old man was dressed in scholarly robes. His eyes were suffused with a golden glow. He looked around with interest, but it made everyone's soul tremble. These are the experts of the current era. Just a glance was enough to make one's heart palpitate. How could one not be frightened? The golden-winged rocks were supreme, demonic beast clan. Although it was said that in ancient times the demonic beasts in this world were revered by Qilins, dragons, and phoenixes. However, the golden-winged rocks were definitely not inferior to the other 3 clans. In this world, there were even other demonic beasts that were rumored to be able to fight against Qilins, dragons, and phoenixes. However, in this world, there were no longer any traces of Qilins. There were too few powerful demonic beast bloodlines, and no one had ever seen them again. They had disappeared in the river of time. Perhaps in the future, those who were fated would have the chance to see them again. 3rd Elder. Du Xiaofu looked at the old man in scholarly robes. He had just broken through the reincarnation heavenly slaughter formation with an incomparably domineering aura. That was the 3rd Elder of the golden-winged rocks. Du Xiaofu did not expect that not only Jialo Kaling and Jialo Juyu, but even the 3rd Elder had come. Greetings, 3rd Elder. Jialo Kaling, Jialo Juyu, and dozens of other disciples bowed. You dare to touch the young clan leader of the golden-winged rocks? Kill without mercy. The 3rd Elder spoke. He seemed gentle and refined. In the entire golden-winged rocks, his appearance and temperament were the most amiable. However, at this moment, everything was unexpected. At this moment, the 3rd Elder was in the sky. His body was fluctuating with golden light, and his aura was about to explode the surrounding space. Golden light surged in his eyes, and his divine might was unparalleled. Whoosh! Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Jialo Kaling, Jialo Juyu, Jialo Juekong, and Jialo Juyu of the younger generation immediately flew out. Rumble! Everyone exploded with golden light. It was as if golden suns were suspended in the sea of clouds in the sky. Their auras were extremely domineering. Kill without mercy. The eyes of these young men and women from the great golden-winged Peng clan sparkled with golden light. As the golden light from their bodies spread out like the sun, they directly charged towards the experts from the Great Luan sect, Sky Snake sect, and Spirit Heaven Valley. Screech! The figures of the young men and women flew out and gathered. They directly activated the true form of the golden-winged rocks. In an instant, dozens of golden-winged rocks appeared in the sky. They were shining with golden light, and their feathers were sharp. They were powerful, terrifying, mysterious, and domineering. Dozens of Supreme Beast Clan auras spread out in all directions. It enveloped the entire Great Wheel sect. Oh no, they are all golden-winged rocks. Heavens, this world is going to be chaotic. This is the birth of the golden-winged rocks. Young clan leader. So the demon king Du Xiaofu is the young clan leader of the golden-winged rocks. Chapter 1493. Translator. H2DH, 2 Mr. Kill! Du Xiaofu shouted. The formation had been broken. Many of the desolate countries' profound talisman sect's army had been killed. This made Du Xiaofu's killing intent surge out. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu's figure disappeared on the spot. Kill! The 18 heavenly generals, the Ghost Chariot, the Zither Devil, the Violent Bear King, the Phantom Tiger King, the Fire Dragon King, the Silver Blood Leopard King, the Divine Ape King, and the others were already prepared. Their auras surged, and their ferocious auras erupted. They directly attacked the experts from the Great Wheel sect, the Sky Snake sect, and the Spirit Heaven Valley. Kill! Mu Jianqin, Bailey Wuya, and the others, along with the experts of the major forces, also charged out. The experts of the Ancient Heaven sect, Profound Talisman sect, Profound Underworld sect, and Hahuan School didn't fall behind. Kill! Jialo Kaling shouted. Her beautiful figure surged with golden light, and the void trembled. Her every move was like a rock flapping its wings, sweeping in all directions. Golden energy surged, illuminating the void. Jialo Kaling attacked boldly, killing the experts of the Great Luan sect, Sky Snake sect, and Spirit Heaven Valley. Jialo, Jiu, swept across the sky, and no one could stop her. The last sealed domain expert of the Great Luan sect was shocked. He activated a powerful artifact to block Jialo Jiu's attack. Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, the mysterious WYRM king, and the others had all made their moves. All the other domain realm experts also swept out. All the domain realm experts from the various superpowers were enraged when they were trapped by the Heavenly Slaughter formation. Now that the formation was broken, they immediately besieged the domain realm experts from the Great Wheel sect, Spirit Sky Valley, and Sky Serpent sect. The battle on the Great Wheel sect was between the top experts, and it was on the verge of breaking out. In an instant, a buzzing sound could be heard as the surrounding space shook. Roar! The cries of demonic beasts could be heard. Beast souls could be seen, martial veins could be seen, and demonic beasts could be seen activating their bodies. Countless Dharma artifacts and Tao artifacts could be seen. In this kind of battle, dragon, sword, tigers leaped, eagles soared, and shattered the sky. Rumble! This kind of confrontation was too terrifying. The vast and vigorous energy collided, and the space was shattered. The runes in the sky shone with a dazzling radiance. The energy caused all living creatures to be alarmed. There were pitch-black spatial cracks everywhere. Bang, bang, bang! A terrifying aura swept across the sky, and a series of thunderous sounds spread across the sky. Chi! In the blink of an eye, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared above the Sky Snake sect's army. Killing intent surged in his eyes as a white divine light surged around him. Boom! The moment Du Xiaofu's figure appeared, 35 formation flags floated in the space between his hands, causing the space in front of him to distort like a fried dough twist, but the light was resplendent. Do you like to set up formations? Then let's see who can set up more. 8 Gates Universe Formation. When Du Xiaofu shouted, the 35 formation flags in his palm instantly swept into the sky amidst the sound of wind breaking. A talisman formation that was several thousand feet in size appeared above the Sky Snake sect's army, covering the sky and the sun. Boom! The sky suddenly trembled. The terrifying aura that spread out from the formation made the Sky Snake sect's powerhouses, who were besieged on the Great Wheel sect's side, change their expressions. Du Xiaofu had used the Eight Gates universe formation when he faced the dragons. It was an 8-star Nirvana-level talisman formation. It used the Yin Cold Chimin Duanjia, the 8 trigrams, and the 9 palaces of heaven and earth. It contained various magical powers and mysteries, and was condensed by the universe. Once someone was trapped in the 8 Gates universe formation, only the Gate of Life would be able to escape. The 8 Gates universe formation, coupled with the 9 palaces of heaven and earth and the power of the universe, was filled with killing intent and danger. Even if a true martial domain realm powerhouse entered the 4 gates, they would have to pay an absolute price if they wanted to come out. Heavenly Dipper 10,000 killing formation. In the next moment, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared thousands of feet away. 35 formation flags formed in his palm and flew up into the sky. Another talisman formation that was thousands of feet wide appeared above the Sky Snake Sect's army. Boom! The sky in front of them suddenly seemed to collapse. A terrifying aura spread out, and many figures soared into the sky. However, these powerhouses isolated their auras outside the space. Their figures instantly flew up into the sky above the sea of clouds. Gu Yu, Tianfeng, does your ancient sky sect really want to shed all pretenses of cordiality and start a war with us? Hua Shi Lei Shi, your sky snake sect started the war first. You want to kill my ancient sky sect's disciples? Do you think we're dead? Murong Gaing, Wu Ming, why does your dark underworld sect have to get involved in this mess? Lightning Kid, Shahan, everyone knows that your Spirit Sky Valley is colluding with the Great Will sect. Why do you pretend you don't know? Let's see who's the real deal. Tian Fu, Tianhun, you two better think carefully. Is the Dark Talisman sect determined to join forces with the Ancient Sky sect? Haha, you've already formed the Central State Sky Alliance. Can't you see us joining forces? Lei Shi, I defeated you with one move. Today, I, Ru Kuang, am here to fight again. Ru Kuang, you're just a junior. You're not enough. Lei Shi, are you trying to take advantage of your seniority? Is it enough if I join forces with you? Ru Meng, Ru Kuang, you juniors are too presumptuous. Today, I'll make you regret it. Lei Shi, old man, stop trying to scare others. Pray for your sky snake sect. Rumble! Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. The sky was about to collapse. It was a shocking battle between experts who had appeared out of nowhere. Their battle isolated the space, and they had a tacit understanding not to affect the army below. Ordinary martial domain realm cultivators did not have the qualifications to interfere in their battle. Ru Meng and Ru Kuang are here. Morong Gaing is here too. The hidden powerhouses of the Dark Underworld sect are here too. Du Xiaofu stared at the sky, listening to the sounds of the terrifying battle. That was the sound of peak experts from the various sects secretly coming here. The terrifying powerhouses instantly clashed. It was the most intense battle. Fire Dragon Burning Sky Array, Frost Killing Array, Earth Fiend Soul Splitting Array, Thousand Beast Sky Killing Array. After that, Du Xiaofu didn't hesitate at all. His figure shuttled forward again as he shouted. In an unbelievably fast time, several 8-star Nirvana level arrays were set up by Du Xiaofu and thrown into the army of the Central State Sky Alliance. With Du Xiaofu's current cultivation, setting up an 8-star Nirvana level array was a piece of cake. However, the 8-star Nirvana level array was a nightmare for the army of the Central State Sky Alliance. Du Xiaofu had the intention to kill and had come to collect the blood debt. The Sky Serpent sect, Spirit Sky Valley, Great Wheel sect, and the other sinister array had completely infuriated Du Xiaofu. He was ready to kill. Rumble, 6 8-star Nirvana talisman formations were thrown into the Heavenly Alliance's army in the Central Plains instantly. Tens of millions of Heavenly Alliance's army were immediately bound and trapped. Countless people's eyes were filled with shock. It was too late for them to escape, and they were immediately trapped. The Heavenly Alliance's army of the Central Plains sucked in a breath of cold air. Their hair stood on end as miserable cries rang out. The army of the desolate country and its allies who were trapped in the array were not killed. Under Du Xiaofu's control, there would be no bloodshed. So many Nirvana-level array. This is too abnormal. Seeing Du Xiaofu instantly throw out 6 8-star Nirvana-killing formations, which covered the vast space and covered the tens of millions of Central Plains Sky Alliance troops, the experts from the Immeasurable Sect and the Intelligent Sword Sect, who were watching the commotion from the Great Will Sect, all sucked in a breath of cold air. 6 8-star Nirvana-killing arrays were instantly set up. Without a martial domain realm expert working together, it would be impossible to break them. No matter how large the army of the Central State Sky Alliance was, it would not be enough. Clearly, the experts of the Immeasurable Sect and the Intelligent Sword Sect did not expect that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was not only a terrifying martial Dao expert, but also a terrifying talisman master. Even a sealed domain Realm 9-star talisman master would find it difficult to throw out so many 8-star Nirvana-killing arrays. Throwing out Nirvana-killing arrays, one by one, was simply too abnormal. What's wrong? You want to break the array? Stay here. Weren't your ancient Heavenly Serpent array and Sky-killing array pretty good? Now it's your turn. There was a loud shout in the sky that seemed to be breaking apart. Clearly, it was the 6 Nirvana-killing arrays that Du Xiaofu had set up. Even the experts in the Sea of Clouds were alarmed. The experts of the Sky Serpent Sect and the Spirit Sky Valley wanted to interfere with setting up the array, but they were immediately stopped by the experts of the Ancient Heaven Sect, the Profound Underworld Sect, and the Profound Talisman Sect. However, this was not the end. The sacred array Child Zhen Qingchen appeared in the army of the Central State Sky Alliance. Since you like to play with arrays, I'll play with you. Zhen Qingchen appeared in the army of the Central State Sky Alliance and threw the mysterious pagoda in his hand into the sky. As Zhen Qingchuan's hand seals were formed, 66 light pillars shot out from the mysterious pagoda in the sky. Boom! When the 66 light pillars shot down, the heavens and the earth trembled and turned into a vast expanse. The spatial energy was boiling. In the end, the mysterious energy of the heavens and the earth formed a terrifying array. It landed around the Great Wheel Sect's mountain gate and enveloped an area of countless miles. Oh no, retreat! The experts of the Great Wheel Sect, who were closer to the array, immediately retreated. The terrifying power of the array was comparable to the ancient Heavenly Serpent array of the Profound Underworld Sect and the Sky-killing array of the Spirit Sky Valley. Retreat! Around the Great Wheel Sect, the Martial Domain Realm and Beast Domain Realm experts, who were fighting fiercely, didn't dare to be trapped by the formation at this moment and immediately retreated explosively. Boom! The array that Zhen Qingchen had set up was completely formed, and it still covered many martial domain realm experts. In an instant, the space around the terrifying array collapsed. The light was so bright that it was difficult to see clearly. There was an endless amount of blood, qi, gushing out from the array, as if it was a sea of blood. This is the 6-wheel blood-killing array. This terrifying array has appeared once again. Among the Immeasurable Sect's experts who were retreating, an old monk looked at the terrifying array and felt a chill in his heart. Martial Uncle, what is the origin of this 6-wheel blood-killing array? Ninefold Spirit asked. His eyes flickered as he also felt the terrifying aura of the array. It is one of the most terrifying killing arrays in the world. It is extremely murderous and incomparably bloody. It is rumored that it is ranked 9th among the top 10 killing arrays in the world. Back then, countless ancient experts were rumored to have died in it. The old monk's heart trembled as he said, "Right now, this 6-wheels blood-killing formation should only be at the level of a 9-star sealed region. However, what is terrifying is not the 6-wheels blood-killing formation at the level of a 9-star sealed region. It is that this six wheels, blood-killing formation can devour the energy of the living beings within the formation for its own use and become stronger together with the formation's controller. When the time comes, it will be strong enough to kill the most powerful cultivators in the world. The six-wheel blood-killing array is actually so terrifying. Upon hearing this, Ninefold Spirit could not help but feel frightened. It was extremely murderous and incomparably bloody. It could even devour the energy of the dead and strengthen the array holder. How could such a terrifying six-wheel blood-killing array not be terrifying? Array Sage Child Jinqingchen is only at the 9-star initial stage, right? He is actually able to set up the 9-star sealing realm-killing array. He is indeed a powerful array master. The old monk exclaimed again. The six-wheel blood-killing array was activated. Murderous aura surged and the runes shone brightly. It was like a terrifying whirlpool of the heavens and the earth, swallowing everything in all directions. Blood-red fog filled the heavens and the earth. It circulated with an ominous aura that corroded one's soul. In an instant, the army of the Sky Alliance in Central Region screamed and wailed. Some martial honored realm experts from the Great Luan Sect and Ling Tian Valley who could not escape in time were swallowed and destroyed like ants. Even the half-domain and true domain realm experts from the Great Luan Sect, Sky Snake Sect, and Ling Tian Valley who were trapped screamed and wailed. Their eyes were filled with fear before they were swallowed and disappeared. The allies who were trapped in the six-wheel blood-killing array were then sent out under the control of Array Sage Child Jinqingchen. They had used up some of their spiritual energy and dark qi, but they were unharmed. What a terrifying array! At this moment, Du Xiaofu looked at the frightening killing formation that Jinqingchen had activated and sucked in a breath of cold air. He was a little frightened. Compared to this, the few great formations that he had thrown out were somewhat insufficient. Some time ago, Big Brother Jinqingchen had said that he wanted to refine something. Du Xiaofu guessed that it should be related to this terrifying killing array. The six-wheel blood-killing array was a peerless killing array. Not only were the people trapped in the array suppressed and killed, but the people around the array were also swallowed. The 6 Nirvana Talisman arrays that Du Xiaofu had set up were killing the army of the Sky Alliance in Central Region. However, they were not as many as the 6-wheel blood-killing array that Jinqingchen had set up. Ah, save me! Elder, save me! In the army of the Sky Alliance in Central Region, screams and wails were mixed together. It was like the sound of a demon from hell, which made one's hair stand on end. Use the array to break the array and protect yourself. In the army of the Sky Snake Sect, Ling Tian Valley, and Great Lun Sect, there were experts who shouted. Some talisman array masters took action and quickly set up the array. Kill! Du Xiaofu's figure appeared and moved unpredictably. He was as fast as lightning. Wherever he passed, the talisman array masters who had not finished setting up the array were destroyed. Bang, bang! The array that had just been set up was immediately destroyed by Du Xiaofu. Kill! On the Great Will Sect side, the forces from Shangzhou and the Desolate Country, as well as the experts from the Beast region, the savage beast experts from the Tianhuan continent, and the experts from the Hahuan sect all joined the army. They took the lead in attacking the experts and extraordinary young people of the Heaven Alliance's army in the Central Continent. They also took the lead in breaking some of the small formations that the Heaven Alliance had successfully set up. In an instant, a terrifying massacre began. It was definitely a nightmare for the Sky Alliance in Central Region. The experts of the Sky Alliance in Central Region went all out. They used their Dharma weapons, Tao weapons, martial veins, and pulse spirits. They were all going all out. However, they could not withstand the terrifying siege at this moment. Moreover, they were only weaker than their peers. They did not have any advantage. Rumble! Wherever the younger generation of the Du family passed, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It shook the void and dazzling talisman scripts exploded. These extraordinary young experts of the Du family channeled the thunderclouds and occupied the sky. They poured down the power of lightning and killed in all directions. Even the experts of the older generation of the Sky Alliance and Central Region were killed by Du Shui, and the others. This terrifying massacre made the blood of the disciples of the desolate country, ancient heaven sect and profound talisman sect boil with excitement. They were taking revenge on the long river in Central Region. They were taking revenge for their fellow sect members who had died in the river. Chapter 1494. Within a short period of time, the Great Lewin sect was in chaos. Experts from all sides were fighting each other. The battlefield of martial domain realm experts was even more shocking. The Great Lewin sect, Sky Snake sect, and Spirit Sky Valley sent out all their true experts this time. There were at least 10 to 20 martial domain realm experts from each mountain sect. These domain realm experts were usually in seclusion or traveling around Kyushu to comprehend the heavens and earth in order to improve themselves. They were the reason why these huge mountain sects were not able to do so. As long as they were here, the mountain sects would be able to stand tall. The ordinary people of the 9 prefectures didn't know how deep the heritage of the 9 great forces was. To the ordinary people of the 9 prefectures, an expert of the domain realm was a legendary existence. Countless people wouldn't have the chance to see one in their lifetime. At this moment, the 3 mountain sects of the Middle State Heavenly Alliance had about 50 to 60 domain realm experts. In addition, there were martial domain realm experts among the various large and small forces that had sided with the Middle State Heavenly Alliance. There were no less than 10 of them. However, compared to the reinforcements from the desolate country, the domain realm experts of the Middle State Heavenly Alliance were still suppressed. It was difficult for them to even escape. Seeing the armies of their respective mountain sects being slaughtered, the domain realm experts of the Middle State Heavenly Alliance could not even take care of themselves. They could not help but be enraged and fight. However, in the end, they could only be suppressed and trampled. Dongli Chihuang was also fighting. His opponent was none other than Du Shaoqing, who had activated her true body. The Baifeng divine bird was surrounded by a sea of green and red flames, trapping Dongli Chihuang within. Du Shaoqing used her remarkable ability to suppress Dongli Chihuang and burn him to ashes. However, although Dongli Chihuang was severely injured, he appeared to be very calm under Du Shaoqing's suppression. He allowed the raging flames to burn him, but they could not do anything to him. Dongli Qi had the protection of the Nirvana Sovereign Qi, so he could suppress Du Shaoqing. Are you the Nirvana Sovereign? I can use you to train myself. Jialo Juekong urged the huge body of the golden-winged Great Peng to join the battle. Jialo Juekong's target was Dongli Chihuang. He wanted to use Dongli Chihuang's strength and talent to temper his own path of cultivation. With his nirvana cultivation, Jialo Juekong was able to challenge a nirvana supremacy. He was indeed worthy of being one of the peak younger generation of the golden-winged Great Peng clan. Under the combined attacks of Jialo Juekong and Du Shaoqing, Dongli Chihuang's supreme nirvana was also blocked. Sima Taxing Star, Nanli Hun, Fairy Yu, Purple Tianzuan, Venerable Golden Rock, Su Mushin, Desolation Leopard, and the others were all attacking with all their might. Jialo Juyu and the others from the golden-winged Great Rocks, Diyu and Du Shui from the Du clan, were now shuttling through the battlefield. They were all challenging and killing those of a higher level. At the same level, it was difficult for anyone to be a match for Jialo Juyu and Diyu. They could instantly kill their peers from the middle ground Heavenly Alliance like ants. The legendary golden-winged Great Peng clan is truly terrifying. They live up to the legends. They can sweep through anyone at the same level. In the distance, an expert from the intellect, sword sect side. When the golden-winged Great Peng clan attacked, no one could stop them. Those youngsters from the Du clan are too terrifying. They all have terrifying lightning martial veins. They can look down on their peers. killing opponents of a higher level is nothing difficult. In the Boundless sect, several old monks were shocked. They sighed with emotion at the Du clan. Those Yao beasts from the Beast region are also terrifying. They're about to wipe out the core forces of the Middle Ground Heavenly Alliance. The experts from the Shindu Gate were shocked by the Ghost Chariot, Phantom Tiger King, and Ape God King. These terrifying Yao beasts were simply slaughtering their way through. Blood stained the surrounding land. Rumble! The battle shook heaven and earth. There were even sealed domain realm cultivators attacking each other. A sealed domain realm expert from the Sky Snake sect was actually blocking Du Xiaoyao. However, despite his sealed domain realm cultivation and the activation of a treasure, he couldn't do anything to Du Xiaoyao, who had activated her red bone horse monkey body. The more he fought, the more frightened he became. He was increasingly afraid of Du Xiaoyao. Jialo Juyu was also being blocked by a sealed domain realm expert with a treasured sword. Jialo Juyu activated his true body and released a terrifying aura. He didn't fear the sealed domain realm expert at all, forcing him to retreat step by step. Everyone from the Middle Ground Heavenly Alliance, retreat. Hurry! From the depths of the Great Wheel sect's voice, for figures shot out like lightning. They descended once more, their radiance dazzling as if divine light had descended from the heavens. They called for the Middle Ground Heavenly Alliance experts to retreat. They were 4 old men. Their weathered faces looked as if they'd been baptized by the passage of time for 10,000 years. Their auras were powerful and terrifying. As soon as the 4 old men appeared, they immediately released a boundless pressure that pushed back many martial domain realm experts. When the 4 old men forcefully intervened in the battle, many experts from the Ancient Heaven sect, Profound Talisman sect, and Profound Underworld sect coughed up blood the moment they touched them. The ancestors have come out. Kill them! The Great Will sect experts were being suppressed to the point that they couldn't breathe. When they saw the 4 old men appear, it was as if they'd been injected with a cardiac stimulant. They fought with all their might and closed in on the 4 old men. As soon as the 4 old men appeared, their terrifying auras spread through the void, affecting the domain realm cultivators of the various major factions. They trembled under the aura for no reason. The desolate country's domain realm experts were affected by the trembling aura and were slightly delayed. This allowed the experts from the Sky Alliance of the Central Plains to seize the opportunity to close in on the 4 old men with all their might. Dongli Chihuang also retreated, not bothering with Du Xiaoqing and Jialo Juekong. At this moment, Dongli Chihuang's golden hair was disheveled. His face was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with resentment and anger. The battle on the Great Wheel sect's side paused slightly. However, in a short period of time, several domain realm cultivators of the Middle Ground Heavenly Alliance had been severely injured. A few of their physical bodies had been destroyed, but their primordial spirits had escaped. On the desolate countryside, only 2 domain realm cultivators had been severely injured by the desolate country's opponents. The other domain realm cultivators were injured, but their injuries weren't serious. 4 terrifying experts. When the 4 experts arrived, Du Xiaofu, who was killing the martial honorables of the various major factions in the Middle Ground Heavenly Alliance, sensed the 4 terrifying auras with his sharp, primordial spirit. At least 2 of them aren't weaker than Morong Gaiing. They are the ancestors of the Great Wheel sect, the true foundation of the Great Wheel sect. After Du Xiaofu had crushed dozens of Middle Ground Heavenly Alliance experts, he stood in midair and no one dared to approach him. He was shocked when he saw the 4 auras from the Great Wheel sect. The aura spread out, causing people to tremble. It could even freeze the void. The foundation that the Great Wheel sect had accumulated over the years was indeed terrifying. Du Xiaofu secretly sensed that the other 2 elders had powerful auras as well. They were definitely not ordinary martial domains. You have finally come out. 5th Elder Jialo Yuantu, who was high up in the sky, spoke. After the 4 elders arrived, he didn't hesitate. He immediately struck out with his hand, causing golden light to explode. It was overbearing and powerful. A golden handprint condensed and formed. As it rumbled and trembled in the air, it destroyed the space. With a terrifying pressure, it directly slapped towards the 4 old men. Under the terrifying aura, all the domain realm cultivators of the Middle Ground Heavenly Alliance trembled in fear. This expert from the golden-winged great rocks was actually so powerful that they felt that they didn't even have the strength to fight back. Golden-winged rock clan. Do you think that the Great Will sect is easy to bully? Aren't you afraid of Kyushu? One of the 4 elders shouted. Did the golden-winged rock clan think that the Great Will sect was an ant? The Great Will sect was a great sect that had been passed down for a long time. They couldn't be looked down upon. At the same time, the elder waved his hand and activated a secret technique. It turned into an endless light mist and runes that illuminated the sky above the Great Wheel sect. It blocked the golden light palm print of 5th Elder Jallo Yuantu. Bang! Bang! However, the collision shattered a large area of the void. The elder was directly knocked down by Jallo Yuantu and staggered back. Bang! Almost at the same time, 4th Elder Jallo Yi also struck out. His red hair fluttered in the wind, and his skinny body exploded with endless power. Another elder of the Great Will sect rushed out. His aura wasn't weaker than Morong Gying's. He collided with Elder Jallo Yi. Bang! However, in the end, 4th Elder Jallo Yi slapped the elder to the ground. The place where he landed cracked and exploded. Rumble! The instant the 4 of them exchanged blows, 2 mountains in the Great Will sect had already collapsed. The cracks on the ground spread into the distance. How can they be so strong? The ancestor is at a disadvantage. The expressions of the domain realm experts in the Great Wheel sect changed. They were shocked and enraged. How terrifying were the 2 golden-winged rocks. Even the 2 old ancestors were at a disadvantage after just one move. At this moment, the domain realm experts in the Heaven Alliance of the Central State were also afraid. If the 2 experts of the Golden-Winged Rock clan had attacked them, they would have been killed in one blow. Fortunately, the experts of the Golden-Winged Rock clan were very self-conscious and didn't bother to attack them. That's Ancestor Ming Su and Ancestor Dao Su of the Great Wheel sect. They have lived for thousands of years. I didn't expect them to still be alive. However, they couldn't defeat the experts of the Golden-Winged Rock clan. An elder who was watching the battle from afar revealed the identities of the 2 elders who had been suppressed by Elder Jallo Yi and Elder Jallo Yuantu. They were the 2 ancestors of the Great Wheel sect. Some people thought that they had passed away, but they didn't expect them to still be alive and well. Quick! Asked the ancestor to wake up. Today is a crisis for the survival of the Great Wheel sect. It doesn't matter if it affects the seclusion of the ancient clan. The one who had just been forced back by Elder Jallo Yi was Ancestor Ming Su of the Great Wheel sect. His face was pale, and he looked at Elder Jallo Yi with shock and anger. He immediately spoke without hesitation, wanting to ask the ancient ancestor to wake up. They couldn't resist the 2 experts of the Golden-Winged Rock clan. If the other expert attacked, they wouldn't even have a chance to protect themselves. Today was a crisis for the survival of the Great Wheel sect. They could only ask the ancestor to come out. Ancestor, is the terrifying existence of the Great Wheel sect still alive? Far away from the battlefield, among the immeasurable sect, the Hui Sword sect and the other forces, the oldest elder's face suddenly changed. Ancestor, please wake up and kill the enemies of the Great Wheel sect. In an instant, the remaining 2 elders from the Great Wheel sect, who were the last to descend, rushed out simultaneously. A drop of strange green essence, blood, appeared in each of their hands. The blood essence was crystal clear and shining. It was filled with runes. The 2 elders immediately formed hand seals. The experts of the Great Wheel sect knelt down as if they were performing a mysterious ritual. The ritual was very strange. It emitted a mysterious power that made Fairy Sima Taxing, Jalo Juekong, Desolation Leopard, and the others feel something. They didn't dare to stop it. Suppress. However, Jalo Yuentu and Elder Jalo Yu didn't have any scruples. They ignored the mysterious ritual of the Great Will Sect and continued to attack the two ancestors of the Great Will Sect, Ming Su and Dao Su. Golden light burst out. The sacred light was dazzling and shrouded the sky. The four terrifying experts fought together. The void shattered in the sky, making it difficult for the primordial spirit to see through. Rumble. The surrounding people could only see the shadow of the great golden-winged rock in the sky. The sacred light illuminated the world. Various mighty forces distorted the void and shattered the sky. The sky was filled with pitch-black spatial cracks. Occasionally, dazzling runes would shoot down. It was so dazzling that even the experts of the domain realm didn't dare to look at it directly. The third elder stood with his hands behind his back. After breaking the Great Wheel Sect's reincarnation, heavenly slaughter formation, he didn't have any intention of fighting. However, he was looking at the depths of the Great Will Sect. At this moment, the green blood essence in the hands of the two elders turned into runes. It emitted a dazzling radiance and flew up into the sky. This blood essence emanated a dazzling radiance that overlapped with each other like ripples, and it carried a divine and dignified aura as it descended from the sky, causing the experts in the surroundings to feel their souls tremble for some unknown reason. At this moment, a void that was difficult to see with the naked eye appeared in the depths of the Great Wheel Sect. It was mysterious and ancient, as if it was isolated from the world. If it wasn't for the blood essence calling out to them, they wouldn't have discovered its existence. Chapter 1495. Walala! In the depths of the Great Lewin Sect, divine light descended from the sky. Mysterious runes fluctuated and flowed with many mysteries. A pleasant sound wave resonated with time and space, shaking the heavens and the earth. It's him. I didn't expect that terrifying existence from the legends to still be alive in the Great Lewin Sect. He didn't pass away like the rumors said. The old monk in front of the immeasurable sect was shocked. He seemed to know many secrets of the Great Lewin Sect. There were also many elders in the Huijian Sect and Shindu Gate who looked solemn. Oh no, that legendary existence is still alive. He didn't pass away or die. Sima Ta-Shing, Nanli Hun, and the others looked solemn. The divine light fluctuated and turned into ripples. It was like a soft cloud that spread across the sky. It affected the space-time for no reason and caused the entire space-time to quietly distort. What a terrifying expert! When the terrifying aura filled the heavens and the earth, Du Xiaofu's mind suddenly trembled. He suddenly looked towards the depths of the Great Lewin Sect. From the mysterious place, a vast fluctuation swept out in all directions. Within the fluctuation of the divine light, the space-time trembled. The aura made people feel that the light was incomparably gentle and comfortable. However, the origin spirit also trembled at the same time. There was a hair-raising feeling. Who is that? What a terrifying aura. I can't resist it. My Xian Qi has been frozen, and my soul has been suppressed. The army that was in the midst of a bloody battle also paused at this moment. The terrifying aura affected the space-time of the heavens and the earth. Under many shocked gazes, a giant figure that was thousands of feet tall emerged from the divine light in the depths of the Great Lewin Sect. The giant figure was like a god that had descended from the heavens. The giant figure was covered in divine light. It was hazy and gave people the feeling that a god had descended to the world. When the giant figure appeared, it was ancient as if it had existed for tens of thousands of years. A pair of resplendent seven-colored eyes were like two twinkling stars that overlooked the world. An expert, a terrifying expert. Du Xiaofu was shocked. The expert was too terrifying. It seemed to have come from the ancient times. Just the pressure that appeared had affected the heavens and the earth, causing the formation that he had set up to crack. Ka-ka! In an instant, the 6 formations that Du Xiaofu had set up began to crack under the invisible pressure before shattering. Du Xiaofu didn't even feel that power. Noiselessly, the 6 great arrays exploded and shattered runes blossomed. PFFF! Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of pale golden blood, and the charm array was quietly and forcefully destroyed. As the person who set up the formation, Du Xiaofu was immediately affected. Fortunately, setting up the 6-sitting Nirvana Talisman Array was not a big deal for Du Xiaofu at the moment. Therefore, Du Xiaofu did not suffer too much damage. Zhan Qingquan's 6-wheel blood-killing array was also shaking, as if it was being crushed by some invisible force. Boom! However, a mysterious pagoda floated in the sky, emitting an ancient pressure and emitting the sound of wind and thunder. It protected the 6 wheels blood-killing formation, preventing it from shattering immediately. In the depths of the Great Lun Sect, the huge hazy figure's eyes rippled for the first time, and a soft exclamation was heard. The ancient ancestor has come out of seclusion. Among the experts of the Great Lun Sect, an elder trembled, and his voice was choked with emotion. Only they knew about the existence of the ancient ancestor, and they knew how powerful and terrifying he was. Dongli Chihuang smiled, looking at the awakened figure in the depths of the Great Lun Sect, looking at the terrifying lineup around Du Xiaofu, and said in a gloomy voice, "Those who can't change the outcome can all die. Ancient ancestor, kill those invaders and show the might of our Great Lun Sect." In the Great Lun Sect, the elders knelt and prayed, begging the ancient ancestor to kill all the invaders. "I've heard of you, but I didn't expect you to still be alive. Do you want to break the boundary by sacrificing your life to preserve your essence, blood, and upgrade?" Suddenly, a voice was heard, accompanied by a dazzling golden light. The 3rd elder, who had not made a move, moved and slowly walked into the sky. However, at this moment, the 3rd elder's small figure caused the sky to tremble with every step he took. The golden light on his body became more and more dazzling, and the mysterious runes on his body fluctuated. It was as if there was an invisible shadow of a huge golden-winged rock that flapped its wings and circled in the sky. At this moment, the 3rd elder looked like a golden overlord that was walking across the sky. For tens of thousands of years, I've focused on comprehending the Tao, and I've comprehended a little, but I still can't break it. The huge figure's voice was indistinct, and the surroundings began to fluctuate with divine light, turning into countless shocking phenomena. It was as if there were countless shadows of living beings surrounding the area, making the huge figure look like a real god. The resplendent 7-colored eyes looked at the 3rd elder, and a violent fluctuation appeared for the 2nd time. He said, "Golden Winged Rock Race, are you going to announce that you've come out?" "We're not coming out." The 3rd elder spoke with a calm voice. It seemed less domineering, but it was restrained. The golden light fluctuated and became more and more resplendent. After a dozen steps, the golden light in the surroundings shone brightly, as if a golden sun was in the sky. He looked at the so-called ancestor of the Great Lun Sect and said, "The Great Lun Sect touched my people, so you should come out. Even if your original master's race is still here, he won't be able to protect you today." "Is that so?" The huge figure was still very calm, and the divine light became more and more dazzling. On the surface of his body, the strange phenomena became clearer. 10,000 spirits were revolving around him, and he was filled with an ancient and boundless aura. He said to the 3rd elder, "The Golden Winged Rock Race is very domineering, and you are very strong. I've comprehended something over the years, so let's fight up there and verify it." The huge figure's voice was calm, but at this moment it was not difficult for everyone to hear that he wanted to fight. He wanted to fight the strongest member of the Golden Winged Rock Race. "All right then, let's fight up there." The 3rd elder nodded his head. His scholarly robe shook, and he stomped his foot on the void. His figure instantly soared into the sky and disappeared. However, just as the third elder stomped his foot, a majestic and vast energy swept out from his foot silently. It spread across the sky and rushed into the great Lewin sect. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a large number of mountains in the great Lewin sect cracked, and ancient buildings collapsed, revealing ravines on the ground. Uft, puffed. There were experts of the great Lewin sect who vomited mouthfuls of blood under the invisible, crushing force. The expert of the golden-winged rock race is taking revenge on the ancestor of the great Lewin sect for attacking Du Xiaofu. This is a warning. The golden-winged rock race is indeed domineering. The surrounding experts trembled. They could see that the expert of the golden-winged rock race was taking revenge on the ancestor of the great Lewin sect for breaking Du Xiaofu's array. Therefore, he also attacked the nest of the great Lewin sect. This was a form of revenge by the expert of the golden-winged rock race, and also a warning to the ancestor of the great Lewin sect. At their level, they should not casually interfere with the matters of the younger generation. Otherwise, once the experts of both sides interfered, it would be a disaster and no one would be able to gain an advantage. Although both sides were in a great battle and would not rest until one side was dead, the situation was critical. However, until the final moment of life and death, the strongest experts of both sides still maintained a tacit understanding that they had to abide by. Once the strongest experts of both sides interfered, it would be a complete disaster. The loser would be completely defeated, and even their spiritual souls would be completely destroyed. As for the winner, it would not be any better. The ancestor of the great Lewin sect looked at the third elder of the golden-winged rock race who had disappeared into the sky. For the third time his eyes flickered, and there seemed to be some displeasure in them. However, they soon calmed down. Chi. Following behind the third elder of the golden-winged rock race, the huge figure also swept into the depths of the sky and disappeared. Rumble! Immediately after, the depths of the sky trembled, and rays of light burst out. From the depths of the sea of clouds, a terrifying aura erupted. It was as if two peerless experts were having an earth-shattering collision. However, the collision occurred in the depths of the sky, and no one could see it. It was obvious that the ancestor of the great Lewin sect and the expert of the golden-winged rock race did not want to plunge everyone into misery and suffering. At their level, if they were to fight below, just a single ripple would be enough to cause calamity to the billions of people inside and outside the great Lewin sect, and turn the great Lewin sect into an abyss of ruins. Therefore, they tacitly chose to fight above. At their level, what they comprehended was the Tao, and what they cultivated was the body. Killing more people would increase the danger of their bodies and souls in the future. They also did not want both sides to suffer and be destroyed. The two peak experts were fighting in the depths of the sky. When everyone looked up, they could only see a terrifying aura surging in the sky. Divine light shrouded the sky, and golden light shot out. Vaguely, there was a supreme aura in the depths of the sky that looked down on the world. It was as if something terrifying would fall from the 9 heavens at any time. It caused people's hearts to tremble, and any muffled sound would make people's hearts jump. Du Xiaofu also inclined his head and stared at the sky. That was a battle between peak experts. The awakened expert from the Great Will sect didn't seem to be any weaker than the 3 elders. This caused Du Xiaofu's heart to turn heavy. Du Xiaofu had never underestimated the Great Lewin sect. When he was in the Ancient Heaven sect, Du Xiaofu heard the tone of his senior brother, Sima taxing. Back then, it was not difficult for him to know that the Great Lewin sect was definitely not simple. Their foundation was so deep that even the Ancient Heaven sect could not see through it. Although Du Xiaofu was prepared, seeing so many experts appear in the Great Lewin sect, especially the awakened ancient ancestor whose aura was clearly stronger than the 4th elder, gave Du Xiaofu a huge shock. If it was not for the 3rd elder's arrival this time, the situation would not be so good. Du Xiaofu had thought a lot about going to the Great Lewin sect this time. With the current strength of the desolate country and the world society, going to the Great Lun sect was not a wise choice, even with the help of the ancient Heaven sect. However, he had to take revenge. Although the desolate country and the world society did not have the foundation of the Great Lun sect and the Sky Serpent sect, Du Xiaofu knew that if he did not show his stance after returning this time, no one would take the desolate country and the world society seriously in the future. This time, with his return, the entire central continent was probably waiting to see his stance. Concealing one's strength and biding one's time was the most important thing for the desolate country and the world society. With the talent of the Du family's disciples who had awakened their martial veins and the help of countless talented people around them, perhaps 1,000 years later, they would have the strength to go against the Great Lun sect. Within 1,000 years, Du Xiaofu felt that he should be able to reach a new height that he could only look up to now. However, 1,000 years was too long. There were too many things that could not be waited for 1,000 years. Legalism had separated his family, tricked him into opening his chest and digging out his heart, and the devil religion had captured his master. Du Xiaofu could not wait for 1,000 years. Du Xiaofu wanted to build his own wealthy family to go against all of these. He could grow while concealing his strength and biding his time. He could also sing loudly and step out while conquering the world. These were two paths, two choices. Without a doubt, without the great golden-winged rocks behind him, Du Xiaofu could only choose to bide his time and bide his time so that he could rise in 1,000 years. Chapter 1496. Without that strength, they could only seek for a sliver of opportunity in order to rise up. However, with the golden-winged Great Rock clan behind them, everything would be different. Du Xiaofu had never thought of using the golden-winged Great Rock clan to deal with the Great Lun sect, but he could take advantage of the situation. If he could not even deal with the Great Lun sect, how could he fight against legalism and devil religion in the future? As for relying on the golden-winged Great Rock clan, Du Xiaofu himself was now the young clan leader of the golden-winged Great Rock clan. How could he rely on his own clan? Du Xiaofu looked around. The 6 great formations had been broken, and countless Sky Alliance troops had been rescued. However, the 6 formations had already killed many of the Heavenly Alliance's troops in the central province. Du Xiaofu's eyes rippled as he looked at the battlefield. Experts like Meng Ruquang were fighting in the air, while the Third Elder and the Great Lun sect ancestor were fighting in the sky. That kind of battle would ultimately affect the entire battle. The most important thing was the battle between the Third Elder and the Great Lun sect ancestor. The final victory or defeat between the two of them would be the final outcome of the battle. Massacre the Great Lun sect. In the next moment, golden light shot out from Du Xiaofu's eyes. In the battle between the Third Elder and the revived Great Lun sect ancestor, this was the last chance to massacre the Great Lun sect. When the final result was out, he would lose the chance to massacre the Great Lun sect. Kill. Almost at the same time in the Great Lun sect, other than the 2 ancestors, Ming Su and Dao Su, the other 2 extraordinary old men who had started the ceremony shouted in unison. They seemed to have the same idea as Du Xiaofu. They wanted to kill the invaders as soon as possible, while the experts of the Golden-Winged Great Rock clan were fighting with the Great Lun sect ancestor. Once the battle in the sky was over, it would be too late to take action. Chi La! The strength of the 2 old men was definitely not at the ordinary domain realm. After the battle cry sounded, one of the old men immediately pounced towards Du Xiaofu. The other one pounced towards the sacred array child, Zhen Qingchen. The 2 of them wanted to kill Du Xiaofu, who was the leader, as well as Zhen Qingchen, who was killing the Heavenly Alliance's army with the 6-wheel blood-killing formation. They wanted to break the formation by force. Boom! The speed of these 2 frightening experts was extremely fast. In an instant, they appeared in front of Du Xiaofu and Zhen Qingchen with a mighty aura. That mighty power was no small matter. It was not something that an ordinary person could block or stop. Be careful! The surrounding experts shouted. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air for Du Xiaofu and Zhen Qingchen. Their eyes filled with fear. It's a grand domain realm, cultivator. Xiaofu, retreat. Zhen Qingchuan's expression changed as he shouted a warning to Du Xiaofu. In an instant, he hid inside his 6 wheels blood-killing array. Du Xiaofu had already retreated, but the terrifying power had sealed the space. Carefree steps, rock of 10,000 miles. Du Xiaofu used the carefree steps and rock of 10,000 miles to forcefully retreat in this space. Under that terrifying power, Du Xiaofu did not think of resisting. He was no match for them, so he could only escape. Is that the carefree steps? Seeing that Du Xiaofu was retreating in his sealed space, the old man was very surprised. At the same time, he was also surprised by the carefree steps that Du Xiaofu had just used. Rumble, not far away, the earth and mountains shook, and the blood aura fluctuated in the sky. The other old man attacked Zhen Qingchuan's 6 wheels blood-killing array, shaking it so much that it was on the verge of collapse. However, in the end, he was unable to forcefully break it open. Just as the terrifying 6-ring blood-killing array cracked open, blood-colored symbols immediately surged out and automatically repaired it. This caused the old man's expression to become extremely gloomy and ugly. So what if you're a grand domain realm cultivator? My 6 wheels blood-killing array is not so easy to break. Zhen Qingchuan's curses and provocations came from within the 6 wheels blood-killing array. A grand domain realm expert is so terrifying. Hearing Zhen Qingchuan's words, many people's eyes trembled. How many of the people present could step foot into the grand domain realm? Most people in this world had never even heard of that level. Humph! The old man snorted, his eyes gloomy. His every move carried a vast aura as he attacked the 6 wheels blood-killing array again. For this old man, the 6 wheels blood-killing array was a ferocious array, so he did not even think about breaking it. Even a talisman master would not be able to break it, let alone him. He could only break it by force. Kid, you seem to be extraordinary, but you can still go to hell. The old man who had attacked Du Xiaofu immediately attacked Du Xiaofu again. A huge palm print descended like a divine light, causing a large area of space to distort as it slammed down on Du Xiaofu. Boom! Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared around the terrifying palm print. That vast aura collapsed. At this moment, the old man increased the strength of the spatial seal, making it difficult for Du Xiaofu to move. When that terrifying aura descended, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit felt an absolute sense of danger. At this critical juncture, the palm print had already descended as fast as lightning. Du Xiaofu had no time to think. At this moment, he could only hide in the purple thunder profound cauldron. With the purple thunder profound cauldron's mysterious defense, it should be able to protect him. Between exposing the purple thunder profound cauldron and dodging the attack, Du Xiaofu naturally chose the former, bullying the young with the old. The Great Luen sect is really like a crooked stick. It's all hereditary. Suddenly, at this moment, a loud shout was heard. A figure wrapped in yellow lightning came across the sky. As this figure came, the surrounding lightning fluctuated. Electric arcs wreaked havoc. An entire world was affected by the lightning. The yellow lightning contained destruction and swept towards the old man in an overwhelming manner. The terrifying destructive lightning blocked the palm print. Boom! Boom! That terrifying palm print was blocked, but the yellow lightning figure was also forced back a few steps at the same time, revealing his true appearance. It was the Hahuan School's area master Ru Kuang. So you're from the Hahuan School. I really don't know where you got the courage to come to my Great Luen sect. The old man raised his eyes and looked at the area master Ru Kuang with a gloomy expression. The Hahuan School was inferior to the Saman Sword sect and the Sun Moon sect, so he did not take it to heart. So what if you're from the Great Luen sect? A graceful figure descended from the sky. It was the area master Ru Meng. Be careful, Xiaofu. The two area masters looked at each other and said to Du Xiaofu. The two of them rushed towards the old man. The two area masters were wrapped in lightning. The lightning runes were endless, and dark clouds surged out. The surrounding area was covered in lightning, which was destructive and terrifying. The two area masters activated the universe dragon tiger technique and pounced towards the old man from the Great Luan sect. Little Hahuan school, how dare you? The old man from the Great Luan sect roared. He activated his divine light and fought against the two area masters. Boom! Boom! This terrifying battle was extraordinary. It destroyed the surrounding area. If anyone was affected, they would immediately suffer. Mad Dragon Ninth Heaven! The area master Ru Kuang roared and activated the Mad Dragon Ninth Heaven. His strength increased sharply and lightning exploded. The area masters were in sync. The two complemented each other. After activating the universe dragon tiger technique, their power increased greatly. The battle against the old man from the Great Luan sect shocked everyone. The battle between the three of them was getting higher and higher. This was to prevent the area below from being razed to the ground and being affected by the destruction. Boom! The other old man was still attacking the Six Wheels blood-killing array. However, the effect was not great. Instead, he was trapped by the Six Wheels blood-killing array. Although the old man was able to protect himself, he was even more furious at this moment. Their collision caused the surrounding void to rumble like thunder. The two old men were blocked. Du Xiaofu's face was gloomy. He almost hid in the purple thunder profound cauldron. Kill! A cold voice came from Du Xiaofu's mouth. He attacked. The golden wings on his back spread out like a golden light. The golden runes exploded, and it was so dazzling that it was difficult to look at it directly. Bang! 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 The wings flapped and turned into a storm. Wherever Du Xiaofu passed, countless figures in the Sky Alliance's army turned into a bloody mist, forming a bloody path. Du Xiaofu once again ascended the Great Luan sect. Wherever he passed, a bloody path was paved. Kill! Du Xiaofu's attack ignited the battle once again. The battle that had paused just now erupted again. Roar! 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 The demonic beast army of the Heavenly Beast Hall, the demonic beast army of the Beast region, and the savage beasts of the Tianhuang mainland all roared like thunder. They charged into the enemy army and crushed everything. The ferocious demonic beast army was unstoppable. Yi Pialing, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, the general, Gu Xinyan, and the others were invincible among their peers. They were killing everywhere. Jialo Jueyu, Jialo Kaling, Jialo Juekong, and the others once again challenged opponents above their level. The great golden-winged Peng bird's wings were enough to destroy everything. To the disciples of the great golden-winged Peng bird clan, they disdained to attack the weak. They would find experts to train themselves and kill their opponents. The experts from all sides charged forward again. The experts of the Great Luan sect were once again surrounded and in danger. However, at this moment, the experts of the Great Luan sect were hopeful. As long as the ancient ancestor won, the outcome would be decided. At that time, the invaders would pay the price in blood. Kill with all your might. However, at this moment, the surrounding experts knew what the experts of the Great Luan sect were thinking. The true victory would be between the Great Luan sect's ancient ancestor and the strongest expert of the great golden-winged Peng bird clan. However, this period of time was their opportunity. Since they could no longer be on good terms with the Great Luan sect, regardless of the outcome, they had to kill as many experts of the Great Luan sect as they could. The battle at this moment had become even more violent. Readers who are interested can add Little U's WeChat account, YF, and send the words Long Yutian to see the first chapter. Chapter 1497. In the beginning, the experts from Shang, Zhou, did not use their full strength. They only wanted to delay the experts from the Great Luin sect. They wanted to help Du Xiaofu, but there was no need for them to fight to the death with the experts from the Great Luin sect just to help Du Xiaofu. In that kind of life and death situation, if the Great Luin sect's experts wanted to protect themselves, if they were unlucky, they might even be heavily injured. However, the situation had changed beyond their control, and they could no longer be on good terms with the Great Luin sect. They could only take advantage of this opportunity to kill as many experts from the Great Luin sect as possible. Even if they could not destroy the Great Luin sect today, they could make the Great Luin sect unable to recover for the next 1,000 years. Bang! A bloody path was paved. Du Xiaofu from the Great Luin sect attacked and killed a Nirvana Martial Honorable with a punch. Don't kill me. The Great Luin sect and Heavenly Serpent sect's martial honorables, who were bound in the space for no reason, heard Du Xiaofu shout. They tried their best to break free, but to no avail. Even their meridian souls and Tao artifacts were imprisoned and could not move. Go to hell, Du Xiaofu said coldly. A few fingerprints flew out and pierced through the glabella of a few martial honorables. Their spiritual souls were destroyed and they were killed. However, this was just the beginning. Du Xiaofu was enraged. His figure soared into the sky, and the great Peng golden wings flapped behind him. The great Peng bird soared into the sky, and he specifically targeted the martial saints and martial domain realm cultivators of the Central Province's Heavenly Alliance. A few martial honorables from the small forces who followed the Great Luin sect were besieged by the experts from the various forces in Shangzhou. However, they were still fighting back. Bang, bang, bang. However, Du Xiaofu forcefully intervened. As he flapped his wings, the bodies of martial honorables exploded and turned into blood mist. All the Qinkuan bags were taken away by Du Xiaofu. Bang, bang. Du Xiaofu punched a long-haired old man who was in the initial stage of the martial domain realm from an unknown first-rate force of the Great Luin sect. Blood spurted out, and the old man could not even withstand a single blow. Buzz! Du Xiaofu unsheathed his sword. Radiance shone brightly as the purple gold heavenly vault erupted with the roars of dragons, tigers, phoenixes, and turtles. Chi-la! The sword slashed out, and wherever the sword light passed, a pitch-black abyss appeared in the mountains below. The two martial domain realm cultivators had their heads chopped off with a single slash. That Du Xiaofu is too scary. Du Xiaofu's killing intent soared to the sky. It had only been a short while, but he had already killed a large number of martial honorables. He had even killed a few domain realm cultivators. Kill! Du Xiaofu attacked again, his killing intent surging. At this moment, he no longer had any scruples. He charged into the Heavenly Snake Sect's formation and swung his sword. A half-domain expert was directly cut in half. Bang! Du Xiaofu kicked the air, and a Nirvana, revered martial artist, was directly kicked away. His body collided with an 8-star spirit talisman master of the spirit sky valley not far away. Both of them spat out blood at the same time, and in the end, they were killed by the experts of the Shang province. Bastard! A martial domain realm elder of the Heavenly Snake sect had blood dripping from his mouth. He condensed a huge python vein soul and charged directly at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu slightly flapped his wings, and the vein soul shattered inch by inch. Kill! Du Xiaofu said coldly. His figure appeared in front of the elder like a ghost, and he exploded with a punch. Blood splattered all over the ground, and even his primordial spirit was smashed into pieces. Such a brutal massacre caused many experts of the Shang province, Ancient Heaven sect, and Profound Talisman sect to inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. After Du Xiaofu killed more than 20 martial honorables of the Heavenly Snake sect and 3 martial domain realm cultivators, he flapped his wings and arrived at the Spirit Sky Valley's formation. Chilala! Du Xiaofu swung his sword 3 times. The sword light swept through the sky, cutting through the void, and a large number of Spirit Sky Valley Marshal honorables were killed. Run. In the end, the Spirit Sky Valley Talisman Masters saw that the situation was not good and immediately fled. Die for me, Du Xiaofu shouted with a domineering tone. His voice was like a thunderclap. Bang, bang, bang. The 8-star Talisman Masters of the Spirit Sky Valley had just rushed out, and before they could react, they were killed by Du Xiaofu's shout. The 8-star Talisman Masters all died with blood flowing out of their 7 orifices, causing the surrounding people to tremble. Du Xiaofu's gaze once again fixed on a person. It was a majestic old man who had just reached the peak of the Marshal Domain Realm. He was the Spirit Sky Valley's Overlord Marshal. Not good, Run. Overlord Marshal was already sullen from being surrounded by experts from all sides and was injured. At this moment, he felt that the terrifying Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was staring at him. He did not hesitate at all and paid the price with all his strength. He used a terrifying technique to tear open space and wanted to escape. At this moment, to Overlord Marshal, even if he was to return to the Spirit Sky Valley and be punished for deserting, he still wanted to save his old life. At this moment, Overlord Marshal more or less understood. The consecrator of the Spirit Sky Valley had personally intercepted Du Xiaofu, but there was no news. Only when he saw the experts of the golden-winged great rocks that came for Du Xiaofu did Overlord Marshal understand that the consecrator was doomed. Overlord Marshal completely understood. No wonder Du Xiaofu was able to escape unscathed after wreaking havoc in the immeasurable sect. It was because he had the experts of the golden-winged great rocks by his side. If the consecrator knew that the experts of the golden-winged great rocks were by Du Xiaofu's side, he would not dare to intercept Du Xiaofu even if he was beaten to death. Du Xiaofu appeared behind Overlord Marshal like a ghost. With Du Xiaofu's current speed, how could Overlord Marshal compare to him? Whoosh! Du Xiaofu waved his hand. It was simple and direct without any fanciful movements. The sword ray was like a purple-gold lightning that pierced through the void. Overlord Marshal's wish didn't come true. Just as he stepped into the spatial crack and was about to escape, Du Xiaofu's sword slashed down from the back, splitting his majestic body into 2. Du Xiaofu, I won't let you off. Overlord Marshal wailed. That was his Yuan spirit. Although he didn't manage to escape and was split into 2 by Du Xiaofu's sword, his Yuan spirit still managed to escape into the spatial crack in an instant. Du Xiaofu knitted his brows. He wanted to kill Overlord Marshal, but it was already half a step too late. He could only give up. That Demon King, Du Xiaofu, is too frightening. The immeasurable sect, intelligent sword sect, and other major forces that were watching the battle from afar were thoroughly shocked. That Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had killed mercilessly. No one was his match. That Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was so young, but he was able to kill Marshal Domain Realm cultivators as if they were nothing. Furthermore, he was so cruel and merciless. How frightening was that? Inside and outside the Great Wheel sect, mournful screams could be heard everywhere. Corpses were strewn all over the place. It was like hell. Even the experts of the various major forces sucked in a breath of cold air at this moment. They were terrified by this bloodbath. It had been thousands of years since such a great battle had taken place in the entire central region. And the moment that Demon King Du Xiaofu returned, it caused such a bloody battle. Seeing this terrifying scene, the assistance of the Shang region, the reinforcements of the divine elites, and the descent of the heavenly beasts, the experts of the immeasurable sect, intelligent sword sect, and Shindu Gate couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Compared to the Demon King Du Xiaofu causing havoc in their sects, the Great Will sect was in a truly miserable state. At this moment, the experts of the 3 sects felt much less sullen and resentful of Du Xiaofu causing havoc in their sects. At this moment, the people of the immeasurable sect, Xiandu Gate and Intelligent Sword Sect realized that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had already taken care of them immensely. If the Demon King had led such a terrifying lineup to the immeasurable sect, Intelligent Sword Sect, or Xiandu Gate back then, the outcome wouldn't have been like that. In the distant crowd, Cheng Shengnan stood and quietly looked at the resolute young man in front of him. His golden wings were spread out, his purple robe fluttered, and his black hair fluttered behind his head. The treasured sword in his hand emitted a shocking aura. The killing intent emanating from his body could freeze the void. She was very familiar with this aura. However, at this moment it was unfamiliar. It was completely unfamiliar. It was unfamiliar. It was no longer in her world. Big sister, what should we do? What should I do? Ching Chao hid beside Cheng Shengnan. On that terrifying battlefield, the great golden-winged Peng bird was rampaging. Countless experts were slaughtering each other. There were also terrifying demonic beasts flying in the sky. Every move of theirs could cause space to explode. He didn't even have the courage to go up. Looking at the brave and ferocious purple-robed young man in the distance, Cheng Chao's heart was filled with an indelible fear. Fear involuntarily climbed out of his soul. He originally thought that even if they met again, he was already the sect master of the Great Lun sect. Saint also had the support of the Nirvana supremacy, Dongli Chi Huang. Du Xiaofu could no longer compare to him. However, Cheng Chao never expected that Du Xiaofu would actually enter the Great Lun sect in such a manner. Sigh. Cheng Shengnan glanced at Cheng Chao beside him. He didn't say anything. His expression was somewhat helpless. On the Great Lun sect, the mountains were dyed red with blood. After Du Xiaofu killed Ba Wu's physical body, he held the purple gold heavenly fault and swept his gaze across the surroundings. The experts of the Sky Snake sect, Great Lun sect, Spirit Sky Valley, and the Central Province Sky Alliance had been suppressed. At this moment, they were getting weaker and weaker. Experts were constantly being killed. Within the army, the Central Province Sky Alliance's army was no match for them. They were completely being slaughtered. Ah! Blood-curdling screams resounded through the heavens and earth. Blood flowed like a river. It was hard to describe how tragic it was. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across a person, scarlet-robed and golden hair. His hair was messy, and there was a resplendent divine light surging out from his body. He had also made a move earlier. He had repelled Du Xiaoqing, who was using the Baifeng divine bird, and Jialo Jiuekong, who was using the great golden-winged Peng bird. That was Dongli Chi Huang. At this moment, he seemed to be in a sorry state. However, he was still standing tall and straight. His hair was disheveled, and he still gave off an extraordinary feeling. A great pressure spread out from his body. Feeling Du Xiaofu's gaze, Dongli Chi Huang also looked at Du Xiaofu. The rainbow divine soul's gorgeous eyes suddenly surged with a dense chill. Jialo Jiuekong and Du Xiaoqing, who were repelled, originally wanted to continue their attack. However, when they saw Du Xiaofu staring at Dongli Chi Huang, the two retreated and immediately pounced on the other experts of the Great Lun sect and Sky Snake sect. You finally dare to make a move. Dongli Chi Huang spoke. His voice was gloomy and cold. His eyes looked straight at Du Xiaofu. There was hatred, anger, and jealousy in his eyes. His gaze was cold and complicated. Chapter 1498. Look, Dongli Chi Huang is going to meet the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Are they really going to fight? The surrounding people noticed that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, and Dongli Chi Huang were going to fight. They could not help but exclaim. Immediately, numerous gazes looked towards Du Xiaofu and Dongli Chi Huang. The purple-robed youth with the golden wings on his back spread out like divine wings, and golden light shrouded him. He had an extremely majestic aura, ferocious and domineering aura. Although Dongli Chi Huang appeared to be in a sorry state, having been beaten twice at the beginning, no one would look down on him. The two extraordinary youths faced each other from a distance, causing the surrounding people to look solemn. Everyone present knew that in this bloody battle, even the appearance of the golden-winged great rocks and the revival of the oldest ancestor of the Great Will sect could be said to be the cause and origin of all of this because of the two young men. Will they have a fierce battle? Some people were surprised, their gazes solemn and curious. Dongli Chihuang had reached the nirvana stage. Originally, more than half of the people thought that Dongli Chihuang would win. However, after Dongli Chihuang was beaten up, and Du Xiaofu was so ferocious and terrifying that he could kill a martial domain realm cultivator like an ant, the surrounding people had no choice but to reevaluate the situation. You are not qualified to fight with me. I will only kill you. Du Xiaofu looked at Dongli Chihuang and spoke. He did not hide the killing intent in his eyes. At the beginning, Du Xiaofu did not make a move on the Great Will sect. He did not kill Dongli Chihuang immediately when he provoked him. That was because Du Xiaofu knew that there were experts in the Great Will sect spying on them. No matter how well they hid their auras, they could not escape Du Xiaofu's sharp Yuan spirit. Not to mention that once they really wanted to kill Dongli Chihuang, the experts in the Great Will sect would definitely interfere. They would not allow a nirvana stage cultivator to be killed so easily. Du Xiaofu also knew that even if he could kill the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix with absolute speed, it would immediately trigger a war between the Heaven Alliance of the Central Plains, the Desolate Country, the Ancient Heaven sect, and the Profound Talisman sect. At that time, Gui Che and the other ferocious beasts realm cultivators had not arrived yet. The reinforcements from Shang Zhou had not yet arrived, and the reinforcements from Tianhuang continent had not yet arrived. At that time, if a bloody battle suddenly broke out, even with 4th Elder Jialo Yi and 5th Elder Jialo Yuantu hiding in the shadows, the Desolate Country and the other armies would not be able to gain any advantage. Reality was just as Du Xiaofu had expected. However, the time had come. Du Xiaofu did not intend to endure any longer. Everything was orchestrated by Dongli Chihuang. He was the main culprit and had to be killed. Kill? Do you have the strength to do so? Dongli Chihuang looked at Du Xiaofu. His eyes twitched and he sneered. His clothes and hair fluttered. Divine light rippled from his body. Dongli Chihuang had personally witnessed Du Xiaofu's savagery and strength. He had already been beaten twice. However, when he faced Du Xiaofu, he still seemed to have something to rely on. He was not afraid at all. Dongli Chihuang might not be able to defeat Demon King Du Xiaofu, right? Even that terrifying youth from the golden-winged Great Peng race had to bow before Du Xiaofu. It seems like the Demon King Du Xiaofu has a close relationship with the golden-winged Great Peng race. He must have also obtained a great opportunity. Among the spectators in the surroundings, a young man spoke. The Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix, who had undergone nirvanic rebirth, might not be able to do anything to Du Xiaofu at this moment. There was also an old man who frowned and said, "What do you know? Dongli Chihuang has lived 2 lives. Before he reincarnated, he was said to be one of the ancient ancestors of the Great Lun sect. How powerful was he? Now that he has undergone nirvana, he should have received the blessing of the heavens. More of his primordial spirit from his previous life has awakened. He must have some great methods. Although he was beaten up by the golden-winged Great Peng race youth and the red-bone horse monkey, the fact that he is still alive is proof. How can he be easy to deal with? Once they fight to the death, the result will be hard to determine." Hearing this, the spectators nodded their heads in understanding. That Dongli Chihuang was actually one of the ancient ancestors of the Great Lun sect in his previous life. He did indeed have a great foundation. In this life, Dongli Chihuang had undergone nirvana. If he were to truly fight against the Demon King Du Xiaofu, he might still have some shocking methods hidden. He would not be easy to deal with. However, no one would look down on the Demon King Du Xiaofu at this moment. Such a ferocious youth was naturally not easy to deal with. At this moment, the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, also seemed to have a great relationship with the golden-winged Great Peng race. He had attracted the attention of the Kyushu. How tyrannical was this? A few old men intentionally spied on the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. They were even more alarmed and felt that he was unfathomable. Their primordial spirits secretly trembled with fear. It was as if he was a true supreme. No blasphemy could be tolerated. Secretly spying on him was a type of blasphemy. Kill! Du Xiaofu's killing intent gushed out. He no longer spoke and flapped his golden peng wings behind him. In a flash, he tore through the space. The golden light was as resplendent as the sun. The violet golden imperial palace in his hand was the most resounding. There were also the cries of ghosts, the cries of gods, the cries of dragons, tigers, phoenixes, and turtles. Dongli Qihuang also made his move. He secretly glanced at the supreme beauty in the distance. At this moment, her gaze was also in this direction. Her expression became even more gloomy. Boom! A bone-chilling intent slowly emerged from the depths of Dongli Qihuang's eyes. The dazzling light around his body spread out like a holy light. A cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. The aura in his body suddenly surged, as if it was about to cause the void to tremble with the sound of wind and thunder. Do you really think that you can kill me by relying on the jade race of the golden-winged peng? That is a golden-winged peng. What are you? I'll kill you. Dongli Qihuang also made his move. A cold gaze suddenly shot out from his soul-like eyes. The light on his body was as bright as the sun. These two were publicly recognized as the peak experts of the younger generation in the central continent. At this moment, they were about to make their move and directly attacked. Whoosh! Suddenly, at this moment, from the distant horizon, there was a dazzling ray of light that suddenly flew towards the Great Wheel sect. In a flash, a dazzling azure light that resembled a green sun suddenly spread out in the sky above the Great Wheel sect. It was an energy arrow. The azure light contained a terrifying aura that spread out. It was as if an ancient fiend god had awakened from a deep slumber. A mysterious power descended and finally exploded in the sky like the most dazzling fireworks in the world. Bang! The light was dazzling, and the sky was covered by a dark green color. A terrifying fiend god aura made the hearts of countless experts tremble. The energy light arrow had clearly been released in midair, but many domain realm experts felt as if the arrow had pierced through space and pierced their minds and hearts. Fear surged out of them subconsciously, and they retreated. Stop! A clear and moving voice rang out. It was clear and delicate, but it contained a great pressure. The words were like a heavenly flute, melodious and pleasing to the ears. However, the sound that spread out made the bloody battlefield clear to the ears. It was not covered by the roars of beasts and the muffled sounds of energy. Those who heard it trembled violently, and some people could not help but stop. Du Xiaofu, who was already on the verge of making a move, felt the energy light arrow. He forcefully withdrew his attack like an arrow on a fully drawn bow. Immediately, he gazed into the distance. This was because Du Xiaofu felt a familiar aura from the energy arrow. Du Xiaofu also did not forget the sound that spread out. At this moment, Dongli Qihuang also looked into the sky and looked in the direction of the energy arrow and the sound. Amidst the dazzling light, a graceful figure flew across the sky. Her aura caused the easternly scarlet phoenix's heart to tremble. That aura made Dongli Qihuang somewhat hesitant and surprised. Soon after, his heart violently jumped and his expression gradually changed. Both inside and outside the Great Lewin sect, the experts secretly raised their heads. The experts who were in the midst of an intense battle also secretly looked over with their minds. A beautiful figure gradually appeared in the distant sky. Her green clothes outlined a beautiful arc that caused one to feel suffocated. She had an exquisite and beautiful face. Her fine black hair was originally tied into a simple jade green bun at the back of her head. The black hair at the side of the bun swayed slightly. She arrived slowly, yet she traversed space. She drifted like a god, and she moved freely like a graceful swan. Such a woman instantly appeared in the sky above the great Lun sect. Her eyebrows were like jade feathers, and her skin was as white as snow. She was elegant and refined, just like a fairy. Her beautiful, jade-like eyes were like water. She frowned slightly as she looked at the corpses that were strewn all over the place and the blood that flowed like a river. Her brows furrowed slightly. She looked amiable, but there was also a faint, unapproachable aura. It's her. Du Xiaoyao stood in the air and stared blankly at the woman. Soon after, she revealed a smile. Brother Xiaoyao, do you know her? Who is she? Du Shui from the Du family was not far away. She could feel the aura of the fairy-like woman, which made her inexplicably tremble. She immediately asked Du Xiaofu. She could be your sister-in-law. Du Xiaoyao said in a serious tone. Chapter 1499. Its sister Qingqing. Many people from Scarlet Rock and Blue Fantasy recognized Dongli Qingqing, but no one went up to greet her. Even Du Xiaoyao and Scarlet Rock didn't go up to greet her. This was because everyone could feel that Dongli Qingqing's aura had become even more noble than before. That was a graceful woman. Her body was tall and straight, exceptional and independent. She quietly stood in the air, giving off a supreme feeling of vitality, transcending this world. Du Xiaofu's heart skipped a beat when he saw that beautiful figure. There couldn't be two people who looked so similar in this world, so he couldn't be wrong. Besides, he couldn't be wrong about that familiar voice and aura. Back then, she left without saying goodbye in Tianhuang mainland. Was it a coincidence, or was she here on purpose? However, looking at Dongli Qingqing's expression, Du Xiaofu felt that she wasn't here for him. She seemed to have come to the Great Lun sect for something. In mid-air, Su Muxin also saw the fairy-like woman. Her beautiful eyes were filled with hope, and she was enchanting. She was inwardly stirred, but she soon restrained her expression and remained calm. That fairy-like woman was Dongli Qingqing. She also saw Du Xiaofu and then Ouyang Shuang and Yi Zijin, who weren't far from Du Xiaofu. When she saw that beautiful woman beside Du Xiaofu, Dongli Qingqing was stunned for a moment, but she soon returned to normal. The joy in her eyes was replaced by a slight trance. Who is she? What a beautiful woman. Her aura is very strange. Everyone looked at each other. That beautiful woman gave off an extremely special feeling. At this moment, she was standing alone on the Great Wheel sect. Rivers of blood flowed around her, and corpses were strewn all over the place. However, the aura on her body gave off a feeling of exuberance. It was able to dilute the murderous aura around her, allowing people to bathe in the spring breeze. Due to Dongli Qingqing's influence, many people within the area of 10,000 miles of bloodbath had come to a standstill. The battle situation had also been affected. However, even more soldiers and beasts were still killing. Blood splattered everywhere, and bright runes were shattered. The killing was so intense that it made everyone tremble in fear. It was as if they had fallen into hell. Dongli Qingqing looked around. Her red lips parted slightly, revealing her pearly white teeth. She said in a clear voice, Great Lun sect, stop. Xiaofu, you too. Dongli Qingqing looked at Du Xiaofu. She seemed to have sensed that this matter was definitely related to Du Xiaofu. I can promise you anything but this. This is a debt that the Great Lun sect owes to the desolate country's world society. I want it back. Du Xiaofu shook his head. There was no room for discussion. He could not think of any other reason to reject her request. Hearing Du Xiaofu talking to the mysterious woman, everyone was surprised. It seemed that the mysterious woman was closely related to the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. However, she also seemed to be related to the Great Lun sect. Dongli Qingqing looked at Du Xiaofu and said, If the Great Lun sect owes you anything, I promise to give you an explanation. But please stop now. Rivers of blood and corpses. Is this what you want? Du Xiaofu raised his head and asked, You represent the Great Luan sect? That's right. No matter what the Great Luan sect owes you, I will give you an explanation. Dongli Qingqing said seriously. Du Xiaofu was very surprised, but after a moment of hesitation, he waved his hand and shook his sleeve. His voice spread across the battlefield. Stop for now. I also ask the two elders and seniors Ru Meng and Kuang Ru to stop for now. Roar. The demonic beasts roared and the army stopped. Following Du Xiaofu's words, the desolate country's army, the demonic beasts' army, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Guiche, and the Phantom Tiger King all stopped attacking. The armies of the Ancient Heaven sect, Profound Talisman sect, and Profound Underworld sect also retreated. However, their auras were still fierce and murderous. Their eyes were bloodshot. The fourth elder and the fifth elder were fighting against the Great Luan sects Dao, Void Domain Master, and Ming Void Domain Master. The two domain masters, Rumang and Kuang, also retreated with the elder who was fighting with them. Jialo Yi, Rumang, and Kuang landed not far behind Du Xiaofu. They looked at Dongli Qingqing, who was in the air in front of them. They seemed to have sensed something and were surprised. Only Gui Mei and the Bloodvine spirit were still on the battlefield. They continued to devour the monstrous, murderous aura on the battlefield. However, the sacred array child Jin Qingchen was still fighting against the Great Luan sect's ancestor with the 6 wheels blood-killing array. It was not easy for the Great Luan sect's expert to break the array. The sacred array child Jin Qingchen could not completely suppress the Great Luan sect's expert with the 6 wheels blood-killing array. They were still in a stalemate, and no one from either side stepped in to help. At this moment, the Middle State Sky Alliance's army was being slaughtered. Although they were defending with all their might, there were still people who died trying to protect themselves. If they wanted to die, they would have to drag a few people down with them. However, when they saw the desolate country's army and the demonic beast army retreating, the Middle State Sky Alliance's army naturally would not be entangled with anyone. They immediately retreated. They immediately consumed elixirs to recover and took the opportunity to catch their breath. They were terrified as they faced the terrifying army. More than half of the Middle State Sky Alliance's army, which was close to 100 million, had been defeated. They were badly injured and dripping with blood. Everyone from the Great Luan sect, retreat, Dongli Qingqing said in a clear voice. Hearing this, the surrounding people were even more surprised. The mysterious lady could actually make Du Xiaofu retreat temporarily and even give orders to the Great Luan sect. Who are you? How dare you give orders to the Great Luan sect? Within the Great Will sect, the old man who was originally fighting with the 2 territorial lords asked, Has the Great Luan sect forgotten your identity after all these years? Retreat quickly. Dongli Qingqing said. She was otherworldly and incomparably beautiful. However, there was a great majesty on her beautiful face at this moment. Hearing her majestic tone, the Great Luan sect's army was surprised. The Great Luan sect's experts were even shocked. However, after that, there were experts who were unhappy. The young lady seemed to be related to Du Xiaofu. At this moment, she was giving orders to the Great Luan sect. This caused the Great Luan sect's experts to feel a chill. No one had ever dared to give orders to the Great Luan sect. The Sky Snake sect and Spirit Sky Valley's experts were also looking at Dongli Qingqing. They were knowledgeable and had sharp eyes. They had also seen all the young experts in Kyushu. However, at this moment, they felt that the beautiful young lady gave them an unfathomable feeling. Her temperament was very special and her aura was very powerful. They were all surprised. Little girl, you dare to give orders to my Great Luan sect? You're not strong enough. A middle-aged expert from the Great Luan sect shouted. Today, the Great Luan sect had suffered again and again. At this moment, a young lady had appeared and was actually so arrogant. She didn't even put the great Lewin sect in her eyes. When he was fighting with his opponents earlier, he was also beaten up. At this moment, the resentment in his heart was naturally strong, and he vented it all on Dong Li Qingqing. Dong Li Qingqing stood in the air and looked straight at the middle-aged expert from the great Lewin sect. She said, just based on this. As her voice fell, a token appeared in Dong Li Qingqing's palm. It was very unique, and it was emitting a bright green light. There was a special emblem on it that was similar to the great Lewin sect's emblem. It was ancient and looked like an item from the ancient era. Looking at the token, the great Lewin sect's experts looked at each other. Not many of them were moved, but they were surprised. Only Dong Li Qihuang's gaze was fixed on the token in Dong Li Qingqing's hand. Little girl, you're courting death. How dare you be so arrogant in my great Lewin sect? The middle-aged expert shouted coldly with a gloomy expression. He didn't put the token in his eyes at all and completely ignored it. Insolent servant, are you rebelling? Dong Li Qingqing's expression was cold and her voice was clear and sharp. Her eyes began to shine with a bright green light. The expressions of the surrounding experts changed. What kind of woman was this? She actually dared to say that the great Lewin sect's people were her servants. Such words were so domineering that even the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, hadn't said them just now. Little girl, are you talking about me? The middle-aged expert's gaze was so cold that it reached the point of ice. He looked straight at Dong Li Qingqing with undisguised killing intent in his eyes. In any case, he was a peak expert who had 1 foot in the sealed domain realm and was one of the great elders of the great Lewin sect. How could he not be angry when he was ignored by a little girl? With your cultivation, you don't even qualify to be a servant. At most, you can only be the lowest servant. Dong Li Qingqing spoke. She did not mind the middle-aged man's murderous intent at all. It was as if she did not care at all. Her entire body was still filled with vitality, causing the world around her to seem as if it was bathing in the spring breeze. There was naturally a great pressure that caused the expressions of many experts to change. Little girl, you're dead. The middle-aged man finally couldn't restrain himself. If he were facing the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, or the young supreme being from the golden-winged Great Pun clan, it would be one thing. But at this moment, even a little girl who had come out of nowhere dared to humiliate him like this, not putting him in her eyes at all. He couldn't endure it any longer. Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, his aura surged and the mysterious runes on his talisman shone brightly like divine light fluctuations. With a terrifying momentum, he channeled the energy of the world and condensed it into an energy arrow that pierced through the void and shot towards Dong Li Qingqing. The middle-aged man wanted to kill the little girl in front of him to wash away the humiliation he had suffered. He wanted to kill the little girl to vent today's grievances and anger. However, at this moment, under everyone's gazes, the arrow of light that the middle-aged man had condensed directly shot into Dong Li Qingqing's forehead. However, as the space rippled, Dong Li Qingqing had already vanished from where she was. She had vanished without a sound. Before anyone could react, a dazzling green light bloomed beside the middle-aged man, revealing Dong Li Qingqing's slender figure. Chapter 1500. Dong Li Qingqing waved her hand, and a jade-green fingerprint flew out and landed between the middle-aged man's eyebrows. Chi-la! The middle-aged man had a defense, but in the face of the sparkling finger, his defense was completely useless. The fingerprint flew into his eyebrows and devoured his life force, destroying everything. In an instant, the middle-aged man's hair turned white and his skin withered. It was as if his blood was sucked dry and his life force was devoured. Then his body began to shrivel and shrivel. Finally, he fell from the sky and turned into a withered corpse on the ground. Everything happened too quickly, so quickly that the great Lewin sect ancestors could not stop it in time. At this moment, many of the experts in the surroundings were shocked. Many experts were well aware of the middle-aged man's cultivation and strength, but he had been killed so easily by the beautiful woman. That young woman was actually so valiant, so terrifying. In just one day, several terrifying young people had appeared in the Great Lewin sect. It was already frightening enough. She has become much stronger. It seems to be the same path, but it's a little different. Du Xiaofu had been paying attention and was a little surprised to see Dongli Qingqing's current cultivation and strength. However, Du Xiaofu did not find it too strange. He knew Dongli Qingqing's talent better than anyone. "Young man, who are you? You have to pay the price for killing my Great Lewin sect's people. Tell me, who are your seniors?" In the Great Lewin sect, the Ming Su domain master, who had been fighting with Elder Jialo Yi, asked. He was the strongest Great Lewin sect ancestors, aside from the ancient ancestor. At this moment, the Ming Su domain master's eyes flickered. The Great Luan sect had enough trouble today. Such a young woman must have an extraordinary background. Therefore, Ming Su did not want to provoke any more strong enemies. Otherwise, he would not have such a temper and would have attacked long ago. "How dare you be impudent as a servant? Your cultivation is not bad. Don't make me cripple you," Dongli Qingqing berated. Her voice was clear and cold, as if she was a noble spirit of this world, not allowing anyone to offend her. Ming Su's expression changed. He was the ancestor of the Great Lewin sect and had a powerful cultivation. In front of all the major forces in Kyushu, that little girl did not even put him in her eyes. Not only did this put him on the spot, it also made him angry. "Do you want to attack me? Do you think your cultivation is strong enough? Do you think the Great Wheel sect is yours? Did no one tell you that you're just a servant? Being disrespectful to His Majesty is a serious crime that deserves death." Dongli Qingqing spoke in a domineering manner. Her beautiful eyes flickered with an indescribable, tyrannical aura. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. He felt the change in Dongli Qingqing. Compared to before, there was an additional fierceness and dominance. "She is so domineering." Yi Zijin spoke as she looked at the beautiful girl, who was about the same age as her. Her domineering aura caused Yi Zijin's heart to be filled with fear and envy. Ming Su was completely enraged. Light flashed in his eyes as if he was about to attack at any moment. He was one of the ancestors of the Great Lewin sect. Once he walked out, the entire Kyushu would change color. He could make the entire Kyushu tremble with a stomp of his feet. He had lived for a long time. However, Ming Su did not expect that a little girl would look down on him and even treat him as a servant. "Little girl, I don't care where you come from or who is behind you. Today I will suppress you." Ming Su finally attacked. He could not bear it any longer. If he did not attack this little girl today, how could he have the face to stand in Kyushu in the future? Boom! As Ming Su spoke, he raised his hand and the mysterious runes on the talisman condensed into a ray of divine light that pierced through the space. Swish! The ray of light was like a rainbow carrying a boundless mist. It was so powerful that it suppressed the heavens and the earth. Even a sealed region cultivator would not be able to resist it. This kind of aura might even surpass that of a large region. The terrifying ray of energy pierced through the space and swept towards Dongli Qingqing with unparalleled power. That terrifying aura caused Du Xiaofu to be on tenterhooks for Dongli Qingqing. He felt powerless even if he wanted to help. However, Du Xiaofu guessed that Dongli Qingqing had come in such a powerful manner because she had something to rely on. Swish! At that moment, a figure silently appeared in front of Dongli Qingqing. He quickly waved his hand and light rippled from his body. Swish! At this moment, the energy pillar that had rushed over with lightning-like speed directly froze in front of that figure. It was as though the surrounding space had been sealed and solidified. After which, that frightening energy pillar actually automatically disappeared. A servant dares to be impudent to his master. Looks like the Great Luan sect doesn't know their place. As a cold voice sounded out, the figure raised his hand and slapped. Boom! When the slap appeared, the entire Great Luan sect trembled. It was as if something had melted into the space. Then, a dazzling light was released. In a split second, a palm print appeared on Ming Su's face. Pa! The crisp sound of the slap was like thunder. Under the dazed gazes of the crowd, Ming Su spat out a mouthful of blood and an old tooth. His body flew backwards and landed on the messy ground. Ming Su, the ancestor of the Great Luan sect. Although he was at a disadvantage in the fight with the elite from the Great Golden Winged Rock clan, he was still a terrifying figure who could fight with the elite from the Great Golden Winged Rock clan head-on. However, at that moment, the ancestor of the Great Luan sect, Ming Su, had been slapped down by someone. When the scene unfolded before their eyes, everyone was dumbfounded. They trembled and found it difficult to breathe. It was too unbelievable. At that moment, even 4th Elder Jialo Yi and 5th Elder Jialo Yuantu raised their eyebrows. The strength of the old woman had attracted their attention. Numerous gazes immediately landed on the figure who had made the move as though they had been electrocuted. Under the gazes of the crowd, the figure that had appeared beside Dongli Qingqing was a staggering old woman. She was very old, but her eyes were so deep that no one dared to look at her directly. It's her. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. He naturally knew the old woman. She was Dongli Qingqing's master. They had first met in the savage Beast Mountain range and had interacted with each other after that. However, Du Xiaofu had never expected that the old woman's strength would be so terrifying. The experts of the Great Luan sect were as silent as cicadas in winter as they looked at the old woman. The ancestor had been slapped down by a single slap. How terrifying was that old woman? The Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix stared at the sky. Her beautiful eyes were twitching violently at this moment. Uft! Ming Su flew out from the ruins. He was in an extremely sorry state. The corner of his mouth was stained with blood, and there was a bright red palm print on his face. Ming Su's entire face was swollen. At his level of cultivation, his physical body was extremely tough, but now his face was swollen from a single slap. He spat out blood, and his old teeth fell out. This proved that the slap was definitely not a simple one. After the old woman made her move, she ignored Ming Su on the ground and the many experts from the Great Luan sect. Instead, she looked towards the sky and spoke in an indifferent voice. The only way to deal with the other party is to fight to the death. You have already finished fighting. Why are you still not showing yourself? The battle has already ended. The battle below seems to be almost over as well. The voice of the 3rd elder of the golden-winged Great Pong Bird clan came from the sea of clouds. Golden light poured down and covered the sky. His domineering aura caused the demonic beasts inside and outside the Great Luan sect to tremble and the experts to go weak. His figure then appeared in the sky. Has their battle ended? Someone asked. He wanted to know the result. He didn't know who had won between the strongest expert of the Great Luan sect and the expert of the golden-winged Great Pung Bird clan. Du Xiaofu looked at the 3rd elder. The 3rd elder transmitted a message to his ear. The expert of the Great Luan sect is not weak. He can fight with me and has many tricks and treasures. However, if I go all out, even if I can't kill him, I can at least make him pay a huge price. The strongest is the old woman in front of us. I have already sensed her aura, so I didn't fight with the expert of the Great Luan sect to prevent others from taking advantage of us. Act according to the situation. With us here, you don't have to worry about anything. Walala! As the 3rd elder's voice fell in Du Xiaofu's ears, the golden light disappeared. Then, divine light fluctuated in the sky, and the huge figure of the Great Luan sect's ancient ancestor appeared. That enormous figure brought with it a terrifying pressure that could crush the heavens. However, That pressure was slowly being restrained, and in the end it turned into an extremely old man. The old man looked old, but he had white hair and a youthful face. When he opened and closed his eyes, divine light flickered like the sun. He was very powerful. At this moment, the old woman, the third elder of the golden-winged, great Pongbird clan, and the ancient ancestor of the great Lewin sect were floating in the sky. The atmosphere around them froze and made people feel weak. The ancient ancestor of the great Lewin sect appeared. When he saw Ming Su, who had been slapped down by the old woman, his expression changed. He looked at the old woman and Dongli Chingching. He seemed to have felt something, and his expression changed again. However, he didn't show it on his face. He asked the old woman, "Who are you?" "You came to my great Lewin sect and hurt my disciple. Are you going overboard?" "Do you think you didn't hear what I just said? Is the great Lewin sect going to rebel?" Dongli Chingching walked out and stared at the ancestor of the great Lewin sect. Even in the face of such a strong cultivator, her eyes were still sharp and aggressive. She didn't fear him at all, as if she was an emperor facing her servants. The old man's eyes twitched. He was the 100-wheel ancestor of the great Lewin sect. Naturally, he knew what had happened below. There were some things that no more than 3 people in the great Lewin sect knew about, and he was one of them. In fact, he had only heard about those things like legends and had never come into contact with them. Chapter 1501. Could it be that you are? 100-wheel's old ancestor looked at Dongli Chingching. That aura made him tremble. The Xian Qi in his body was also affected, as though he had met a king. According to the news that 100-wheel's old ancestor heard, that clan had long been exterminated from this world. Why would someone appear at this moment? This made him very shocked and surprised. "Do you think that my clan no longer exists?" "Even if my clan no longer exists, Great Will sect will forever be my clan servant." Dongli Chingching took out the token again. It was filled with an ancient aura. 100-wheel's old ancestor was the most ancient ancestor of Great Wheel sect. He naturally knew the origins of that token. But for so many years, Great Will sect had never received any restrictions. Now that that clan suddenly appeared, 100-wheel's old ancestor's heart suddenly became complicated. At his level, who would want to be restricted and become a servant? A token doesn't mean anything. I have heard of the existence of that clan, but just based on a token that doesn't mean anything, I'm afraid it can't prove your identity? The 100-wheel old ancestor spoke. He had heard of the legends of that clan before. It was a terrifying clan. Although it no longer existed, the Great Will sect was a servant of that clan. Their prestige was still there, and they were still intimidating. He was completely unsure of the depths of that clan. So 100-wheel's old ancestor didn't dare to express anything too clearly. But if someone wanted him to be a servant, he definitely wouldn't be willing. My identity doesn't need to be proven. You are trying to rebel, Dongli Chingching said. She had a majestic aura. She stood in the air. Just one side of the story and a token that doesn't lose face. Naturally, I have to be suspicious. If anyone comes with a token and says that they are the descendant of that clan, should this old man believe it? 100-wheel's old ancestor asked. His eyes opened and closed, shining with divine light. The token represents the dignity of my clan. You don't follow the token, which means you don't respect your original master. I have the right to punish you. Dongli Chingching scolded. Her expression was cold. That clan has existed for a very long time. In fact, I've only heard of it. Speaking of which, even if you're real, I'm afraid we're not related to each other. 100-wheel ancestor spoke. His meaning was clear. It had been a long time. Even if Great Wheel sect was a servant of that clan, it had been a long time. He had only heard of the existence of that clan. Speaking of it, he had no relationship with that clan, so he was naturally no longer a servant. The technique you're cultivating and the Upanishads you've learned are all from our tribe. You're our servant. If you want to leave, I won't force you to stay. Destroy your cultivation and you can leave. Dongli Chingching was currently facing 100-wheel-old ancestor. Her hair danced in the wind, and her eyes revealed a cold smile. Her lithe and graceful body was suffused with a green luster, making her look like a fairy in a dream. "You're messing with me." 100-wheel-old ancestor's face darkened. As the great Wheel Sek's ancient ancestor, he had cultivated for thousands of years. At this moment, he was being ignored and even suppressed by a junior. Naturally, he had to endure it. "Enough!" The old woman spoke. She looked at 100-wheel-old ancestor coldly and said, "Don't you want to prove yourself? I'll give you a chance to attack." Looking at the old woman's gaze, 100-wheel-old ancestor didn't know why, but his heart trembled. At his level, if those old guys in the entire 9 regions were still in a deep sleep to maintain their vitality and were still alive in the end, there would be someone who could contend with him. But even so, 100-wheel-old ancestor didn't need to fear anyone in Kyushu. But at this moment, facing the light in the old woman's eyes, 100-wheel-old ancestor's heart trembled. At this moment, he shouldn't have such a state of mind. 100-wheel-old ancestor immediately calmed himself down. His eyes flickered, but then a divine light gushed out. He looked at the old woman and nodded. "All right. Enough nonsense. I'll let you attack first. If I attack, you won't even have a chance to fight back." The old woman's gaze was cold as she coldly glanced at 100-wheel-old ancestor. Who is that old woman? She doesn't even put the great Lewin Sek's ancient ancestor in her eyes. The surrounding experts were all frightened. In Kyushu, who dared to not look down on the great Lewin Sek's ancient ancestor. But the old woman didn't just look down on 100-wheel-old ancestor. She also looked down on him. 100-wheel-old ancestor's expression became ugly. Without hesitation, his chi surged and his body rose up. Divine light shone brightly and the surrounding space froze. There was the sound of wind and thunder, as if it came from ancient times. It had a desolate and ancient aura, but also a kind of vitality. At this moment, a terrifying pressure descended and enveloped the area, causing the earth to tremble. Inside and outside the great Lewin sect, everyone was trembling. Many people couldn't help but tremble. Ancient ancestor, show off our sect's might. Some of the great Lewin sect's disciples seemed to be attracted by something and knelt down in worship. Take this 100-wheel divine seal. The 100-wheel-old ancestor made his move. His entire body glowed, and in an instant his body turned into a giant. Strands of divine light, accompanied by waves of vitality, gushed out from the heavens and earth. His might shook the heavens and earth. The giant body waved his hand, and in the end, a resplendent handprint reached out from the depths of the firmament. This resplendent handprint was like the wrath of a god. It wanted to destroy everything in the world with a single palm strike, to destroy all life in the world. At this moment, the surrounding space froze. But inside and outside the Great Lewin sect, the earth and mountains were still shaking, and the abyss was shifting. Wind and thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. That handprint of the god seemed to contain all spirits. It suppressed the world, causing the earth and the firmament to tremble. Around the handprint, there were obvious, pitch-black cracks in the space. They spread across the sky like a spider web, as if the entire sky had been shattered. This scene was too terrifying. Oh my God, how terrifying! The surrounding experts were trembling in fear. Under the terrifying handprint, a huge pressure suddenly filled the air inside and outside the Great Lewin sect. The terrifying pressure swept out in all directions, shaking tens of thousands of miles. It was as if the entire central region was shaking. Such terrifying power. What level has it reached? Some of the elders felt a chill run down their spines. Under that terrifying pressure, they were unable to withstand it. Inside and outside the Great Lewin sect, everyone's chest heaved up and down violently. They gasped. Even the primordial spirit beast souls were filled with fear. The space was still frozen. If not for the frozen space, 100-wheel-old ancestor did not want to destroy the entire Great Lewin sect. Under this handprint, all the living things inside and outside the Great Lewin sect would have been destroyed. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Du Xiaofu was shocked. Such terrifying power was not to be underestimated. The Great Lewin sect was able to stand tall in Central Region and not fall because they had something to rely on. But at this moment, the old woman did not have any reaction. Looking at the incoming handprint, she stretched out her hand slightly. Mysterious runes shot out from her palm and turned into a strange whirlpool. Buzz, buzz! Around the whirlpool, a strange phenomenon appeared. It rippled and swallowed everything. The void whirlpool didn't seem big, but what happened next was shocking. The void whirlpool swallowed the terrifying palm print directly. Rumble, the two collided. Runes shone brightly and splashed in all directions. There was a rumbling sound that resonated with heaven and earth. Walala, the whirlpool was too terrifying. Layers of mysterious runes erupted and swallowed the handprint that was powerful enough to destroy the surrounding space. Finally, the runes were destroyed, and everything was swallowed up. The 9 Revolution Divine Wheel Technique. You're only practicing an incomplete version. You're just a half-step domain expert. You're nothing in my eyes. Even if you've reached the true domain realm, you're still weak. As the old woman spoke, the indestructible void vortex trembled and also turned into a palm that shot out like lightning. There wasn't much pressure, but as the divine light in the eyes of the 100-wheel ancestor was filled with fear, it suddenly swept towards his chest. Bang! 100-wheel-old ancestor's heart made a muffled sound. His huge body was destroyed, and he returned to his original size. He spat out blood, and his hair was messy. Instantly, his face turned pale. The great wheel sect old ancestor has already reached the half-step to the domain realm, but he was unable to withstand a single blow from the old woman. She is a peerless expert. The experts in the distance were shocked. The words half-step to the domain realm were enough to intimidate Kyushu. At this moment, a half-step to the domain realm expert was unable to withstand a single blow from the old woman. How terrifying was that? That old woman is not simple. Her cultivation level is at least the same as the great elders, or perhaps even higher. The third elder's voice rang in Du Xiaofu's ears. I wonder what level the great elder's cultivation has reached? Du Xiaofu asked. At this moment, he was deeply shocked. Initial domain realm, sealed domain realm, great domain realm, bounded domain realm, and finally the domain realm. The great will sect old ancestor was at the half-step to the domain realm. Although it was not the real domain realm, it was a world of difference compared to the peak of the bounded domain realm. The great elder has recently stepped into the Overlord region. The third elder's voice rang again. Overlord region. Du Xiaofu muttered. That was a level above the domain realm. It was equivalent to a legend. In this world, how many people could reach that level? Then Du Xiaofu frowned. The great elder was at the Overlord region. Previously, when he met the 9 demon emperors outside the golden-winged Great Pungbird clan, they were at least at the Overlord region to be able to fight against the great elder. Moreover, he was only the 9th demon emperor. There were 8 more powerful demon emperors before him. How powerful were they? The strength of the devil religion was too strong. The third elder sighed and said to Du Xiaofu, the second elder has already stepped into the domain realm for many years. I am the only one who has not been able to comprehend wholeheartedly because of mundane matters. If the second elder was here today, you would have an easier time. I am sorry to have troubled the third elder, Du Xiaofu replied. Then he made a comparison. The third elder should be at the peak of the domain realm. However, he was able to fight against the great Lewin sect's old ancestor, who was half a step into the domain realm. This was already terrifying enough. At the domain realm, or the level between the domain realm and the domain realm, it was a huge gap. If an ordinary person wanted to fight against someone of a higher realm, it was tantamount to reaching the heavens. However, the third elder was able to fight the great Lewin sect's old ancestor to a standstill. It seemed that he was able to injure the great Lewin sect's old ancestor severely. This was enough to prove how terrifying the golden-winged Great Pungbird clan was. Are you rebelling? Do you want me to kill you today? Or do you want me to recognize you as my master? The old lady spoke and looked directly at the 100 Wheels' old ancestor. Her eyes were cold. At this moment, if the 100 Wheels' old ancestor shook his head, he would immediately be killed by the old lady. That old lady was definitely not a soft-hearted person. Chapter 1502. The 100-wheel old ancestor was shrouded in divine light as he looked at the old woman and Dongli Chingching. Finally, he bowed to Dongli Chingching and said, 100-wheel greets, young Mississippi. What about you guys? The old woman looked at the disciples of the Great Wheel sect. Her voice wasn't loud, but it made their hearts tremble. Greetings, young miss. Voices gathered inside and outside the Great Wheel sect and soared into the sky. Although the disciples of the Great Wheel sect didn't know what was going on, they didn't dare to resist since the ancient ancestor had already acknowledged her as his master. They saw that the old woman was able to injure the ancient ancestor in one move. Facing the bloody massacre of the Desolate Country Alliance, they also hoped that the old woman could resist the demon king Du Xiaofu. Ming Su, Dao Su, and the others also bowed their heads. Although they were unwilling, they couldn't say anything since the 100-wheel ancient ancestor had already bowed his head. Dongli Chihuang's eyes flickered as he sized up Dongli Chingching. Oh my God, the Great Wheel sect is only that woman's servant. What's going on? The experts in the surroundings were shocked. Everything had exceeded everyone's expectations. The Great Wheel sect that stood tall in the central region was only someone's servant. What kind of mysterious and terrifying background did that beautiful woman have? However, to the Sky Snake sect and Spirit Sky Valley, this scene caused their expressions to turn ugly. That mysterious, beautiful woman was obviously related to Du Xiaofu. Now that the ancient ancestor of the Great Wheel sect had acknowledged her as his master, once the Great Wheel sect withdrew, the Sky Snake sect and Spirit Sky Valley wouldn't be able to stop the demon king, Du Xiaofu. That clan still has a bloodline. The third elder of the golden-winged Great Rock clan said softly. He seemed to know something, which made him even more surprised. Du Xiaofu looked at everything that had happened. It was also beyond his expectations. He had never thought that the Great Wheel sect was related to Dongli Chingching. The dignified Great Lewin sect was only a servant of her clan. Back in the Sky Thunder Mountain Range, Du Xiaofu had heard from Fu Bai that the ancestor of the Great Wheel sect had a master back then. From the looks of it, Fu Bai was referring to the people of Dongli Chingching's clan. So the Great Wheel sect is just a servant. What a bunch of bullshit. Du Xiaoqing spoke with a loud voice. It was as if she was doing this on purpose, spreading throughout the Great Wheel sect. This caused the faces of the Great Wheel sect's experts to turn ugly. Many of them glared at Du Xiaoqing. However, Du Xiaoqing did not care at all. She did not care about the gazes around her. She rushed to the front of Dongli Chingching and said, Sister Chingching, your servant, Dongli Xiaonyao, has repeatedly gone against my brother. He killed the disciples of the Desolate Country, the Heavenly Beast Hall, and the World Society. Can you execute him? After hearing Du Xiaoqing's words and seeing that Du Xiaoqing and the mysterious beauty clearly had an extraordinary relationship, the faces of the people of the Great Wheel sect turned even uglier. Even Dongli Chihuang's face twitched violently. It's her. I never thought that she would have such a background. Shui Ruhan and many others had been looking at Dongli Chingching. Back in the Tianhuang mainland, many of them had seen her appear beside Du Xiaofu. Back then, No one had thought that the woman would be the sect leader of the Great Wheel sect. Dongli Qingqing smiled at Du Shaoqing. She then looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Xiaofu, I will give you an explanation for the grudge between you and the Great Wheel sect. However, can you retreat first? Du Xiaofu looked around. The battle in the sky was still raging. The strongest experts of the profound Talisman sect and the ancient Sky sect were still fighting with the experts of the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Snake sect. His eldest brother, Zhen Qingchen, had used the six-wheel blood-killing array to fight against the elite from the Great Wheel sect. The Great Wheel sect has repeatedly killed the disciples of the desolate country. You need to give me an explanation now. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly at Dongli Qingqing and shook his head. Back then, the Great Wheel sect had supported Cheng Fanshi of the Stone Dragon Empire and started a massacre in the Stone City. After that, the Great Wheel sect had repeatedly targeted him. This time, the Great Wheel sect had plotted against him several times. The Great Wheel sect had plotted against him several times. The Great Wheel sect had dyed the central region's long river with blood. This made Du Xiaofu unable to retreat. Kid, you seem to have improved a lot in these years. However, retreat. With the people behind you, you won't be able to touch the Great Wheel sect today. The old woman said. The Great Wheel sect had already recognized a master. She had to protect the Great Wheel sect. She had seen Du Xiaofu and secretly observed him. However, she was still very shocked at this moment. Hearing the old woman's words, the 100-Wheel sect leader smiled secretly. Everything was as he had expected. Today, my golden-winged Great Rock clan wants to touch the Great Wheel sect. So what? The third elder said. He knew that the old woman's cultivation was powerful. However, he was fearless and did not back down. Golden-winged Great Rock clan. The old woman looked at the third elder. Her eyes were filled with emotions. She knew that the clan was powerful and terrifying. Back in the savage Beast Mountain range, she had wanted to obtain the bones and blood of the golden-winged Great Rock for her disciple. However, the mysterious woman had intervened. Her strength was so strong that she could not do anything. She had calculated everything and divined the mysteries of the heavens, but she had not divined that the mysterious woman would intervene. Her efforts had been in vain. The mysterious woman was too terrifying. Even when she had divined the mysteries of the heavens, she had not been able to divine her figure. The golden-winged Great Rock clan is very powerful. However, you don't seem to be enough. The old woman looked at the third elder and saw his cultivation level. I know the origin of your clan. Even when your clan was at its peak, you had to back down in front of the golden-winged Great Rock clan. Not to mention now. The third elder's eyes flickered with golden light. As a member of the golden-winged Great Rock clan, he did not fear any force in the world. Hearing this, the old woman's eyes were filled with emotions. She knew how domineering the golden-winged Great Rock clan was. Even if they did not fear these golden-winged Great Rock clans today, they would probably attract even more powerful golden-winged Great Rock clans. With the current situation of the clan, it was indeed impossible for them to fight against the entire golden-winged Great Rock clan. Xiaofu, how do you want me to explain myself to you? Do you really want me to fight to the end? Dongli Qingqing opened her mouth. Her tall and graceful figure was enshrouded by the green light around her body. Dongli Qingqing looked at Du Xiaofu. The Great Luan sect was left behind by her clan. At this moment, she could not bear to see the Great Luan sect being destroyed. However, she did not want to fight with him. Her fairy-like face was carved with beautiful facial features. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a green light. She also saw Yi Zijin, Ouyang Shuang, an enchanting woman behind Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu looked at Dongli Qingqing. The Great Luan sect was left behind by her clan. Could it be that they were really going to fight to the end today? That terrifying old woman would definitely not stand by and watch. If they continued to fight, they would not be able to gain any advantage. I can retreat before the Great Lewin sect. However, Dongli Chihuang must die today. Du Xiaofu said. This was the bottom line. The main culprit was Dongli Chihuang. He was a remnant soul that had lived 2 lives. He must be destroyed. Hearing this, Dongli Qingqing looked at Dongli Chihuang. Everyone looked at Dongli Chihuang. The Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix's face continued to darken. It was getting uglier and uglier. It stared coldly at Du Xiaofu. Chapter 1503. Dongli Chihuang is the reincarnated saint of the Great Lewin sect. He has already achieved nirvana. Do you think you can touch him just because you want to? The 100-wheel ancestor spoke. His voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. His gaze swept across the old woman and Dongli Qingqing. The old woman's expression changed slightly, but she did not seem too surprised. She had already heard about it. Du Xiaofu, do you think you are qualified to kill me? Do you really think that the golden-winged Great Rock Clan is invincible? In this world, the golden-winged Great Rock Clan is not necessarily invincible. Dongli Chihuang glared at Du Xiaofu. The coldness in his eyes was not concealed. Dongli Qingqing looked at Dongli Chihuang. She could feel the coldness in his eyes and the murderous intent in his body. Her red lips parted slightly. Just as she was about to speak, a voice came from not far away. Excuse me, everyone. Allow me to say 2 things. These are related to the Great Lewin sect. Please forgive me. The voice came from Cheng Shengnan. Her beautiful figure walked out. She looked holy and noble. She opened her mouth slightly and said, My 3rd brother Qing Chao is not qualified to be the leader of the Great Lewin sect in terms of talent or cultivation. I hereby withdraw from the Great Lewin sect. I have devoted myself to cultivation and have cut off all worldly affairs. I have let senior brother, Dongli, down. I do not want to delay senior brother, Dongli, any longer. Therefore, the engagement is annulled. I hope senior brother Dongli can find another wife. As Cheng Xingnan finished speaking, she bowed deeply. The surroundings were silent. Everyone could tell that Cheng Xingnan of the Divine Light Court wanted to leave with Qing Chao. He also wanted to annul the engagement with Dongli Chihuang. He did not want to have anything to do with the Great Lewin sect. Dongli Chihuang was already sullen enough today. Now that Cheng Xingnan had annulled the engagement, it was no doubt rubbing salt on the wound. Qing Chao was beside Cheng Shengnan. At this moment, his body was trembling and his eyes were lifeless. Everything that had happened today was beyond Cheng Chao's imagination. He was still unable to calm down. Dongli Chihuang's engagement was annulled. I heard that back then, Cheng Shengnan and the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had quite a lot of connections. If not for the appearance of Dongli Chihuang, I'm afraid that Cheng Xingnan would have become the emperor of the desolate country. The tragic Dongli Chihuang is really unlucky today. The discussions in the surrounding crowd could not escape the primordial spirits of many powerhouses present. They could hear them clearly. The corners of Dongli Chihuang's eyes twitched as he stared at Cheng Xingnan. His body trembled slightly. Being rejected in front of Kyushu was tantamount to slapping his face. Today, at the Great Lewin sect, he had been waiting to kill Du Xiaofu and make his name known to Kyushu. He also wanted to let Qing Xingnan know that Du Xiaofu was just a stepping stone for him. However, from the beginning until now, everything had been the opposite of what he had expected. He had been trampled on by Du Xiaofu's people, and now his engagement was annulled in front of everyone. He had lived 2 lives and was a top powerhouse above Kyushu in his previous life. However, he had never been in such a sorry state before. Back then, I thought that the Great Lewin sect was great and that Dongli Chihuang was extraordinary. I abandoned my brother and got engaged to Dongli Chihuang. Now I know that the Great Lewin sect is just Sister Qingqing's servant and that Dongli Chihuang is just a piece of trash that can't withstand a single blow. Is that why the engagement was annulled? Don't tell me that you want to go back to my brother? Du Shaoqing said loudly. She did not like the Cheng family and Cheng Shengnan the most. At this moment, she did not hold back. There seems to be a story. Everyone's eyes flickered as they looked at Du Xiaofu, Dongli Qihuang, and Cheng Shengnan. This guy must have a lot of stories. Mu Jianqin, Bailey Wuya, and Yujing Tongxian looked at each other and smiled secretly. Su Muxin and Dongli Qingqing also looked at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly, but then calmed down. The haze in his heart had long been clear, and he had let go of it for a long time. Cheng Shengnan looked at Du Shaoqing. Facing such words, he sighed slightly and did not say anything in the end. Cheng Shengnan is useless and cowardly. He is indeed not worthy to be the sect leader of the Great Lun sect. As a disciple of the Divine Light Court, Cheng Shengnan is associated with the devil religion. Annulling the engagement is in line with the will of the Great Lun sect. Ancestor Daoshi said. His voice was calm, but there was a majesty in it. Everyone could hear the displeasure in his heart. Today, the Great Lun sect had been slapped in the face enough. In the end, Dongli Qihuang's engagement was annulled. This was undoubtedly a sign that the Great Lun sect was going to decline. Is our Great Lun sect really going to decline? An elder of the Great Lun sect sighed. His face was pale and lifeless. Everything that had happened today proved that the Great Lun sect that stood tall in the central region had also begun to decline. Today, the Great Lun sect must give us an explanation. Whether or not the engagement is annulled has nothing to do with us. Let's talk about it later. The Rock Emperor has already said that Dongli Qihuang must die. I'm afraid he won't have the life to get married. Zhu Shui's beautiful figure slowly walked out and said when she saw that many people were looking at Cheng Shengnan, Dongli Qihuang, and Du Xiaofu in surprise. Zhu Shui did not want to embarrass Du Xiaofu. At this moment, her face was cold. Although it was not as exquisite as Dongli Qingqing, Su Muxin's charm, or Ouyang Shuang's beauty, she was still beautiful. She had her own temperament that could move one's heart and soul. Bitch, how dare you speak nonsense? You're courting death. Dongli Qihuang, who could not find a way to vent his anger, stared at Zhu Shui. He did not care about Zhu Shui at all. Bastard, you should be the one to die. How dare you touch her? Du Xiaofu spoke. He stood in front of Zhu Shui and stared coldly at Dongli Qihuang. Du Xiaofu, do you really think you can deal with me? In the past, you relied on women. Now, you rely on the golden-winged Great Rock clan. You rely on the various powers to work for you. But who do you think you are? Do you dare to touch my Great Lun sect by yourself? Dongli Qihuang stared coldly at Du Xiaofu and shouted. If he put everything aside, how could a small, desolate country dare to touch his Great Lun sect? Today, the Great Lun sect was defeated. Dongli Qihuang was filled with hatred and unwillingness. He felt that he did not lose to Du Xiaofu, but to the golden-winged Great Rock clan. Dongli Qihuang, do you think I can't destroy the Great Lun sect? I changed my mind not to destroy the Great Lun sect, because the Great Lun sect is the servant of my Du Xiaofu's woman. If I want to destroy you, someone will have to pay the price for my desolate country's disciples. I don't feel at ease letting someone like you stay by my woman's side. Sooner or later, you will bite your master. I should kill you as soon as possible. Du Xiaofu spoke. The golden-winged Great Rock clan behind him spread out, and his eyes shot out golden light. SSSS. Not far behind Du Xiaofu, the 4 snake race king level skeletal puppets that had secretly entered the Heavenly Alliance's army and started a massacre were coiled up like huge dragons. On one of the heads of the 3-headed sea dragon snake in the middle, there was a tiny figure. That was a terrifying puppet. In the bloody battle, not a single person who encountered that puppet managed to escape. They were all killed because it was the Yin Thunder Centipede, Demon King Du Xiaofu's woman. Everyone was stunned. The amount of information contained in Du Xiaofu's words was too much. She's the Demon King, Du Xiaofu's woman? After the crowd pondered for a while, they turned to look at Dongli Qingqing curiously. Du Xiaofu massacred the great Luan sect. Isn't this like a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple? There were people who discussed in low voices, feeling extremely shocked. Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, Su Muxin, Tang Meiling, Jijian, Zhu Shui, and the others looked at Dongli Qingqing in astonishment. Their gazes were somewhat special. Dongli Qihuang was also stunned. His eyes twitched fiercely. This was the thing that he had not expected the most. The old lady, 100-wheel-old ancestor, Daoshu old ancestor, and the others were also stunned at this moment. Then their expressions changed. The descendant of that clan is barely worthy of the young clan leader of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. The fifth elder, Jialo Yuantu, nodded with interest. His voice was very loud and many people could hear it clearly. Xiaofu, what nonsense are you talking about? In the air, Dongli Qingqing was stunned for a while. There was a strange fluctuation in the depths of her eyes. Isn't that bewitching woman by his side? Why is he still saying these things? Could it be that he already knows what happened after he was affected by the illusion? Thinking of this, Dongli Qingqing's beautiful face instantly flushed red. The days in her heart also began to fade gradually. Those words made her shy, but she was extremely happy when she heard them. You are my woman. I have already said this in Tianhuang mainland. In my heart, this will not change. Du Xiaofu interrupted Dongli Qingqing's words. A faint smile spread across his face. Don't mention this again. Let's talk about it in the future. Dongli Qingqing's beautiful face flushed even redder. It was as if water could be squeezed out of it. Her gaze hinted at Du Xiaofu intentionally or unintentionally. Her master was still standing behind her, and she did not want to continue this topic with Du Xiaofu. Dongli Qingqing understood Du Xiaofu very well. Once that guy said something, he would not hide it. At that time, it would be even more embarrassing. Thinking that he might have known what happened after the illusion, Dongli Qingqing's face flushed even more. All right, let's talk about these private matters when we get back, Du Xiaofu said very seriously. Looking at Dongli Qingqing, he said sternly, the Great Will sect is your servant, so I can withdraw my troops today. However, this Dongli Qihuang is extremely vicious. He is full of evil tricks and is evil. I'm afraid he is not convinced by you. If there is a chance, he might take a bite out of you. I don't intend to let you keep a poisonous snake by your side. He also has to pay the price for the fallen disciples of the Huang country. Therefore, Dongli Qihuang must die today. The redness on Dongli Qingqing's exquisite face gradually faded. She returned to normal and looked at Dongli Qihuang again. There must be a story. It would be strange if there wasn't. Looking at the conversation between Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing, it would be strange if there wasn't a story. Chung Xingnan looked at Dongli Qingqing. As a woman, she could feel that there was definitely an unusual relationship between the two of them. She was his woman. It was as if she had tacitly agreed to it. At this moment, for some reason, Chung Shengnan felt a little uncomfortable. Chapter 1504. She had clearly severed her ties with the mortal world and thought that she had let go of everything. But in reality, that was not the case. Chung Shengnan recalled the time when they were separated in the dark forest. She had also confidently asked him to wait for her. But after that, everything had changed. They had drifted further and further apart. Now they were like strangers. Kid, don't talk nonsense. Do you really think that my great Luan sect is easy to bully? 100 Wheels' old ancestor could not help but roar. Du Xiaofu clearly had a close relationship with that bloodline woman. This was something that he had not expected. Get lost. If you are not convinced, speak with your fists. Third elder shouted at 100 Wheels' old ancestor. His overbearingness was even greater than Fifth Elder's. How about this? Dongli Chihuang and Du Xiaofu will fight to the death. After the battle, no matter who wins or loses, everyone will leave the Great Lun sect. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking action. The old woman spoke. Her gaze landed on Du Xiaofu and Dongli Chihuang. Deep in her eyes, there was a flicker of emotion. No problem, I agree. The Great Lun sect is my woman servant, so I can't do anything to them. However, I can't let the blood debt of the thousands of men in the desolate country go unavenged. I can't let my woman give the order to kill the eastern mythical scarlet phoenix, so as a man I have to settle it myself. Du Xiaofu nodded. In short, Dongli Chihuang could not be left alive today. He also had no intention of letting Dongli Qingqing give the order to kill him. Dongli Qingqing had just accepted the Great Lun sect. Naturally, there were people who were not convinced. Dongli Chihuang had a high position in the Great Lun sect. If Dongli Qingqing gave the order to kill him, there would be many changes in the Great Lun sect. The Great Lun sect's old ancestors and many experts were obviously afraid of the old woman's strength and had submitted to her. It was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to know that once there was a chance, those old fellows would immediately take action behind her back. Therefore, Du Xiaofu had the intention of personally dealing with Dongli Chihuang. The culprit behind all of this was Dongli Chihuang. This person was a huge trouble in the future. He must not be allowed to live today. Xiaofu, you can reconsider. Dongli Qingqing spoke. She understood her master. This matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. Her master wanted to use Dongli Chihuang to deal with Du Xiaofu. At the very least, it would serve as a probe. Dongli Chihuang had undergone nirvana. His talent was definitely not something that could be found in the same generation as the 9 great clans. She was afraid that he would suffer a loss. There's no need to reconsider. You have to believe that your man is very strong. It's just a small Dongli Chihuang. I have never placed him in my eyes. Du Xiaofu spoke and kept the purple gold heavenly tower in his hand. He looked as if he was going to deal with Dongli Chihuang with his bare hands. He did not put Dongli Chihuang in his eyes at all. Dongli Qingqing stomped her foot. Did that guy think his voice wasn't loud enough? She really wanted to find a hole to hide in. She didn't have the face to see anyone. That guy was getting more and more shameless. She didn't admit anything. However, Dongli Qingqing was relieved about Du Xiaofu's strength. That ferocious guy had never suffered a loss among his peers. He's getting more and more shameless. His skin is really thick. Ouyang Shuang stared at Du Xiaofu and pouted slightly. She seemed to be unhappy in her heart. It's really our third sister-in-law. Du looked at the sky and said to the people of the Du family, Third sister-in-law is really beautiful. After third brother marries her, he will definitely give birth to a few cute little guys for our Du family. Third brother's bloodline will definitely be abnormally strong. Du Shui said seriously. At this moment, the people of the Du family had already treated that exquisite and beautiful girl as a member of the Du family. Kiki, with a sinister smile, Dongli Chihuang looked coldly at Du Xiaofu. He wanted to kill the former, and now it was just as he wished. Today he had lost all his face. It was all because of this brat in front of him. Dongli Chihuang could no longer suppress the coldness and killing intent in his heart. He said, You're finally not hiding? Let's settle this in a battle. I'll give you this chance. There's no need for young clan leader to take action. Let me handle it. Jialo, Juyu said. He had already tested Dongli Chihuang. Although he was in nirvana supremacy, his strength was too weak. There was no need for young clan leader Du Xiaofu to take action. However, when Jialo Juyu's words landed in Dongli Chihuang's ears, everything was different. Hearing Jialo Juyu's words, Dongli Chihuang was almost certain that although Du Xiaofu was strong, he was definitely not stronger than the valiant youth of the golden-winged Great Rock clan. Therefore, the valiant youth of the golden-winged Great Rock clan wanted to take action on behalf of Du Xiaofu. Ha 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 ha, Du Xiaofu, you want to rely on others again? Don't tell me you don't even have the courage to fight me alone. Dongli Qihuang sneered loudly. Faintly, a terrifying aura gushed out from his body. Divine light shot up into the sky, dazzling and resplendent. A terrifying pressure fluctuated in the air, intimidating Du Xiaofu. He sneered and said, "If you don't dare to fight me, then get lost. When you can rely on yourself to fight me, then come find me again." When Du Xiaofu heard this, he immediately raised his eyebrows and pointed at Dongli Qihuang. He cursed, "Fuck your grandmother. When did I say that I don't dare to fight? Stop talking nonsense. Is a nirvana supremacy that amazing? You've lived 2 lives, and you've reincarnated as a remnant soul. This proves that you weren't that strong in your previous life. Just wait for your death." Du Xiaofu's voice was very loud. It reverberated in the sky like thunder. Dongli Qihuang, a nirvana supremacy, was ravaged by the young man from the golden winged rock race at the beginning. Then he was blasted down by Du Xiaoyao's fist. That young man and Du Xiaoyao, one was a pure-blooded golden winged rock, while the other was a red-bone horse monkey. Therefore, although everyone was shocked when Dongli Qihuang was ravaged, no one dared to underestimate Dongli Qihuang. After all, his opponent was not ordinary. It was rare to see a nirvana supremacy in Kyushu. It was an existence that surpassed the heavens chosen. It was enough to instantly kill those of the same level. It was a kind of supremacy. Dongli Qihuang was a terrifying expert in his previous life. After reincarnating, he was a nirvana supremacy. Once he truly rose up in the future, he would be a terrifying expert that could shock Kyushu. He would be a peerless expert that Kyushu could not match. He was enough to create a glorious era. But now, that demon king Du Xiaofu did not put him in his eyes as usual. They can't avoid a battle in the end. I wonder who will win in the end. Among the human race, is there really someone of the same generation who can defeat a nirvana supremacy? Everyone was talking. Dongli Qihuang was being ravaged, but it was not from the human race. A nirvana supremacy was rumored to be invincible among the human race. I want to kill that Dongli Qihuang with my own hands. I can do it myself. It won't take much effort. Du Xiaofu said to Jialo Ju. He patted Jialo Juiyu's shoulder. He still did not put Dongli Qihuang in his eyes. His tone was full of disdain. When Dongli Qihuang heard Du Xiaofu's words, his eyes turned cold. All the humiliation he had suffered today were about to completely explode. He said coldly, "Du Xiaofu, I will kill you today." "I really don't know where your confidence comes from. You're already in such a sorry state. Yet you still dare to be arrogant." Du Xiaofu said disdainfully. He stomped on the air and flew up. The golden wings on his back shone with golden light. His expression was calm, but there was a great majesty and domineering aura that made people's hearts tremble. Dongli Qihuang and the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, they are old enemies. In the end, they can't avoid a battle. I wonder who will win. The battle between the 2 of them will represent the peak of the Central State's younger generation. The experts in the surroundings spoke out. They were looking forward to the battle and couldn't take their eyes off it. Demon King, Du Xiaofu, Nirvana, Dongli Qihuang. This is the battle between the strongest of the younger generation in Kyushu. Mu Jianqin, Bailey Wuya, Feng Wuxie, and the others spoke out. They had to admit that Dongli Qihuang, who had undergone nirvana, was already the peak of the younger generation in the Central State. Only the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, could contend against him. The 2 of them could definitely represent the peak of the younger generation in Kyushu. The experts of the great Luan sect and the desolate country also retreated. They tacitly left the battlefield to Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qihuang. The few old ancestors of the great Luan sect seemed to have great confidence in Dongli Qihuang. At this moment, Dongli Qihuang had great confidence in him. A Nirvana sovereign was absolutely invincible among the human race of the same generation. As for the golden-winged great rocks, the third elder, fourth elder, fifth elder, Jalokaling, Jaloju, and the others all had calm expressions on their faces. They all knew very well that the nirvana of the eastern departing Scarlet Phoenix was merely the nirvana of a lesser exalted. Jaloju was also a nirvana sovereign and possessed the true bone of the great golden-winged rock clan. He was a pure-blooded member of the great golden-winged rock clan and was the closest to successfully refining his divine body. However, he still couldn't withstand a single move from Du Xiaofu. Dongli Chihuang was only a lesser nirvana sovereign. The experts of the great golden-winged rock clan already knew the outcome. That ignorant human was digging his own grave without knowing it. However, the people of the Du family and the world society were a little nervous. But when they saw that the experts of the great golden-winged rock clan weren't worried, their confidence increased greatly. Qing Xingnan hadn't left yet. At this moment, he couldn't help but look at the two youths. Dongli Chihuang looked at Du Xiaofu, who was in the air, and didn't say anything. He didn't want to waste his breath. He wanted to prove everything with his strength and wash away all the previous humiliation. Boom! From Dongli Chihuang's body, a large amount of dazzling divine light erupted. It was like a radiant sun. A terrifying force surged into the sky, shattering the sky. 9 Revolution Divine Will Technique. Divine Will exterminating all lives. Dongli Chihuang shouted. His voice was like thunder. Runes surged into the sky. Divine light was resplendent, shattering the sky. In the end, it turned into a terrifying divine light vortex. That was the strongest 9 Revolution Divine Will technique of the Great Will sect. It was rumored that it was a heaven-grade cultivation technique. Rumble, the vortex gushed out and appeared in the sky. Divine light was resplendent inside. It was filled with astonishing vortexes that contained a mysterious power. It was so dazzling that people couldn't look at it directly. Chapter 1505. A terrifying whirlpool descended from the sky, covering the firmament. The light expanded, bringing with it an aura that could devour life, as if it wanted to devour all life on Earth. The eastern mythical crimson phoenix stood in the middle of the vortex. Dazzling talisman runes spread out from its body, entangling with each other. The second terrifying aura also descended with a loud bang, causing the surrounding void to boil. It devoured all light, as if a boundless calamity was about to descend. At this moment, Dongli Chihuang activated his reincarnation martial vein. It was shining brightly, as if a god had descended. Endless aura swept across the surroundings. Waves of resplendent holy light, runes, filled the sky. The divine power shook the world, making people want to prostrate themselves. My supreme nirvana is not something you can stop. Du Xiaofu Dai. The eastern mythical scarlet phoenix uttered a roar and executed her strongest attack, unleashing the nirvana force of the nirvana realm to channel the suppression of the heavens and earth. She combined her strongest move and her reincarnation martial vein into her strongest attack, which instantly encapsulated Du Xiaofu's figure together with the terrifying vortex. The terrifying aura wanted to bring Du Xiaofu into the cycle of reincarnation and kill Du Xiaofu in the cycle of reincarnation. It made people in the distance unable to help but fall into the cycle of reincarnation. The supreme nirvana strength is the heart, not the person. Your supreme nirvana strength is too weak. Your meridian spirit is even more vulnerable. Du Xiaofu said. At the same time, the golden talisman runes on the golden wings on his back flickered like countless golden lightning flashing. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's aura was like a real golden winged rock that was born. It spread its wings and looked down on the world. Resplendent golden light filled the sky from the golden wings, as if it could cover the ancient times, strike down the stars, and suppress the common people. Then, under countless shocked gazes, Du Xiaofu waved his hand and activated the rock's chaos-crushing claw. a claw print instantly condensed, capable of tearing apart the firmament and crushing the stars. It directly tore apart the terrifying vortex activated by Dongli Chihuang. The great rock's chaos-crushing claw was rumored to be able to tear apart a true dragon. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had refined his god body to the grand completion stage. Among the golden-winged great rocks, his understanding of the golden-winged great rock's supernatural powers had improved greatly. Walala! The void was torn apart, the vortex was torn apart, and Dongli Chihuang's reincarnation martial vein was also torn apart. The claw mark did not dissipate. It tore through the void and grabbed at Dongli Chihuang. Dongli Chihuang was shocked. He wanted to dodge quickly, but he was not as fast as Du Xiaofu. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's rock's chaos-crushing claw twisted the void and grabbed Dongli Chihuang by his waist. He was like a fish caught by an eagle's claw. Dongli Chihuang was shocked. Resplendent divine light burst out from his body. A terrifying force surged in his body, trying to break free. Bang! Du Xiaofu waved his hand and threw Dongli Chihuang down from the sky. Dongli Chihuang's body was smashed into a mountain like a stone. A mountain was destroyed, and Dongli Chihuang's body was buried by the huge mountain. The earth rumbled, the mountains shook, and huge rocks rolled down. This scene was shocking, leaving everyone dumbstruck like wooden chickens, their hearts trembling with fear. The dignified Nirvana Realm Supreme, Dongli Chihuang, attacked with his full strength. His strongest attack was like playing house in front of the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. He was not a match for Du Xiaofu at all. He was once again trampled to the point where no one knew if he was dead or alive. The experts of the Great Will sect were originally very confident. They believed that no one in the same generation as Dongli Chihuang would be a match for him. No one could defeat a Nirvana Realm Supreme. However, they never thought that Dongli Chihuang, who they thought would be unbeatable among the same generation, would be trampled again. Goo-goo! The surroundings were silent for a few breaths of time. Then, countless gasps of cold air could be heard. Some people's throats were dry, and they swallowed their saliva. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had disappeared for many years. After his return, he had caused a lot of commotion. He had even defeated the intelligent sword sex domain, Lord Jianhong, with a single strike. In the previous battle, he had also killed many experts who had just reached the martial domain realm. The Spirit Sky Valley's domain lord had also been killed. However, none of this was as shocking as the scene just now. After the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had returned, no one knew how powerful he was. It was unfathomable. However, just now, the Nirvana Realm Supreme, Dongli Chihuang, had also been trampled and could not withstand a single blow. Only then did everyone know that the Demon King had completely returned. He was still the invincible and ferocious Demon King. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, is still Kyushu's #1 among the younger generation. Mu Jianqin, Bailey Wia, Mu Chinga, and the others spoke. What's so great about the Nirvana Realm Supreme? Now that martial uncle Du has returned, Dongli Chihuang can't withstand a single blow. The disciples of the ancient heaven sect were excited. Ever since Dongli Chihuang's Nirvana Realm Supreme, the entire central continent had been talking about the rise of the Great Luin sect. The other 8 mountain sects had been suppressed by public opinion. The ancient heaven sect naturally felt the pressure. When they walked out of the ancient heaven sect, they could clearly feel that the outside world was more enthusiastic about the Great Luin sect than the ancient heaven sect. However, the purple-robed youth who walked out of the ancient heaven sect was also a disciple of the ancient heaven sect. Dongli Chihuang could not withstand a single blow. The young hall master is mighty and unbeatable. The disciples of the 7-star hall were also excited. The return of the young hall master had truly told Kyushu that he was still Kyushu's #1 among the younger generation. Dongli Chihuang can't withstand a single blow. The Nirvana Realm Supreme is bullshit. The disciples of the profound talisman sect and the profound underworld sect were happy. The profound talisman sect and the desolate country had always been allies, so it was reasonable for them to be excited at this moment. However, the disciples of the profound underworld sect were naturally unhappy when Du Xiaofu charged into the underworld lake. However, the profound underworld sect was now on the same side as the desolate country. Naturally, they had an extremely good impression of the purple-robed youth. The president is still as mighty as ever. The disciples of the World Society were extremely excited. Some of them shouted in a trembling voice. There were even some elders whose faces were stained with blood from the fierce battle. They were so happy that their bodies were trembling. Third brother is invincible. The younger generation of the Du family were so excited that their blood was boiling. Some of the elders of the Du family who had participated in the battle couldn't help but want to shout out loud. The Du family had completely risen. The third brother of the Du family's new generation had shone the brightest in the great Will sect that Kyushu was paying attention to. Qing Chao was stunned. The invincible brother-in-law in his heart, Dongli Chihuang, had actually been thrown aside by the purple-robed youth. Didn't the Nirvana realm supreme mean that one was invincible? Qing Chao couldn't understand why Dongli Chihuang couldn't withstand a single blow today. Chang Xingnan looked at the sky calmly. However, his gaze was fixed on the purple-robed youth, and he didn't retract his gaze for a long time. The eyes of everyone trembled. The demon king, Du Xiaofu, was the number one among the younger generation of the Middle State several years ago. His battle results were brilliant. Among the younger generation, the Demon King had never been defeated. Back then, the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had killed the Dragon Nine and defeated the extraordinary experts of the 9 great families. Kyushu's extraordinary peers had made him the leader of the 12 divine heroes, and his name had shaken the entire Kyushu. Until now, those opportunities were still being talked about by people. What kind of storm was that? However, as time passed, the Demon King had disappeared from the Middle State and was being chased by the Devil Religion and the Divine Light Court. Dongli Chihuang had also undergone the Nirvana Realm Supreme. Everyone couldn't help but suspect that the glory of the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had dimmed and was no longer the storm of the past. Even before, Du Xiaofu didn't make a move against Dongli Chihuang. Some people believed that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was still powerful, but the strongest of the younger generation in the entire Kyushu was no longer the Dongli Chihuang, who had undergone the Nirvana Realm Supreme. But now, Du Xiaofu had used a single move to prove it. Boom! The mountain peak below that had just collapsed began to tremble. Resplendent divine light shot out from the cracks of the mountain. Finally, a terrifying aura rushed out like a volcanic eruption. The light was so bright and dazzling that people didn't dare to look directly at it. Countless boulders collapsed, and broken stones shot into the sky. Dongli Chihuang appeared once again. The corners of his mouth were dripping with blood, but his body was covered with a layer of green armor, like a battle suit. That was an extraordinary technique of Dongli Chihuang's 9 revolutions divine will technique. It could condense a protective armor and even increase its power. And at this moment, Dongli Chihuang once again stepped into the air. The increase in power wasn't just a little bit, but more than several times. There was a divine light throbbing between Dongli Chihuang's brows like a flame. Above his forehead, there were 6 wheels of divine light lingering, like divine rings. A vast aura pervaded the air, and a supreme presence suppressed all living beings in the world. He's borrowing the power of his previous life through the nirvana of supreme being to accelerate the awakening in a short period of time. He's going all out. The old woman looked at Dongli Chihuang, who had appeared once again, and raised her eyebrows slightly. Looking at the 6 divine rings above Dongli Chihuang's forehead, that was the symbol of the nirvana of supreme being. It contained the pressure of heaven and earth. At this moment, it proved that Dongli Chihuang was also going all out. He was using the power of the nirvana of Supreme Being to forcefully awaken his previous life, and the consequences were very serious. How did Dongli Chihuang's aura suddenly become so much stronger? The experts in the surroundings immediately felt that Dongli Chihuang's aura had suddenly increased by several times. They were all surprised. Could it be that Dongli Chihuang could break through another level in an instant? Dongli Chihuang should be using the power of nirvana to forcefully awaken his previous life. This has huge consequences, and there will be unimaginable side effects. It seems that Dongli Chihuang is going all out against the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Some experts had extraordinary eyesight. They had heard of many hidden matters and secrets in this world, and could roughly guess Dongli Chihuang's current situation. Du Xiaofu, I'll definitely kill you today. Dongli Chihuang roared. His voice was sharp and ear-piercing, as if he had gone crazy. A long spear appeared in his hand. It was flowing with brilliant light, and its entire body was exposed. It illuminated the sky, causing heaven and earth to tremble and resonate. This is Dongli Chihuang's divine weapon from his previous life, the reincarnation spear of universe. It's a peak middle grade magical weapon. He can actually already control the weapon of his previous life. The venerable golden rock of the past, the current golden rock ruler, spoke. His eyes flickered with a golden brilliance, and he was shocked. A peak middle grade magical weapon was absolutely terrifying. Chapter 1506. Universe Reincarnation Spear Die. Dongli Chihuang roared, dazzling runes blazing all over his body like divine flames. He thrust his spear forward, the 6 divine halos in front of his forehead shining brightly. This was the nirvanic power of a supreme being, blessed by the world. It channeled the energy of the world and condensed it into a peerless spear that pierced towards Du Xiaofu. This spear shattered the void, and black spatial cracks spread out, swallowing up all light and darkening the surroundings. In this dark world, only that dazzling spear light like a green lightning bolt could be seen. It flickered as it shot towards Du Xiaofu. This spear can even make a peak-sealed domain realm expert bleed. Some experts exclaimed. At this moment, Dongli Chihuang's frenzied attack was something that not even a peak-sealed domain realm expert could match. Du Xiaofu made his move. He didn't retreat, but instead advanced, leaping into the air. The great rock flapped its wings and punched out. There was nothing fancy about this punch. It was the simplest of punches. Bang! But as Du Xiaofu punched out, the roars of dragons and the trumpeting of elephants shook the world. In front of the punch, the space suddenly collapsed with a crashing sound. This was Du Xiaofu's tyrannical fist. His strength was no longer the same as before, and his comprehension of the tyrannical fist had also greatly improved. Du Xiaofu's punch also exploded towards Dongli Chihuang's spear. Clang! The fist collided with the spear light, the flesh colliding with the ritual tool, causing countless people to tremble in fear. But in the end, there was no explosion of flesh and blood. Instead, there was an explosion of dazzling runes and pitch-black spatial cracks. Crack, crack! Amidst the clanging sounds of shattering, the tip of the spear before Du Xiaofu's fist shattered into fragments that shot out in all directions like a shower of sparks. Then, it wasn't just the spear tip that shattered. Even the body of the spear cracked and shattered, turning into countless shards of dazzling light and astonishing aura. The dimly lit world began to regain its brightness. Du Xiaofu's body had been refined thousands of times, and his divine body had reached great success. In terms of the strength of Du Xiaofu's physical body, not to mention the true golden-winged Great Peng, even Jialo Jiu could not compare. This kind of physical body was so terrifying and powerful that it dared to directly face the ritual implement. Oh my God, is he still human? How can he have such a freakish physical body? Du Xiaofu's punch had shocked all the experts. He had smashed a peak mid-tier magic item with his bare fist. How freakish was that? Poochie! Dongli Chi Huang spat out a mouthful of blood. His arm was spasming, and he was in incomparable pain. His palm was cracking, and blood was gushing out. Du Xiaofu's punch just now contained a domineering and peerless force that passed through the reincarnation universe spear and swept directly into Dongli Chi Huang's body. If it weren't for the reincarnation universe spear and the energy armor on his body, Dongli Chi Huang's body might have been directly shattered and he would have died. Dongli Chi Huang was shocked. He looked at Du Xiaofu in shock. He couldn't believe everything that was happening in front of him. No, you can't beat me. You can't be stronger than me. The eastern mythical scarlet phoenix roared loudly. Both of its hands moved, forming hand seals. Amidst the explosion of dazzling light, the 6 divine rings in front of its forehead alternated, causing its body to shine and expand. In the end, the 6 divine rings fused with it. In an instant, Dongli Chi Huang's body expanded to more than 100 feet. He was like a terrifying god that had taken human form. Runes surged out of Dongli Chi Huang's huge body. They merged with the world and crazily absorbed the energy of the world. His might was unparalleled, and it made people prostrate themselves in worship. I'm a Nirvana sovereign, and I'm protected by the world. You can't defeat me. No matter what, you will definitely die today. Dongli Chi Huang sneered sharply. He was a Nirvana sovereign, and he was protected by the world. At this moment, he had completely used the power of a Nirvana sovereign, and it was his strongest trump card. Therefore, from the beginning, even if he was defeated by the young man from the golden-winged Great Rock Race and Du Xiaoyao, Dongli Chi Huang felt that they were only golden-winged Great Rock Race and Du Xiaoyao were very strong. However, if they really fought, who knew who would die in the end? He was a Nirvana sovereign, and he was also a reincarnated Holy Son. This was Dongli Chi Huang's greatest reliance. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, he felt that Du Xiaofu was dead for sure. Du Xiaofu, you're going to die in the end. Dongli Chi Huang moved again. In the blink of an eye, his huge body swooped down. He pressed his hand down across the air, and a huge palm print fell from the sky. Around the palm print, the void seemed to be surging with tsunamis. The sound was like the sound of wind and thunder, and the terrifying power caused the surrounding void to explode. The boundless ancient aura accompanied the heavenly might in the sky, and it could destroy everything. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Dongli Chi Huang to have so many shocking moves. The pressure of this palm print was too sharp and terrifying. Swoosh! Du Xiaofu also counterattacked. He waved his hand and summoned an object. It was accompanied by a bright golden light, and it directly soared into the sky. Boom! At this moment, the world trembled. An enormous pressure was like a volcano erupting. Golden light overflowed and spread across the sky. The aura was like 10,000 thunderbolts, sonorous and shaking the 9 heavens. In an instant, the faint shadow of a golden dragon circled around Du Xiaofu. It was like a holy relic. The heavenly might filled the air, and it was like a king descending to the world. The power was too terrifying. It made everyone's face change color and tremble. The heavenly might made people tremble. That seems to be the Imperial Palace's dragon chi. Someone exclaimed. The terrifying golden aura was the Imperial Palace's dragon chi. Du Xiaofu was in the sky, holding a nimble longsword. It was the tyrant shadow, the desolate country's national treasure. The life seal refined from the tyrant shadow was also Du Xiaofu's life weapon. Swoosh! Du Xiaofu directly slashed down with the sword. In the vast sky, a mysterious power seeped out from the world, and finally gathered in front of the sword light. The sword swept out, containing the tyrant way of the sword and the Imperial Palace's dragon chi. The void was filled with golden light. In the end, the sword light directly turned into the shadow of a golden dragon. The golden dragon was almost 10,000 feet in size. It was majestic and ferocious. Accompanied by the power of the world, It swept directly toward Dongli Chihuang's terrifying palm print. The moment the sword light appeared, it was supported by the imperial palace's dragon chi. It was the convergence of the country's fate and the condensed faith of countless subjects. It made the whole world tremble, and the surrounding creatures trembled violently. How can the imperial palace's dragon chi be so strong? Countless experts were shocked. The imperial palace's dragon chi was too terrifying. It was not the ordinary imperial palace's dragon chi. It was accompanied by the power of the world, and it was difficult for mortals to resist. The shadow of the golden dragon galloped, and the imperial palace's dragon chi surged. The vast expanse of the sky surged. A terrifying aura erupted and swept out in all directions. The wind and clouds in all directions directly collided with the terrifying palm print. Dongli Chihuang's palm print did not last long before shattered. It could not stop the huge golden dragon. Roar! The golden dragon soared through the sky, and the dragon's roar shook one's soul. It directly crashed into Dongli Chihuang's huge body. Bang, 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 bang! In an instant, Dongli Chihuang's huge body exploded, and the divine halo on his body also shattered. A terrifying aura swept out, causing lightning to flash and thunder to rumble in the sky. It made one's soul tremble. The surrounding space also exploded, and the abyss below appeared. The river flowed backward. This terrifying scene was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Dongli Chihuang's huge body exploded, and finally returned to his original appearance. The energy armor on his body also dimmed. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. His whole body was dim. You're actually also. At the last moment, Dongli Chihuang's eyes widened. He stared at Du Xiaofu as if he had finally discovered something. The imperial palace's dragon Qi could not seriously injure him. Instead, the imperial palace's dragon Qi contained an aura that he was familiar with, but it made him want to kneel down. That power made his nirvana Qi collapse at the first blow. Kill! However, before Dongli Chihuang's voice fell, the tyrant shadow in Du Xiaofu's hand swept out. It changed unpredictably and turned into a series of sword whips. It was wrapped in a layer of dazzling silver-gold lightning that pierced through space and directly swept into Dongli Chihuang's forehead. After the sword whips swept in, the tyrant shadow returned to its position and directly pierced into Dongli Chihuang's forehead. The tyrant shadow was dazzling. Golden light burst out in all directions, and there were also dazzling silver-gold lightning arcs. There was a sound wave like the roar of a dragon, and the faint image of a golden dragon appeared in the void. It was a shocking phenomenon. The tyrant shadow swept into Dongli Chihuang's forehead. The imperial palace's dragon Qi, accompanied by the power of Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit, destroyed everything in Dongli Chihuang's primordial spirit in his mind. It also directly destroyed Dongli Chihuang's primordial spirit. The energy armor on Dongli Chihuang's body dimmed and finally disappeared. His eyes were lifeless as he stared at Du Xiaofu in fear. However, before Dongli Chihuang could finish his words, he closed his eyes with fear, unwillingness, and the final resentment. The vitality in his body and the primordial spirit in his mind's primordial spirit disappeared. Dang dang, the light will shrouded old ancestor Ming Su, old ancestor Dao Su, and the other experts of the great Will sect trembled and staggered back. They could not accept the scene in front of them. He's dead. The Nirvana's sovereign, Dongli Chihuang, was killed by the demon king Du Xiaofu. The experts in all directions exclaimed. It was as if their hearts were being crushed by a 10,000-pound rock. The Eastern mythical Crimson Phoenix, a dignified Nirvana realm expert, was actually so easily killed by the Devil King, Du Xiaofu. Everyone could only watch on in disbelief. I will kill you with the seal of the desolate nation as a sacrifice to the seal of the desolate nation and seek justice for the fallen disciples of the desolate nation. Du Xiaofu said. He waved his hand, and the tyrant's shadow returned to his hand. His voice spread in all directions. Dongli Chihuang's corpse fell from the sky into the abyss below. There was no more vitality. His primordial spirit had been scattered and could not be reincarnated. He had died completely. With the tyrant's shadow in his hand, golden light shone brightly in the sky. Du Xiaofu's rock wings spread out behind him. Golden dragon shadows surrounded him. It was as if a saint had descended. The pressure was even more shocking. Those who offend the desolate nation die. Du Xiaofu held the tyrant's shadow in his hand. The golden dragon shadows around him trembled. His voice was like a dragon's roar and thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. At this moment, countless people looked at each other in a daze. The purple-robed youth was shrouded in golden light. He was like a saint descending to the world. The Rock Emperor descends to the world and raises the prestige of our nation. Among the disciples of the desolate nation, the Absolute Sword King, the Golden Condor King, the Black Dragon King, and many other kings and marquises roared. Countless disciples of the desolate nation followed suit, their voices shaking the heavens. I've seen some of the comments left by my readers in the past 2 days. I have mixed feelings. Generally speaking, there are only 2 things to complain about. If I don't update enough, they say I'm not as hardworking as before. If I update more, they say I'm saving water. As for saving water, I've said it many times. Why do I need water? What good does water do for me? It's purely my personal style. It's been like this since the Battle of Spirits World. Recently, everyone feels that the plot is slow and simple. Because it's a passionate plot, everyone has to wait every day. Everyone feels that it's too lame. If you read all the chapters together, you won't feel that way. Of course, this is on the premise that everyone is paying attention to the Battle of Spirits World. This is a good thing. Speaking of which, I still have to thank everyone. However, some people don't need to complain. There are some who feel that Xiaoyu is not good. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Xiaoyu really doesn't want to make things difficult for you. With Xiaoyu's writing style, he can only write a little. He really can't write any famous novels. He's not some god-level writer. It's just a hobby. It's not a profession, it's just an interest. As for those who feel that the updates are slow, Xiaoyu doesn't know any chapters, even though he's been muddle-headed for the past 10 days. He's been silently updating for the past few days. He didn't even mention it. All in all, I hope everyone can understand. If you feel that Xiaoyu needs to improve, Xiaoyu is very grateful. If there are some parts that are not satisfactory, as long as it doesn't conflict with the outline, Xiaoyu will accept them. In the future, Xiaoyu will also work hard and strive to improve. Finally, I wish everyone a happy weekend. I'll finish today's 5 chapters. I'll update tomorrow afternoon. Chapter 1507. Dongli Chihuang, who had undergone nirvana, had used his supreme power to forcefully awaken his previous life. In the end, he could even kill peak-sealed domain realm experts. This made the experts around sigh. No wonder he had been defeated by Du Xiaoyao and the young man from the golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan. He had absolute confidence, and he indeed had the ability to do so. Dongli Chihuang, who had undergone nirvana, was absolutely terrifying. Kyushu was truly at the peak of the younger generation. If he had been able to grow up safely, he would have been able to achieve glory and a limitless future. However, Dongli Chihuang, who had undergone nirvana, had used his strongest trump card in the end, but he had still been cleanly killed by the Demon King. He had reached the end of his road. The Demon King is still the Demon King. He's still the strongest existence in Kyushu's younger generation. Even Dongli Chihuang, who had undergone nirvana, couldn't resist the Demon King. The Demon King is walking the path of invincibility. He has never been defeated by his peers. Everyone sighed. Dongli Chihuang's nirvana had shaken Kyushu, but it had ended in such a way. Demon King Du Xiaofu is invincible. I'm afraid it won't be long before he can dominate the world." An old monk from the immeasurable sect said, his heart trembling. In the 9 continents, the experts of the Heaven Saber sect, the Ancient Fist sect, and the other sects had unpleasant looks on their faces. Even though they did not take part in the bloody battle today, they still hoped that the Eastern mythical Crimson Phoenix would win. However, the result was completely different from what they had expected. The stronger the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was, the more of a threat he was to them. The old woman's eyes fell on Du Xiaofu, astonished. She knew very well what it meant that Dongli Chi Huang, who had undergone nirvana, had been killed. The eyes of hundred-wheel-old ancestor Ming Xiu, Dao Su, and other experts from the Great Will sect twitched fiercely, unwilling and furious. Hateful. Their eyes turned red, but they were unable to interfere. They could only watch as the reincarnated Dongli Chi Huang underwent nirvana before being killed. Not only did he kill Dongli Chi Huang, but he also completely destroyed the hope of the Great Luen sect. PFFF, an elder from the Great Luen sect, spat out a mouthful of blood. Chang Xingnan raised his head and looked ahead with a complicated look in his eyes. "You overestimate yourself," Jialo Jueyu said indifferently. He had already expected this outcome. As for the 3rd elder, the 4th elder, and the others, they were not surprised at all. On the other hand, Sima Taxing, Gu Qingyang, the Golden Rock Territory Master, Nanli Han, and the others couldn't help but open their mouths in shock. They guessed that Du Xiaofu must have a way to defend himself against Dongli Chi Huang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a move himself. However, Sima Taxing and the others definitely didn't expect that Dongli Chi Huang would be killed so easily by Du Xiaofu. Haha, Nirvana supremacy is nothing. My disciple will still be killed. Gu Qingyang laughed excitedly, not caring about his image at all. Du Xiaofu stood in the sky as golden light spread out. He kept a Qiankuan bag in his hand without leaving a trace. That was the Qiankuan bag that he plundered from Dongli Chi Huang. Dongli Chi Huang has been killed. The people of the Great Luen sect can retreat now. The disciples of the Sky Snake sect of the Spirit Sky Valley, kill them all. Du Xiaofu shouted as the tyrant shadow flew out from his hand. Accompanied by the Imperial Palace's dragon aura, the tyrant shadow charged into the army of the profound underworld sect and Spirit Sky Valley. Dongli Chi Huang had already been killed. Du Xiaofu could let the Great Luen sect off for the sake of Dongli Qingqing, but he didn't plan to let the Sky Snake sect and the Spirit Sky Valley off, especially since the Spirit Sky Valley had sent out their top experts to kill him halfway. Du Xiaofu wanted to settle both old and new grudges at this moment. Kill. The 18 heavenly guards attacked again. 18 invisible energy surged out, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The 18 youths charged out like 18 javelins into the crowd. They were sharp and bloody as they killed in all directions. Roar! Kill the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Snake sect. Kill. The disciples of the Du family, the disciples of the World Society, the Desolate Country's army, the demonic beasts of the Heavenly Beast Hall, and other forces all charged out together. Dongli Chi Huang had been killed. Their blood was boiling. They summoned their weapons and attacked fiercely. Retreat, retreat quickly. The Great Luan sect's army trembled and immediately retreated. They didn't want to be swept in. The Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Snake sect's army trembled in fear. All of their hair stood on end. Now that the Great Luen sect had retreated, they were even less of a match. Retreat, retreat quickly. An expert from the Spirit Heaven Valley of the Heavenly Snake sect shouted loudly, his roar reverberating through the clouds. Du Xiaofu, are you really going to kill us all? Our Sky Snake sect also has an ancient ancestor. If you kill us all, our ancient ancestor will definitely not let you go. Our Spirit Sky Valley also has an ancient valley protector. His cultivation is extremely high. Du Xiaofu, if you kill us all, you will definitely suffer a bloody revenge. an old man from the sky snake sect shouted. At this moment he was afraid. He was afraid that the demon king, Du Xiaofu, would kill them all. This time, the Sky Snake sect and the Spirit Sky Valley's army were all elites. The experts from the two mountain sects were also the elites of the mountain sects. If they were killed, the Sky Snake sect and the Spirit Sky Valley wouldn't be able to bear the heavy price. You're about to die and you still dare to threaten me? Everyone, attack with all your strength and kill without mercy. Du Xiaofu roared and ignored them. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He held the tyrant shadow in his hand and killed in all directions. He controlled the Eden Thunder Centipede and the 4 skeletal snake puppets. Everywhere he went, blood dyed the mountains and rivers red. Miserable screams and wails were endless. It was as if a demon realm had appeared. Du Xiaofu was decisive in killing. Leaving these people alive would be a disaster. Only by killing them all would the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Snake sect be completely afraid and apprehensive. That demon king is too savage. Feeling Du Xiaofu's killing intent, the experts in all directions were terrified. The immeasurable sect, the Huijian sect, and the Shindu Gate were all rejoicing. Compared to the Great Luan sect, the Sky Snake sect, and the Spirit Sky Valley, Du Xiaofu was already merciful enough. All the experts attacked again. Purple Tianzuan, Yuxianzi Jiaoju, the desolate sky leopard, the sky moon poisonous spider, and the wild venomous condor attacked in all directions. The experts of the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Snake sect fell one after another. They were already powerless to resist. Now that the Great Luan sect was gone, they were even more powerless. Even the 2 domain lords, the 4th elder Jialo Yi and the 5th elder Jialo Yuantu, rushed towards the peak experts who were fighting with the experts of the ancient heaven sect and the profound talisman sect in the sky. The 3rd elder did not attack. He was watching from the sky. This was a brutal massacre. They killed until the mountains and rivers were dyed red with blood. They killed until the sky turned dark. In the end, they killed until the sun and moon lost their light. The experts of the various forces who were besieging the desolate Sky Valley watched from afar and felt their hair stand on end. In the future, whoever wanted to touch the desolate country would have to think twice. Who could resist such a massacre? The experts of the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Snake sect were constantly bleeding. Some self-destructed, some fought with their lives on the line. Some escaped, and some escaped with their primordial spirits. The screams and wails were endless, like the cries of ghosts and gods. Actually, it did not take long. Under the siege of the various forces, 99% of the army of the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Snake sect were killed. Corpses were everywhere, and blood filled the sky. The corpses were piled up outside the Great Luan sect, like mountains. Fresh blood flowed out and gathered into a blood-red stream. Inside and outside the Great Luan sect, the mountains and rivers were dyed red. It was a mournful scene that made one's hair stand on end. Bastard, I actually let those old fellows escape. In the sky, the domain lord, the 4th elder Jialo Yi, the 5th elder Jialo Yuantu, and 6 other mysterious experts descended. The auras of these 6 mysterious experts were not inferior to the Great Luan sect's patriarchs, Ming Su and Dao Su. These 6 people were the powerful existences who had been intercepting the Sky Snake sect and the Spirit Sky sect's patriarchs. They were the Heavenly Talisman sect's Patriarch Tianhan and the Heavenly Talisman Domain Lord, as well as the Dark Underworld sect's Murong Gaing and the Dark Underworld Domain Lord. Lastly, the Ancient Moon Domain Lord and the Heavenly Phoenix Domain Lord of the Ancient Heaven sect were also there. They have brought precious treasures with them, and it's hard to stop them from escaping. However, they have paid a heavy price, and I'm afraid they won't be able to recover in a short period of time. Murong Gaing spoke, and his voice echoed in all directions. Then he greeted Du Xiaofu and said, "Young friend, we meet again." Thank you for your help, Senior. Du Xiaofu, put away the tyrant shadow and the golden rock wings. Murong Gaing had come personally with the help of the mysterious underworld sect, so Du Xiaofu had to give him face. Haha, it's my pleasure. Murong Gaing laughed and gave Ming Rongyin an appreciative smile. Murong Gaing, this old fellow, is really cunning. In the infinite sect of the intelligent sword sect, Shindu Gate, an elder sighed. Chung Xingnan, do you still want to leave? The Divine Light Court will have to pay the interest. Suddenly, a loud shout came from not far away. Dongli Diao, Lin Weiqi, Wuma Sheng, Tao Yu, and the others surrounded Chung Xingnan and Qing Chao, who were about to leave with murderous intent. The Divine Light Court had destroyed the 7-star hall. Dongli Diao and the others knew that Chung Xingnan was a disciple of the Divine Light Court, and they didn't want to let him go. They wanted to take revenge for their brothers and sisters in the 7-star hall. You guys are not enough to stop me. Let the experts from your sects do it. Chung Shengnan looked at Dongli Diao, Lin Weiqi, and the others and said, You can leave now. Tell that old dog Xinguang to wait for me in the Divine Light Court. Du Xiaofu appeared quietly and stood in front of Dongli Diao and Lin Weiqi, asking Chung Xingnan to leave. Chapter 1508. If I meet you in the Divine Light Court, I'll give it my all even if I can't defeat you. Chung Xingnan looked at Du Xiaofu. Her words were concise and clear, but there was a hint of bitterness on her beautiful face. I won't be courteous to the Divine Light Court either, Du Xiaofu said indifferently. Chung Shengnan left with Cheng Chao, who was still in a state of shock. They turned into a rainbow and disappeared into the sky after a few flashes. The bloody battle had finally come to an end. The various major forces that had come to watch the nirvana of Dongli Qihuang and also wanted to see the final outcome of the battle between the Demon King Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qihuang. However, the various forces did not even bid farewell to the Great Will sect and left quietly. The Heaven Knife sect, the Ancient Fist sect, and the other mountain sects were even more afraid that Du Xiaofu would find trouble with them. After all, they had many conflicts with Du Xiaofu on the Tianhuang continent, so they had already slipped away quietly. Greetings, Palace Lord. A young man in luxurious clothes bowed in front of Du Xiaofu. He was the Heaven Wasteland Star swallowing python, who had come with the Fantasy Tiger King and the others. The Heaven Wasteland Star swallowing python had been in the Beast region ever since they returned from the Tianhuang continent. When the Fantasy Tiger King and the others returned from the golden-winged Great Peng's territory, Du Xiaofu remembered the Heaven Wasteland Star swallowing python. So he asked the Fantasy Tiger King, the Divine Ape King, and the Wild Bear King to greet the Heaven Wasteland Star swallowing python. Therefore, when Du Xiaofu crushed the voice transmission jade slip to summon the Fantasy Tiger King and the others, the Heaven Wasteland Star swallowing python, who had been killing enemies earlier, had also come. The Heaven Wasteland Star swallowing python had been tempered by the Divine Thunder and was now a consummate beast venerable. However, compared to the benefits the Fantasy Tiger King and the others had received, the Fantasy Tiger King and the others were much stronger than the Heaven Wasteland Star swallowing python. What do you plan to do next? Dongli Qingqing moved to the front of Du Xiaofu with light steps. A few strands of hair fluttered around her ears, making her look otherworldly. I'm going to the Divine Light Court in the next 2 days. Du Xiaofu's expression was calm. His murderous intent retracted, making him seem like a completely different person from before. Du Xiaofu stared at the woman in front of him. She was like a fairy who had mistakenly entered the world. Her beauty and temperament could move one's soul and tug at one's heartstrings. He continued, Why don't you find some time to accompany me to the Sure City in the next 2 days and meet my uncles? Why? Dongli Qingqing asked in surprise, but then she seemed to realize something and immediately said, I'm not going. Under everyone's gaze, Du Xiaofu grabbed Dongli Qingqing's beast. He was very enthusiastic and said with a smile in his eyes, Don't. An ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law. We haven't seen each other for so long. You won't leave without saying goodbye again, will you? Last time. You're still talking about last time. You, Dongli Chingching felt the gazes from all around. Her face was rosy and tender, and she immediately pulled away Du Xiaofu's hand. She knew that there was no way she could talk to this ferocious guy and could only hide further away. What about last time? You clearly left without saying goodbye last time too. Du Xiaofu scratched the back of his head, very puzzled. This woman really changed her face at will without any warning at all. But the way you blush is really pretty. Du Xiaofu said seriously. Her delicate, elf-like face was tender, beautiful and moving. He almost couldn't help but want to take a bite. Su Muxin looked at Du Xiaofu. Her charming temperament revealed a different kind of nobility and elegance. Under her curled eyelashes, a ripple flashed across her eyes, and then it was drowned in a faint ripple of charm. Kid, it's time to leave the territory of the Great Luan sect, the old woman said. She had already ordered him to leave, and then entered the depths of the Great Luan sect. Brother Du Mujianchen, Bailey Wuya, Feng Wuxia, Muqinga, and the others gathered around Du Xiaofu and greeted him. Let's talk somewhere else. Du Xiaofu looked at the direction the old woman disappeared in and felt a little apprehensive. After that, he smiled at Mu Jianchen and the others. Zhan Qingchen and an old ancestor of the Great Luan sect had been fighting for a long time. At this moment, they finally stopped. The heavens are not helping my Great Luan sect. That old man's expression was gloomy and cold. In the end, he could only leave helplessly. After knowing that Dongli Qihuang was killed, he roared in anger. Zhen Qingchuan's face was pale. Using the six-wheel, blood-killing array to trap an old ancestor of the Great Luan sect consumed a lot of energy. The various armies began to retreat. Du Xiaofu met the Ancient Moon Domain Lord, Heavenly Phoenix Domain Lord, Heavenly Soul Domain Lord, and the Heavenly Talisman Ancestor under the introductions of his Grandmaster, the Golden Rock Domain Lord and Nanli Han. After that, he left the Great Luan sect with Mu Jianqin and the others. As for the remaining matters like cleaning up the battlefield, Wu Ming and the others had already taken care of it. Du Xiaofu didn't need to worry at all. In the future, this brat will definitely become a glorious person. The Heavenly Soul Domain Lord, Heavenly Talisman Ancestor, Morong Gaing, and the other experts looked at Du Xiaofu's departing figure and couldn't help but praise him. A person who could defeat a Nirvana Supreme Being. As long as there were no accidents and continued to grow, he was destined to be a glorious person in the future. As for the Heavenly Soul Domain Lord and the other experts, they greeted the third elder, and fifth elder of the golden-winged Great Rock Race with great respect. Especially the fourth elder, Jialo Yi, and fifth elder, Jialo Yuantu. They seemed to have met them before. After a bloody battle, the armies of the various factions left at dusk. In the end, the Phantom and Blood Fiend Vine, who were devouring the remnant souls and Blood Fiend Chi on the battlefield, also left in satisfaction at dusk. The harvest this time almost made them explode. As the sun set in the west, the setting sun was as red as blood, illuminating thousands of miles of bloody land. Inside and outside the Great Luan sect, it was a complete mess, other than the core area of the Great Luan sect. The rest of the land had been reduced to ruins, and the mountains were dyed red with blood. Countless disciples of the Great Luan sect stood around in a daze, unable to regain their senses for a long time. The Great Luan sect, which stood tall in the central region, didn't even put the Demon King, Du Xiaofu's army, in their eyes at the beginning. However, none of them expected that the Great Luan sect would suffer such a bloodbath in the end. If it wasn't for the mysterious woman and the old woman, the Great Luan sect would probably be in an even more miserable state. Damn it! Some of the disciples of the Great Luan sect were unwilling to accept this outcome. They looked at the mountains that were covered in blood and roared at the sky. Ancestor, we couldn't find the Holy Sun's corpse. It's missing. In a blood-fiend abyss, several figures flew out with solemn expressions. They were the remaining elders of the Great Luan sect. They were searching for Dongli Chihuang's corpse in the abyss, but they realized that Dongli Chihuang's corpse was missing. Impossible. Go down and search again. Old Ancestor Ming, Su shouted. His figure turned into a rainbow as he charged into the abyss. He wanted to find the remains of the Eastern mythical Red Phoenix. He wanted to investigate how the Eastern mythical Red Phoenix was killed. Even if Dongli Chihuang's supreme nirvana was defeated, Dongli Chihuang's primordial spirit contained the soul of his previous life. It wouldn't be easy to kill him completely. However, in the end, several figures flew out from the abyss again. Ancestor Ming Su and the others had ugly expressions. They still couldn't find Dongli Chihuang's corpse. They couldn't even find a single piece of Dongli Chihuang's corpse. Did it explode? How could it be missing? Ancestor Ming Su looked at the sky gloomily. Dongli Chihuang's corpse was missing, but it didn't explode. He was puzzled. Night had fallen. The blood fiend Qi lingered in the Great Luan sect. In just one day, the Great Luan sect was no longer the same as before. Why did it come to this? Why? Some of the elders of the Great Luan sect were puzzled. Until now, they still didn't know what caused the Great Luan sect to be in such a state. The Middle States Heaven Alliance was destroyed when it was just established today. It was definitely the fastest alliance to be destroyed in history. The Great Luan sect suffered heavy losses. Many of their experts died, and tens of millions of disciples were slaughtered. The Sky Serpent sect and Spirit Sky Valley's army suffered even more losses than the Great Luan sect. They left behind countless corpses, not to mention the ordinary disciples who escaped. Even the experts who escaped were less than 10%. This 10% included those who escaped as primordial spirits. The Central Region's Heaven Alliance was defeated, the Great Will sect was massacred, the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Snake sect were almost completely annihilated, and countless experts were bathed in blood. This news immediately spread to the entire Central Region, and at the same time, to the entire 9 regions. That night, the news of the Rock Emperor's victory and massacring the Great Luan sect had already been sent back to the Stone City by the Moon Shadow Hull. The Stone City was in an uproar. Cheers and shouts continued until dawn. 2 days later, in the Stone City of the Desolate Country, Du Xiaofu returned. Accompanying him were the experts from various factions in Kyushu, the experts from the Hahuan School, Gui Che, Tianhuang Leopard, and the others. They also returned to the Stone City. As for the armies from various factions, they were still behind. Moreover, even with their mighty lineup, they could not enter the Stone City. Du Xiaofu naturally had to be a good host when various factions came to help. Otherwise, it would be inexcusable. Is this the Stone City? It's not a big place. It's at the border. Is this where the Demon King came from? Damn, that's the grass of immortality and the dark seeker grass. Du Xiaofu actually has such treasures outside his door. Everyone entered the Stone City. They all felt refreshed. The experts from various factions in Kyushu arrived first and gathered in the Stone City. This was so shocking that it caused the entire Stone City to be in an uproar. Powerful, too powerful. These juniors from the Du family all have strong physical bodies. They are no weaker than demonic beasts. Their talents are outstanding. Within the Du family, voices of surprise could be heard. The experts from various factions in Kyushu entered the Du family. When they saw the juniors of the Du family, they were all dumbfounded. They purposely checked and probed. The strength of the Du family juniors' physical bodies shocked them. I heard that you are all experts from Kyushu. The patriarch said that you have monstrous divine abilities and can overturn rivers and seas. Is that true? A group of young boys and girls from the Du family, as well as many milk babies, gathered around some kind-looking experts from various factions in Kyushu. Their clear eyes were filled with yearning and reverence. "You're exaggerating. You can also become experts in the future." Being looked at with reverence by a large group of young boys and girls, these experts enjoyed it very much. They smiled and replied to everyone, "Then, can we be as strong as you in the future?" A baby from the Du family shook his nose. His young face was filled with seriousness. They also wanted to become legendary experts when they grew up. "As long as you work hard and have a strong pulse spirit, you will have the chance to be as strong as us in the future." A majestic old man patted his chest and said, he was very amiable and had a smile in his eyes. He was very popular with the little guys. "Pulse spirit? Can I become an expert with a pulse spirit like mine?" A 6 or 7-year-old boy with a sturdy body heard the old man's words, and his body was suddenly filled with black light. Roar! In an instant, a tiger's roar shook the sky. A huge black tiger appeared and looked as if it was about to pounce. Its aura was shocking. When the shadow of the huge black tiger appeared, the experts from the various factions were dumbfounded. "Damn it, am I seeing things? I must be seeing things. Is the pulse spirit of the dark sky tiger real?" Then, all the experts were dumbfounded. The meridian soul that a child had activated was the legendary dark sky tiger, not to mention that the 6 or 7-year-old child had already succeeded in building his foundation. The pulse spirit of the dark sky tiger was absolutely terrifying. "Mine too. See if my pulse spirit is strong or not." "Mine, look at my pulse spirit." Instantly, this group of young boys and girls, as well as milk babies, scrambled to activate their own pulse spirits as if they were presenting a treasure. Roar! The thunderous roars of beasts shook the entire Du family. Shadows of pulse spirit beasts appeared one after another, and a powerful aura filled the air. At this moment, the experts from the various factions in Kyushu were dumbfounded. "Oh my God, this is the pulse spirit of the pure-blooded dragons. There are also 9 phoenix pulse spirits. Damn it! Oh my God, there is also the pulse spirit of the golden-winged roc. Phoenix pulse spirit. This is definitely the phoenix pulse spirit. Where did these little monsters come from? Do they still want to live?" Cuckoo! Then the experts from the various forces of the 9 states began to tremble. Their eyes turned red, and they sucked in a breath of cold air. They were so shocked that their bodies trembled. Chapter 1509. These little monsters were too terrifying. Their bloodline souls were enough to scare people, but their innate talents were also terrifying. Even their physical bodies were abnormally strong. "How did you cultivate? You're so powerful at such a young age?" An old man couldn't help but ask. These little monsters, any one of them was enough to cause people to be struck by lightning. When they grew up in the future, how shocking would they be? "You little bastards, you're slacking off again. Why aren't you taking a bath?" A loud shout rang out. Many people from the Du family were alarmed. Seeing a group of little guys pestering Kyushu, the experts from the major powers immediately pushed them away. "The great master is here. Run." When the group of little guys saw the middle-aged man, they seemed to be extremely afraid of the bath. They immediately scattered, disappearing without a trace. Is this really just a small border city? The experts from the major powers of Kyushu side, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Such a Du family was too terrifying. At dusk, there was a huge banquet in the desolate country's imperial palace to entertain the experts from the major powers of Kyushu. The profound talisman sect, ancient heaven sect, mysterious underworld sect, and Hahuan school all participated. Good wine and delicacies bejeweled nectar. There were also people from the golden-winged, great Peng clan present. Jialo Juiyu, Jialo Kaling, Jialo Juekong, and the others suppressed the younger generation to the point that they couldn't breathe. However, because of their relationship with Du Xiaofu, Jialo Juiyu, Jialo Juekong, and the others weren't too cold to Mu Jianqin, Bailey Wuya, Muchinga, and Huazemo. After a few cups of bejeweled nectar, they became more familiar with each other. Du Xiaofu raised his cup, thanking the major powers for their help. The experts from the major powers stood up and nodded, looking at the purple-robed young man. With the imperial palace's draconic aura, no one dared to look down on him. On the great wheel sect, the purple-robed young man had already bloomed with the brightest light. Such a young man was only in his 20s. In the future, he would reach an astonishing level, bringing glory to the world. Who would dare to look down on him? The banquet was lively, and experts from all over the place gathered. It was like a grand event in Kyushu. Seniors, many thanks to the 100 Flowers Gate for your assistance. In front of many experts of the 100 Flowers Gate, Du Xiaofu stood up alone to propose a toast. Rock Emperor, you're too kind. The group of experts from the 100 Flower Gate stood up, treating each other as equals. Actually, there's one more thing. This junior has a presumptuous request. Du Xiaofu pulled Mu Ruobai over and said to the experts of the 100 Flowers Gate, Mu Ruobai is a member of the Heavenly General Guard of our world society and is also this junior's brother. He has feelings for a female disciple of your sect, so I would like to ask the seniors here to fulfill their wish and make an exception. This junior would be endlessly grateful. This item is a small token of my appreciation. With that, Du Xiaofu took out a jade bottle from his chinquan pouch and handed it to a middle-aged woman. This beautiful woman was the leader of the 100 Flowers Gate, and she was at the sealed realm. Hey, what's Du Xiaofu doing? Is he going to propose? Could it be that the kid has taken a fancy to a female disciple of the 100 Flowers Gate? Seeing such a commotion, many curious figures immediately gathered around. Rock Emperor, what's the meaning of this? The middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment. Then she looked at the jade bottle that Du Xiaofu was offering. She couldn't refuse him. So she hesitated for a moment before accepting it. Senior, you can take a look first, Du Xiaofu said with a faint smile. The woman was also curious, and under the curious gazes of the surrounding crowd, she opened the bottle. Bang! Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted, and true dragon Qi swept out, resonating with the entire palace. Awoo! A dragon's roar could be heard, and it seemed like a true dragon was about to roar out of the jade bottle. Dragon's blood essence. With this power, it must be the blood essence of pure-blooded dragons. Some of the surrounding experts immediately guessed that this was dragon's blood essence, pure-blooded dragon's blood essence. It was a precious treasure that would make anyone's eyes go red. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Consider it Ruabai's betrothal gift. I hope the seniors of the 100 Flowers Gate can fulfill my wish. Du Xiaofu smiled. Inside the jade bottle were several drops of dragon's blood essence. Although there were only a few drops, they were priceless. The experts of the 100 Flowers Gate trembled. The temptation of dragon's blood essence was too great. Not just anyone could take out such a thing. Rock Emperor, it's not that we don't want to give you face, but there are rules of our gate. Our 100 Flowers Gate's female disciples cannot marry outside. The woman was in a difficult position. Dragon's blood essence was a precious treasure, but the gate had rules that couldn't be changed. The 100 Flowers Gate's rules can be slightly changed. Why make things difficult for lovers? That's right. The 100 Flowers Gate's rules should be changed. The surrounding large factions were all very excited. The female disciples of the 100 Flowers Gate were all as beautiful as flowers, as beautiful as fairies. They were the young geniuses of the various large factions and had always been coveted. It was just that the 100 Flowers Gate's rules made the young geniuses feel powerless and regretful. But if they could make the 100 Flowers Gate change its rules, even if they were already old and had missed the opportunity, they could still leave an opportunity for their disciples and descendants. Why not? The surrounding large factions were all in an uproar. Because of Du Xiaofu's face, the woman was in a difficult position. Moreover, she couldn't make the decision in the first place. Rock Emperor, this matter is indeed difficult. Our 100 Flowers Gates rules have been around for a long time. They were left behind by our ancestors and cannot be changed. That would be disrespectful to our ancestors. The woman was in a difficult position. Indeed, we cannot be disrespectful to our ancestors, but there are some things that can be changed. Then it's fine. Du Xiaofu smiled and patted Mu Ruobai's shoulder. He said to the woman, "This brother of mine is talented and has a good character. I wonder if he would like to become Senior's disciple?" "Become my disciple?" The woman was taken aback when she heard this. She naturally knew of Mu Ruobai's extraordinariness. Back then, she had defeated many of her peers in the 100 Flowers Gate. In the end, only Hua Zimo was able to suppress her. "It's not impossible for him to become my disciple. I'm just afraid that this boy won't abide by the sect's rules in the future." The beautiful woman hesitated. If such a young man could become her disciple, it would indeed be good. In the Great Luin sect, she had also paid attention to Mu Ruobai. How powerful was she? Even if Hua Zimo were to fight with her now, she might not necessarily be able to win. Du Xiaofu suddenly smiled and hurriedly indicated to Mu Ruobai, "Ruobai, Senior has agreed. Why haven't you become her disciple?" Mu Ruobai was stunned for a moment before she understood. She immediately knelt down and kowtowed, "Disciple greets master." "Fine, get up. I'll accept this disciple." The woman waved her hand, and a gentle force supported Mu Ruobai. She also placed the jade bottle containing the dragon blood into her chinkuan pouch. "Mu Ruobai is already a disciple of the 100 Flowers Gate. Then it won't affect your sect's rules. I ask Senior to fulfill my wish." Du Xiaofu said, "I ask Master to fulfill my wish." Mu Ruobai didn't miss the opportunity and also pleaded. The woman, helplessly, smiled bitterly. She looked at Mu Ruobai with satisfaction in her eyes. The more she looked, the more she liked her. She then smiled at Du Xiaofu and said, "That girl Yue, I'm not only her sect senior, but also her clan senior. When I return, I'll arrange it. There shouldn't be any problems." "Thank you, Master." Hearing this, Mu Ruobai immediately bowed. She then stood in front of Du Xiaofu with gratitude in her heart. She knelt down on one knee and said with tears in her eyes, "Thank you, President. What are you thanking me for? You're a member of the Heavenly General Guard and my brother. Just remember not to forget to inform me on the big day." Du Xiaofu smiled and pulled Mu Ruobai up. He was also happy for her in his heart. "Congratulations, Ruobai." Yu Piaoling, Qingguyu, Yin Hu, and the other 17 brothers immediately crowded around and were deeply happy for Mu Ruobai. "Rock Emperor, do you still have dragon blood? There are many female disciples in my sect who are still unmarried. I think there are a few suitable ones among the 18 Heavenly General Guards. There are also many female disciples in my sect. All of them are as beautiful as flowers and have outstanding talent. There are suitable ones among the Heavenly General Guards. It doesn't matter if you don't have dragon blood. The essence blood of the dark sky tiger is also fine. There are also female disciples in my sect. I'll just casually ask for some essence blood." Instantly, the surroundings became lively. Many elders had their eyes fixed on the 18 Heavenly General Guards. If they could pull those extraordinary youths into their sect, they would have profited greatly. Moreover, they would be able to obtain such a great betrothal gift. It could be said that they had profited greatly. "Go!" The beautiful woman of the 100 Flowers Gate glared at the experts who were making a fuss. Then she turned to Du Xiaofu and said, "Rock Emperor, I've promised you one thing. Now, this old woman also has something that I need your help with. Senior, please speak. If it's within my ability, this junior will naturally not decline." Du Xiaofu nodded. Seeing that the 100 Flowers Gate had helped him this time, as long as it was within his ability, he naturally wouldn't decline. The beautiful woman smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. In the afternoon, I saw a little girl from the Du family. I think she's called Duyen. We hit it off very well. I want to take her as my last disciple and teach her well. She can also inherit my legacy. Rock Emperor, you won't mind this old woman's lack of cultivation, right?" This, Du Xiaofu was stunned. He didn't expect the beautiful woman of the 100 Flowers Gate to be talking about this matter. She wanted to take in a disciple from the Du family. The experts of the various major forces were also stunned. They were all a little surprised. Not good. The 100 Flowers Gate is playing dirty. Saman Sword Manchu, an elder's eyes suddenly twitched. The 100 Flowers Gate is too shady. I know that little girl, Duyen. She's only 8 years old and has the phoenix martial vein. She's outstanding and intelligent. A beautiful woman of the heavenly music sect's expression changed. She had also met that little girl called Du Yen during the day and had always remembered her. At their cultivation and age, finding a good disciple was even better than finding a great treasure. Today's update is complete. Chapter 1510. Senior is too serious. If that little girl Duyen agrees, it's naturally her fortune. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly and did not object. The 100 Flowers Gate's position in Wanzhou was equivalent to the ancient Heaven Sect's position in the central continent. Du Xiaofu also knew that little girl Duyen could be considered his niece, although the current Du family had enough resources to nurture the younger generation. But if Du Yen joined the 100 Flowers Gate, it would be beneficial for her to gain more experience and experience. Whoosh, whoosh! And as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, suddenly, many figures flashed and disappeared, causing people to be surprised. A moment later, the Du family was in chaos. One by one, the younger generation of the Du family was directly carried out in their sleep or cultivation. This belongs to my Saman Sword sect. Who dares to snatch it from me? Nonsense, my golden spear gate clearly saw it first. Quickly return it to me. Haha, this is my Sky Thunderfort's disciple. No one is allowed to snatch it from me. This belongs to my Snow Wind City. You can leave. My daughter belongs to my Heavenly Music sect. My boy belongs to my Profound Talisman Gate. No one is allowed to snatch him. I will fight to the death with anyone who tries to snatch him. The entire Du family was alarmed. Looking at the chaos everywhere, the various factions were fighting over it and almost fighting. Mu Jianqin, Mu Qinga, Beiliwia, Hua Zimo, Yujing Tongxian, and the others were dumbfounded as they watched the experts fighting over their disciples. How were they still the respected and dignified grand elders of their sects? At this moment, when they were fighting over people, they were no different from hooligans. Their mouths were full of vulgarities, and their spittle was flying everywhere. In the end, the younger generation of the Du family that could be found were all carried in the hands of the experts of the various factions. The group of elders would not let go no matter what. They were determined to take the younger generation of the Du family in their arms into their sections. Moreover, they were all experts who wanted to personally take them in as disciples. No matter what, they would not give up. Everyone from the Du family looked at Du Xiaofu, waiting for Du Xiaofu to make a decision. Du Xiaofu hesitated. He didn't think that bringing Kyushu's forces into the Du family would cause such a thing. After pondering for a while, Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly and nodded. Du Xiaofu pondered. The foundation of the younger generation of the Du clan was more or less established. If they could temper themselves in sects like the Saman Sword sect, Golden Spear sect, Sky Thunder Fortress, and other sects, it would be beneficial to their cultivation. They would all be taken in as disciples by the experts of those sects. So naturally, they would have plenty of resources to nurture them. Sigh, I've led the wolf into the house. I've led the wolf into the house. Venerable Golden Rock and many experts of the ancient heaven sect lamented. The juniors of the Du family were all extraordinary. It could be seen from Du Yu and Du Shui's achievements. The venerated Golden Rock and the others lamented that the ancient Sky sect hadn't made the first move to gain the upper hand. They could only watch as many good seedlings were divided up by the other factions. The banquet finally ended with a fight for disciples, which made people sigh. But in the end, everyone was more happy. The experts of the various major factions were very satisfied. Their old faces were smiling like flowers, as if they had picked up a precious treasure. Then Du Xiaofu also bid farewell to everyone. Tomorrow he would go to the Divine Light Court to avenge his sect. Mu Jianchen, Mu Qingge, Bailey Wuya, Yujing Tongxian, and the others wanted to help, but Du Xiaofu refused. He could deal with the Divine Light Court alone. Even if there were experts of the devil religion in the Divine Light Court, Du Xiaofu wasn't afraid at the moment. From Yin Lei's primordial spirit, Du Xiaofu learned that there were no experts of the devil religion in the Divine Light Court. The devil religion also didn't take the Divine Light Court too seriously. They were just using each other. Even if there were experts of the devil religion, the devil emperors hadn't replied yet. With the fourth and fifth elders, Du Xiaofu thought that even if there were unforeseen events, they would be able to deal with it. Seeing Du Xiaofu's insistence, Mu Qingge and the others didn't say anything more. They knew very well that with Du Xiaofu's current huge lineup, a small divine light court naturally wouldn't be a problem. At night, the moon was bright in the sky. In the imperial palace, there was a ray of light shooting into the sky, channeling the energy of heaven and earth together. This was caused by the grass of immortality and the dark seeker grass, which illuminated the stone city hazy and gorgeous. Tomorrow you will go to the Divine Light Court, and I will return to my sect. Our battle hasn't been decided yet. When will we continue? At night, on the mountain peak, Hua Zimo's beautiful figure was graceful. Her lotus-colored gauze robe fluttered in the night wind, and her long light red curly hair draped over her back. Under the moonlight, there seemed to be a haze of clouds, as beautiful as a fairy. Yi Pialing stood straight, his black robe fluttering slightly, his sharp eyes looking at the woman in front of him. Without saying too much, he said, "Next time, I will go to the 100 Flowers Gate." Hua Zimo looked at Yi Pialing. Her complexion was sparkling like snow, and her eyes were full of charm. She curled her lips and said, "Your president is not as dumb as you. Can't you say a few more words?" "I don't know what to say," Yi Pialing said seriously. Hua Zimo looked helplessly at Yi Pialing, and in the end could only smile faintly and say, "Next time then. Remember to come to the 100 Flowers Gate. We have to decide the outcome of our battle." Yi Pialing's eyes flickered slightly, and there was a slight smile in his sharp eyes. He looked at Hua Zimo and said, "I will definitely go back to the 100 Flowers Gate. My brother is going to pick up the bride, and I am the eldest, so I naturally have to accompany him." Idiot. Hua Zimo stared at the black-robed young man in front of her, and there was a slight fluctuation in her eyes. Yi Pialing raised his eyes and slowly walked towards Hua Zimo. "What are you doing?" Hua Zimo curled her lips and was secretly stunned. Yi Pialing did not speak, but his proud thin lips immediately pressed against her delicate red lips. "You." Hua Zimo wanted to speak, but she could no longer make a sound. She waved her fists, landing on Yi Pialing's strong shoulders, but she was getting weaker and weaker, and finally her eyes slowly closed. After a long time, the two separated. Hua Zimo's face was full of shyness, and her rosy face was charming. She was originally a soul-sucking woman, but at this moment, she was even more charming and incomparably moving. At this moment, if there were men in the Wanzhou city who saw this scene, their hearts would most likely break, and they would not be able to resist attacking Yi Pialing. The woman that countless men in the Wanzhou city could not touch at this moment was directly eaten by Yi Pialing. "I won't stay." Yi Pialing looked at Hua Zimo and said. The proud temperament on his thin lips did not diminish, but his eyes were gentle. "Don't die in the Divine Light Court. Remember to come to the 100 Flowers Gate. Hua Zimo's pearly white teeth slightly opened. She did not want to stay any longer, and her beautiful figure immediately left. I will definitely go. Looking at the beautiful figure leaving in the night, Yi Pialing said softly, his eyes firm. Sigh. There was a sigh, and in the next moment, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared beside Yi Pialing. He also looked in the direction of the beautiful figure leaving, his hand clutching his chest, his face full of pain, and said, 100 beauties, 1,000 beauties, Hua Zimo. The betrothal gift must be more expensive. Yi Pialing rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu and did not say anything. She's not bad, but you have to be careful. After all the men in the Wanzhou city know, I'm afraid they will settle accounts with you. Du Xiaofu ignored Yi Pialing's rolling eyes. The woman from the Great Will sect is also not bad, and there's also Ouyang Shuang of the Ouyang family, Yi Zijin of the Yi family, Zhu Shui of the Mysterious Charm sect, and Yi Pialing opened his mouth, but before he finished he was directly interrupted by Du Xiaofu, who said, What do you think if I marry all of them back to the Du family? There are so many of them, will they fight? Yi Pialing was taken aback and rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu. She said, I don't know, but you can try. I have to think about this carefully. I can't just casually try. Du Xiaofu said seriously, then stood with his hands behind his back and disappeared from the mountain peak. Chapter 1511. Yi Pialing smiled helplessly and left as well, disappearing into the night sky. The next morning, the morning glow filled the air, illuminating the stone city like a dream. This is mine. Huang Baiyu, you old fart. If you continue to fight with me, I will not let you off. This belongs to my Golden Spear sect. Don't snatch it, or I won't be polite. Everyone has a share. Old Taoist Joe, you snatched 3 by yourself. You are not kind. Give us 2, or we will not let you off. Early in the morning, the entire stone city was in chaos. The Yi clan by clan and the others were politely visited by many experts. It was unknown where they heard the news, but they knew that there were many good seedlings in the entire stone city. How could they hold back and snatch them? The news reached Du Xiaofu's ears. The Yi clan by clan and the others were all waiting for the Du clan's approval. They wanted to ask for the Du clan's opinion. Du Xiaofu nodded. This matter was beneficial to those little fellows. Those little fellows' roots were in the stone city. No matter where they went in the future, they would be disciples of the stone city. There was no need to worry about this. Big brother, how is your recovery? After a while, in the ancient desolate space, Du Xiaofu asked Jin Qingchen, who was taking a lot of elixirs to adjust his breathing. That day at the Great Wheel sect, the sacred array child Jin Qingchen used the 6 wheels blood-killing array to fight against a terrifying expert of the Great Wheel sect's ancestor level. However, in the end, he consumed a lot of energy and almost collapsed. It's not a big deal, but I suffered a lot. However, I have the mystic divine pagoda in my hands. That old fart won't end well. Zhan Qingchen opened his eyes and withdrew his hand seals. He used the remnant of a mysterious technique to adjust his breathing and recover. His face regained a lot of color. Compared to the time in the ancient desolate space, he had recovered for almost a month. There were no major problems. After that, Du Xiaofu and Zhen Qingchen talked about going to the Divine Light Court. They had to take revenge for their sect. That devil religion is very mysterious. We have to be careful. Zhen Qingchen reminded him because he was afraid of the mysterious devil religion behind the Divine Light Court. Then he said, You have the seniors of the golden-winged Great Pung Bird clan accompanying you, so I don't need to go. However, I'm refining the 6 wheels blood-killing formation. A trip to the Divine Light Court will be beneficial to my 6 wheels blood-killing formation. Once the 6 wheels blood-killing formation has matured, I can kill that old man from the Great Will sect the next time I see him. Du Xiaofu nodded. Moments later, all the Kyushu forces in the Du family took their leave. We will definitely train hard and become strong. The Du family's younger generation kowtowed and bid farewell to their parents. The youngest was only 4 or 5 years old, and his nose was still running. However, he was already going out to cultivate and join various great sections. Children go. The old men of the Du clan waved their hands as they watched the departing crowd. Hot tears could be seen in their eyes. Back then, it was so difficult for the members of the Du clan to join the major powers. Now, even if the members of the Du clan didn't come out, they were still being fought over by the major powers in Kyushu. The Du clan was on the rise. Xiaofu, do you really not need us to go to the Divine Light Court? The Venerable Golden Rock asked Du Xiaofu. For this trip to the Divine Light Court, Du Xiaofu had rejected the help of the profound Talisman sect, the Ancient Heaven sect, and the mysterious Underworld sect. Du Xiaofu shook his head and rejected their help. He had enough people with him. The Divine Light Court alone was enough for them to sweep through the Divine Light Court. We have to go. The general, Gu Xinyan, Liu Xiao, Wu Kei, and Gue Hua spoke up. They wanted to go to the Divine Light Court to take revenge for the destruction of Tianwu Academy. We want to go too. Some of the nobles who had graduated from Tianwu Academy also wanted to go. All right. Du Xiaofu nodded and didn't refuse. He naturally had to take revenge for Tianwu Academy. The Divine Light Court was majestic and magnificent. It was surrounded by mountains and huge cities. They were like ancient heavenly serpents that coiled across the horizon. It was incomparably majestic and gave people a strong sense of oppression. The mountains overlapped with each other, and the palaces stood tall. It was as if a heavenly palace had descended into the mortal world. The Demon King has gathered a terrifying force around him. He's coming to the Divine Light Court. We're in big trouble this time. In the main hall, an elder trembled. With the current strength of the Divine Light Court, there was no way they could resist such a terrifying force. In just a few years, the Demon King has already reached such a terrifying level. He has gathered so many terrifying forces around him. If I had known earlier, I would have killed him no matter what to prevent future troubles. An old woman's eyes were filled with hatred. She regretted that the Divine Light Court didn't kill the Demon King at all costs. Chung Xingnan sat in the main hall. Her expression was grave and her brows were tightly knitted. She looked at the elders of the Divine Light Court in the main hall with a complicated expression. I suggest that we hide. With our current strength, there's no way we can resist them. We won't be able to withstand a single blow. Chung Xingnan said. She had seen with her own eyes how terrifying the forces around him were at the Great Wheel sect. With the current strength of the Divine Light Court, it was no different from a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Hide? You're overestimating that kid. If he can find help, can't the Divine Light Court find help as well? An elder spoke. Then he asked Xinguang, Heavenly Sovereign, who was sitting in the main seat. Court Master, have the emissaries of the devil religion replied? When will they come to help? The emissaries of the devil religion haven't sent a letter yet, but I believe they will come. With the devil religion around, there's no need to fear the golden-winged great rocks, Xinguang, Heavenly Sovereign, said. But at this moment his expression was very complicated. Last time, the people of the devil religion had assured him that Du Xiaofu would definitely die, and that the golden-winged great rocks wouldn't be able to protect him. But now, not only was the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, not dead, but he had also returned to the central state in such a strong manner. Woo-woo! Suddenly, the Divine Light Court trembled. The earth shook and the mountains shook. A sharp alarm sounded in all directions, shaking people's souls. Could it be that the Demon King has come so quickly? Everyone in the main hall trembled. That was the alarm of the Divine Light Court, which wouldn't sound unless there was a crisis. Swoosh, swoosh! One by one, the figures in the hall disappeared from the hall. Outside the Divine Light Court, huge cities were connected and mountains overlapped. Boom! For skeletal puppets of the Snake Clan crossed the sky like giant dragons. There were nearly 10,000 figures in the air, coming with a strong momentum, surging all the way. The creatures in the huge cities below trembled and looked up at the sky as if doomsday was coming. Blood for blood, blood for blood. Dong Li Jiao, Lin Weiqi, Tao Yu, and the others crossed the sky, their killing intent surging. Behind them, the disciples of the seven-star hall gathered. They had endured for so many years, so that one day they could step into the divine light court like this and pay blood for blood. Activate the formation. In the mountains in front, there was a loud shout and a large formation was activated. Du Xiaofu, do you really want to force your way into the divine light court? I'm afraid you'll have to pay the price in blood. In the air in front, the voice of Xinguang, heavenly lord, came. Du Xiaofu didn't speak. His purple robe fluttered, wrapped in golden light, and his figure crossed the sky. He waved his hand, and the purple gold heavenly palace swept out, swinging his sword. Boom! This sword was wrapped in mysterious runes. Wherever the sword light passed, the ground cracked, revealing the abyss. The dazzling purple gold runes and light shone brightly, shocking and containing destruction. Rumble, the formation that enveloped the inside and outside of the divine light court, was instantly slashed open by the sword. Cracks began to appear, and the terrifying formation directly exploded. The shattered runes filled the sky, the mountains exploded, and the sound was like thunder. In the divine light court, all the living beings were trembling. Breaking the protective formation of the divine light court with a single sword, what kind of divine power was this? Blood for blood, the divine light court shall be destroyed. Kill without mercy. Du Xiaofu shouted, his voice like thunder, causing the disciples of the divine light court to tremble. Even their souls were trembling. Blood for blood, kill. The disciples of the seven-star hall were the first to attack. They attacked with hatred, killing in all directions. Roar! The demonic beast army of the heavenly beast hall instantly shattered the void, trampled on mountains and rivers, and swept across the divine light court. Kill! The 18 heavenly guards, the experts of the World Society, the Hahuan School, and the young experts of the Du family all attacked together. Revenge for Tianwu Academy. The general, Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, and the others all attacked together, killing in all directions. A great battle was about to break out, and the situation inside and outside the divine light court was tragic. As for Jialo Juiyu, Jialo Kaling, and the others of the golden-winged great rocks, they did not even bother to attack. It was difficult to find a worthy opponent. Six-wheel blood-killing formation. Zhen Qingchen appeared in front of the mountain gate of the divine light court. He summoned the mystic divine pagoda and set up the six-wheel blood-killing formation, enveloping many of the supreme-level experts of the divine light court. Old dog Xinguang, it's time for you to pay the price. Purple Lord and Jade Lord blocked Xinguang and attacked, suppressing and killing him with all their might. Gue Che, Guqin Demon, Phantom Tiger King, Divine Ape King, and the others all attacked and killed the supreme-level experts of the Divine Light Court easily. Such a massacre caused the disciples of the Divine Light Court to feel a chill in their hearts. Even their souls were trembling, but they did not even have the chance to escape. I know I'm no match for you, but I must avenge my father's death. The Divine Light Court is also my sect. You must avenge your sect, and I must protect mine. Chang Shengnan walked out, and no one stopped her. Everyone in the Great Will sect felt that this woman had a close relationship with Du Xiaofu. The Divine Light Court did not kill my Tianwu Academy. They killed the disciples of the seven-star hall. Today they must pay with their blood. Emperor Cheng's death may have something to do with me, Du Xiaofu said. Du Xiaofu knew that Emperor Cheng was dead. Emperor Cheng had destroyed his own cultivation, so it should not be enough to kill him. Du Xiaofu guessed that Emperor Cheng might have been affected by the destruction of the Stone Dragon Empire, and all of this was related to him. As for the real cause of Emperor Cheng's death, Du Xiaofu did not know. I won't hate you if you give my father a quick death, but you shouldn't have humiliated him, and you shouldn't have saved me. Cheng Xingnan's eyes were cold, and her red lips moved slightly. Her voice was faint. The last news she heard from Qing Chao was that her father was forced to destroy his own cultivation, but he was killed by Du Xiaofu in the Golden Dragon Palace. This was a humiliation to her father. The hatred of her family, the hatred of her country, the hatred of her father, and the responsibility of her sect were all on her slender shoulders. Chapter 1512. Facing the purple-robed young man in front of her, she had no choice but to attack. She knew that she could not contend against him, but she could not retreat either. Go ahead. Du Xiaofu did not say anything else. He looked at Cheng Xingnan, and the purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand was suffused with purple-gold lightning arcs. Scenes of the past flashed in his mind. Although they had faded, they did not disappear, but they faded again soon after. I will give it my all. Cheng Xingnan's eyes were like water, and her hair was glowing. A dazzling light emanated from the surface of her body like a miracle, illuminating her figure like a celestial being. She carried a kind of pressure that was untainted by dust and smoke. At this moment, Cheng Xingnan's aura had already reached the initial stage of the martial domain realm. Her aura had greatly surpassed Zhu Shui, Xieling, Ming Rongyin, and the others. In fact, her aura had even surpassed Mu Jianqin, Mu Qingge, Bailey Wuya, and the others. She had received all the inheritance of the ancestor of the Divine Light Court and had the opportunity to grow to a terrifying level. She was the opportunity and hope for the Divine Light Court to rise completely. Sensing Cheng Xingnan's aura, Du Xiaofu was also slightly surprised. Putting everything else aside, Cheng Xingnan was indeed tyrannical. She was a late bloomer and should be ranked within the top 10 of her peers in the entire Kyushu. Buzz! A sword appeared in Cheng Xingnan's hand. This sword was more powerful than her stone dragon wind and thunder sword. Swish, swish! Cheng Xingnan attacked, and she used all her strength. Her eyes were cold, and sword light swept out. Sword chi surged all over her body, turning into rays of divine light. It also carried a kind of elementary sword will, and then enveloped Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. It was not difficult to see that Cheng Xingnan had also comprehended a kind of sword will, but it was still somewhat immature and had not fully formed. The sword radiance filled the sky, but Du Xiaofu was not afraid. With a sweep of the purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand, a sword radiance slashed out. It was simple, domineering, and incomparably swift and fierce. It directly destroyed Cheng Xingnan's sword radiance. PFFF, Cheng Xingnan coughed up blood and retreated. Her red lips were stained with blood, and her eyes were filled with astonishment. She knew that she was no match for him, but she did not expect him to be so unstoppable. Divine Sword of Light. Cheng Xingnan made his move again. He pinched his fingers together to form a sword seal. In an instant, sword chi surged out. Divine light radiated from his body as streaks of sword chi slashed towards Du Xiaofu. Swish, swish, swish. This terrifying sword radiance attracted the attention of many experts. The sword radiance swept across the sky, blooming brilliantly. Go! Du Xiaofu made his move. The purple-gold heavenly tower flew out of his hand. The roars of dragons, tigers, phoenixes, and tortoises rang out. The purple sword radiance exploded and destroyed the blazing sword radiance. Buzz! Finally, on the purple-gold heavenly tower, a dazzling light directly enveloped the treasured sword in Cheng Xingnan's hands. A vast energy burst out and knocked the treasured sword out of Cheng Xingnan's hands. In the end, it also directly devoured the sword soul within the treasured sword. Crack! Crack! The treasured sword turned into ordinary iron. It could not help but crack, and finally turned into fine powder. Bang! The purple figure was like lightning. He directly landed on Shungnan's body and slapped her down. Pff! Shungnan spat out a mouthful of blood. She immediately flew out of the air, and her delicate body fell to the ground below. She stood up shakily. Shungnan's complexion was already deathly pale as she gazed at the purple-robed figure hovering in midair. Her red lips were dripping with blood, but Huaguang's eyes were still rippling with a soul-stirring power. Faintly, a complicated expression surfaced on his face. It seemed bottomless, ethereal, and far away. Disciples of the Divine Light Court, retreat! A faint voice was heard. Suddenly, a dazzling light seeped out of the void. Two figures were vaguely wrapped in the dazzling light. As the light spread, an old woman and an old man in their 60s appeared in the void. Two extremely powerful auras descended. "I've heard of you. The Divine Light Court has been in seclusion since then. We can give you everything. Can you stop and show mercy?" The old woman said, looking at Du Xiaofu. "Uncle Masters, quickly kill that brat." With the appearance of the old man and old woman, Xinguang Tinzuin, who was being suppressed by Amethyst Tinzuin and Feiyu, seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. The Divine Light Court destroyed Tianwu Academy and the 7-Star Hall. Why didn't they show mercy and still want to kill them all? The old woman and old man in front of him were very powerful. They were at the peak of the sealed domain realm. However, Du Xiaofu did not intend to retreat. Glancing at the old dog Xinguang, who was being suppressed by his second Uncle Master and sixth Uncle Master, Du Xiaofu's killing intent surged. The Divine Light Court must be massacred in order to let the fallen heroes of Tianwu Academy and the 7-Star Hall rest in peace. Then there's nothing more to say. We can only attack. The old man's expression suddenly changed. He looked regretful and immediately pounced on Du Xiaofu. The old woman also moved. They attacked together. Bright light shone as they pounced on Du Xiaofu. Two old people joining forces to deal with a junior. How shameless! Do you think I don't exist? A domineering shout rang out. A golden claw print, like a golden thunderbolt, pierced through space and twisted the void. It grabbed the old woman with lightning speed. Bang! Bang! The old woman spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Her body was distorted. In the end, the space was torn apart. Her body turned into a bloody mist, and her spirit was destroyed. "Uncle Master!" Shengnan cried out in grief. Her heart ached. In the Divine Light Court, that Uncle Master had doted on her very much. The fourth elder, Jialo Yi, appeared in the sky. He had attacked in anger and killed the old woman with a single blow. He looked at the shocked old man and said, "I won't interfere." "Brat, you'll pay with your life." The old man shouted angrily. He immediately vented his hatred on Du Xiaofu. Monstrous runes surged as he punched at Du Xiaofu. The fist shattered the space. It was as fast as lightning, and Du Xiaofu was directly smashed into pieces. However, Du Xiaofu's shattered body did not spurt out blood. It was just an afterimage left behind by Du Xiaofu's rock of 10,000 miles and rippling, carefree steps. Just as the old man's expression changed greatly and he turned around, a golden figure appeared in front of him. A loud shout like the roar of a dragon, like the cry of a divine elephant, immediately rang out in his ears. Ayo! At this moment, the entire void rumbled. Countless loud roars echoed in the sky. It was like thunder from the 9 heavens that resounded through the world. The sound waves surged like a tsunami, surging in all directions. It was so shocking that even ghosts and gods would weep and the void would shatter. The sound waves entered everyone's ears and turned into a strange energy for no reason. It made the profound energy in one's body boil uncontrollably. Their spirit was about to explode, and their primordial spirit was about to explode. PFFF. This sudden and strange attack made the old man cough up large mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were filled with pain. His primordial spirit and spirit seemed to have suffered heavy injuries, and he almost fell down. Sumeru illusion. Rock descends to the 9 heavens. Hegemonic sword path. Dazzling runes surged and surged, accompanied by all kinds of rune energy ripples. It was like a surging ocean that spread out, shaking the entire sky. Du Xiaofu attacked. He used several powerful techniques in succession, erupting with terrifying power. He wanted to kill a peak-sealed domain realm cultivator. Rumble. The terrifying attacks came one after another. It was like a bomb had been thrown into a calm lake and exploded in deep water, stirring up huge waves. Amidst the dazzling golden light, a huge golden-winged Peng figure stood in the sky, looking down at the world and suppressing all directions. The huge power made the surrounding creatures tremble, their eyes filled with pain. Those who were affected by it felt like their bodies were about to explode from the inside out. It was impossible to resist. The old man trembled. He tried his best, but it was to no avail. A chill climbed up from the bottom of his heart, and his soul trembled. Rip! One of the old man's arms was cut off by the purple-gold sword aura. Blood flowed incessantly, and he suffered heavy internal injuries. He was still trying to retreat while being suppressed. However, right when the old man intended to continue retreating explosively, a strange and tall violet gold figure that was covered in talisman markings and covered in violet gold arcs of lightning had appeared before the old man like a ghost. And then a strand of exalted pressure descended. Du Xiaofu activated the thunder martial vein and threw a punch. In the most barbaric way, his fist was wrapped in lightning and directly collided with the old man's left fist that was raised in a panic. Bang, bang! The low muffled sound was like thunder. Under the shocked gazes of many people around, the old man's fist was directly smashed into pieces. Finally, as his pupils contracted in fear, his entire body collapsed one after another, turning into a bloody mist that bloomed in the air like blood-colored fireworks. Whoosh! The old man's primordial spirit fled, quickly drilling into the void. However, everything was still too late. From Du Xiaofu's glabella, a silver-gold lightning arc swept out, accompanied by an aura that was the nemesis of primordial spirits. It distorted the void and imprisoned the old man's primordial spirit, then shattered it and swallowed it into his glabella. In the blink of an eye, 2 experts of the Divine Light Court were killed in an instant, shocking both inside and outside the Divine Light Court. Bang, bang! Under the siege of Purple Lord and Jade Fairy, Xinguang Tianzuan was also seriously injured and vomited blood. Purple Lord's original body was a purple marten. It was not big, but it was domineering and fierce. Jade Fairy set up a formation and used her primordial spirit to attack. Together with Purple Lord, they finally suppressed Xinguang Tianzuan to the brink of death. My life is over. The devil religion has bullied me. My plan has not been completed yet. I can't accept this. Xinguang Tianzuan was unwilling to accept this, and resentment grew in his heart. Second uncle, sixth uncle, spare Xinguang Tianzuan's life. Du Xiaofu said. He felt that Xinguang Tianzuan must have some secrets. Otherwise, why would he secretly target Tianwu Academy? In the end, Purple Lord and Jade Fairy injured Xinguang Tianzuan to the brink of death. In the end, they set up a restriction and spared his life. Uft! Cheng Shengnan was sad and her blood rushed to her heart, causing her to vomit blood again. The Divine Light Court had been destroyed. Blood flowed like a river, and there were screams and wails everywhere. Corpses were everywhere. Just kill me. Cheng Xingnan looked at Du Xiaofu and said, she no longer had the strength to turn the situation around. She was helpless in the face of all this. The hatred of the country, the hatred of her family, the responsibility of her sect, and the hatred of her father's murder. Only death could free her. Haha, look who I've caught. Du Xiaoyao's voice sounded from afar. She was wrapped in golden light, and her spiritual eyes were revolving. She was holding a fatty in her hand, whose eyes were filled with fear. It was Cheng Chao, the former leader of the great Luan sect. Big sister, save me. Big sister, quickly beg Du Xiaofu to save me. I don't want to die. Cheng Chao shouted and trembled in fear. He knew that Du Xiaofu was coming to wash the divine light court with blood and was unwilling to leave. He wanted to take advantage of the chaos to enter the treasury of the divine light court so that he could live a carefree life. However, he did not expect to fall into the hands of Du Xiaoyao in the end. Third brother. Cheng Xingnan's expression changed drastically when she saw this. She had clearly told Qing Chao to leave the divine light court and not stay, but she did not expect Qing Chao to still stay in the divine light court. I found the treasury of the divine light court. This sneaky fellow actually got there first, but he's trapped inside. I wanted to kill this fellow, but he said that he had something important to say and asked me to spare his life. After Du Xiaoyao finished speaking to Du Xiaofu, she kicked Qing Chao hard and said, "Say what you just said again." I'll say it. Don't kill me." Cheng Chao trembled in fear. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "You didn't kill my father. It was Dongli Qihuang. I saw him kill my father with my own eyes. He devoured the dragon Qi of the imperial palace of the Stone Dragon Empire and took away the golden dragon imperial jade seal. He threatened me and told me to tell my big sister that you killed my father." Cheng Chao paused and continued with a trembling voice. "I once accidentally heard from an elder of the Great Wheel sect that it was Dongli Qihuang who deliberately instigated the relationship between the Stone Dragon Empire and the World Society in order to destroy the Stone Dragon Empire. Dongli Qihuang's goal was to obtain the Dragon Qi of the Imperial Palace of the Stone Dragon Empire. However, that elder did not take me seriously and did not have any scruples. How hateful! I'm telling the truth. I guarantee that I'm not lying. Everything was done by Dongli Qihuang. Spare me, I don't want to die." Du Xiaofu frowned. Although he was a little confused, he roughly understood the situation. No wonder Cheng Shengnan said that he killed Emperor Qing. It was Dongli Qihuang who did it. When the Stone Dragon Empire and the World Society met, it was Dongli Qihuang who secretly did it for the sake of the Imperial Palace's Dragon Qi. Perhaps the Imperial Palace's Dragon Qi was the key to Dongli Qihuang's nirvana. Third brother, you disappoint me. PFFF. Cheng Xingnan's body trembled. Qing Chao's words struck her as though she was struck by lightning. Her heart trembled and she coughed out blood once again. She had always thought that it was Du Xiaofu who had secretly killed her father. However, she had never thought that it was not only the enmity of killing her father, but also the hatred of destroying her country. Everything was done behind the scenes by the easternly Crimson Phoenix, who had once seemed to be infatuated with her and had deep feelings for her. What's the point of keeping you alive? You deserve to die. Du Xiaofu's face was gloomy. He thrust out his hand and pierced through space. Bang! Cheng Chao's body was instantly shattered and his soul was destroyed. You haven't killed anyone from the 7-Star Hall or Tianwu Academy. Leave. Du Xiaofu spoke. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to kill Qing Chao. Cheng Xingnan stood on top of a mountain that was in a mess. Blood flowed like a river around her, and corpses were strewn all around her. Her dress was dyed red with blood, and her eyes were lifeless. In less than half a day, the Divine Light Court was completely annihilated and no longer existed. Not a single expert from the Divine Light Court was able to escape. They were all executed